All right, welcome everybody to the Choose Your Fighters anti-war rally. Emma, great to see you.
Oh, great to see you too, Krystal. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be a part of such an auspicious event and the
Well, fresh
fun.
off of slaying an entire CNN panel, so
Wow, thank you,
the
thank you.
privilege is all mine, truly.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and I want to fundraise for some candidates that are against this criminal, illegal war in Iran.
Yeah, so the idea here, guys, and first of all, shout out to Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray. They're two fantastic candidates, but also, really they came up with this concept, and then they partnered with Progressive Victory to put all of this together. Shout out to the whole organizing crew, Hanya, Benjamin, Jay, Zach. You guys did an amazing job setting this up, and there's such an unbelievable cast of characters that are going to be joining throughout the night that, I'm not even going to go through the whole thing of listing them all, but among them is a whole bunch of candidates. And so the idea was, look, not everybody's going to be exactly identically the same in terms of their issues, but everybody here is vehemently opposed to the war in Iran and is incredibly committed to having policy based on human rights. And I think we've all seen, Emma, how important it is not just to have any old Democrat, but to have Democrats who are actually going to stand up and fight. This is something that a lot of people are telling me at No Kings today. I think this is like a very prominent sentiment with the Democratic base that really matters, that in these primary fights, we get new, more aggressive, more principled sorts of elected officials so that, Democrats really can stand up for the people and push back against these forever wars.
Yeah, and the pushing back on the forever wars element is like only just one piece of getting candidates who are brave on this issue. Just like if you're a candidate that's brave on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, it's a litmus test and means that you're probably going to be a fighter for regular people in other areas. But it's also just a fight for the future of the Democratic Party, and these are some of the kind of branches off of that tree where it's really important now, I think, that the party, because the National Party is so reticent to identify itself with any kind of brand policy-wise. They'll say affordability, but they're not specific about what they mean about that. It means that we're going to have to create a party brand from whole cloth, and that means just starting with the members and what people stand for. And so it's not about just getting any elected Democrat in office. We saw this with Joe Manchin, for example. I was once asked on an MSNBC panel, would you prefer a Republican in that seat where Joe Manchin was in power in West Virginia? And the answer is, I don't know, maybe, because Joe Manchin ended up killing the child tax credit, and that is a big part of why the Democrats got swamped on the issue of the economy and affordability, because creating a healthier opposition party as opposed to just like winning every election and then seeing what happens is, I think, the overall agenda here. We have to actually create a robust opposition party as a bulwark for fascism.
Yeah, and it feels at this moment in particular extremely existential. I mean, obviously, you have a war that is rapidly escalating with no end in sight in Iran. It's one of a number of wars actually that are going on around the world that we are directly involved with. I think we're courting an absolute financial catastrophe. We've, ushered in a fascist to the White House that has been doing authoritarian crackdowns. I don't think anyone feels confident about the midterm elections being free and fair. So the best thing that we can do in a moment like this, rather than just counting all of the woes, which I do spend a lot of time doing and spend a lot of time covering, et cetera, but when we come together and have, a coalition that is broad based, and we push forward candidates and organizations that are truly doing the work, that's a way that we can have a sort of positive impact. So a couple things before we get to some of the content that we have, because we truly have like a jam-packed timeline in here today. If you guys are able, go to progress.win/rally. That is the link, progress.win/rally. And there's also should be a QR code on your screen. That is a link where you can give money that goes to all of the candidates who are participating in the event tonight. They're all good progressives. They are all anti-war. They're all pro-Palestine. They're all the types of candidates that we really need to have in office and that we need to back. So progress.win/rally, if you're able to contribute there, I know it would make a difference. Some of these candidates are super high profile. Some of them are lesser known. They all need your support. And then the other thing that I would suggest is if you don't have the funds, no problem. You can sign up with DSA. You can sign up with Working Families Party. You can sign up with Progressive Victory to volunteer and also help out there because they're doing organizing efforts for candidates around the country as well.
Yeah, it's I think a really kind of rare thing to be able to get all of these candidates in one place towards like a shared ideological goal, and that's so missing, that level of vision right now with the opposition to Donald Trump, especially because like look what happens when you don't have that vision. This guy gets to be anti-war by default, despite everything we know about him and despite what we're seeing right now. It's really important that we push this agenda forward.
All right. Well, with that being said, I did not personally plan the run of show, so it is not my favoritism that has made my husband Kyle be the first person that we're going to throw to here. But young up and comer that we're hearing about more and more, Kyle Kulinski, host of Secular Talk and also co-host of Krystal, Kyle and Friends. He put together a video that lays out the reasons why he thinks we're at war with Iran and what the stakes are. So let's go ahead and take a look at what Kyle had to say.
What's up, everybody? Kyle Kulinski here from Secular Talk. Before I start, I want to give a massive thank you to everybody who partook in organizing this anti-war rally that we're doing here. So much love to Progressive Victory. Much love to all the candidates that are participating in this. It's one thing for myself and Krystal and Hassan to come out here and give our anti-war talking points. It's a whole other thing for candidates who are running all around the country to come out here and lead the way also as activists, not just as politicians who are trying to ladder climb, who are trying to make a name for themselves. And it speaks amazingly of the character of the candidates that are joining us here, that they notice that this is like a historic moment where we need resistance, we need defiance, we need to stand up, we need to push back, and we can't afford silence in this moment. So much love to Oliver Larkin and Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner and Hartzell Gray and Shoykat Chakrabarti and, Corey Bush, Claire Valdez, everybody who's, every candidate that's partaking in this. Massive, massive shout out to you. So what I wanted to talk to you guys about is just taking a look at what the numbers were like, the popularity was like going into Afghanistan, Iraq, and this war, and what that tells us about where we're at, okay? So the Afghanistan approval, when that war started, you ready for this? It was 92%. 92. And that's largely because we were just attacked on 9/11, so people felt like, I want to defend my country, like, of course. And we were told this is the way to do it. The Taliban is protecting Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda attacked us. We got to go over here, okay? 92%. Then we had the war in Iraq 2 years later, and they did a massive brainwashing campaign and propaganda campaign, lying to us and saying that Saddam Hussein was also responsible for 9/11 and that that's why we have to go into Iraq. And they were able to successfully pull off that campaign as well, but the support at the beginning was 72% for the war in Iraq. Would you like to take a guess what the support was for at the beginning of this war? The answer is between 35 and 40%. I've even seen polls as low as like 25%, 27%, polls as high as like 42%, but the average is between 35 and 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely nobody thinks this war needs to be done. There is nobody who is truly convinced in their heart of hearts that like this is the right thing to do. We need to go in and start bombing little girls' schools in Iran and bombing oil depots and giving a city of 10 million people all sorts of illnesses like Gulf War syndrome and cancer. They're not fooling anybody. And so where we're at now in this country is they don't even bother to propagandize you anymore. They don't even bother to lie to you anymore. The empire just commits disgusting, vicious crimes right in front of your face with your tax money in your name, and they expect you to sit there and take it and not speak up on behalf of the little girls who were bombed in Tehran, not speak up on behalf of the double-digit hospitals that were bombed there, and now we're also being attacked in Lebanon. It's actually triple-digit in Lebanon. Israel has already attacked 100 hospitals in Lebanon, and they're stealing all of South Lebanon, okay? So just realize what this means in the grand scheme of things. It means we are governed not by politicians, not by serious people. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists, okay? That's what all the evidence points to. So the bottom line is, with this war, there was zero threat. Everybody knows there was zero threat. They weren't going to attack us. There wasn't even a theoretical argument about how they're going to attack us. In fact, a couple hours before this happened, a couple hours before the attack was launched, did you know that according to Oman's foreign minister, Iran had agreed to the strictest terms on their nuclear enrichment? They had agreed to zero enriched uranium stockpile, zero, and they still got attacked anyway. So then that leads to the biggest question, right? The biggest question here is, why? Why the hell are we doing this? Why is Trump doing this? Why is Netanyahu doing this? As I call them, the axis of Epstein. Why are they doing this? And I came up basically with 10 answers, and this could be, any one of them could be the correct answer, or it could be a mix of all of them, okay? But the first thing is, Donald Trump has always been a goddamn warmonger. He's always been a warmonger. I used to pull my hair out in the first term, pointing at his record, increasing drone strikes over 400%, appointing every single neocon in Washington, D.C. to his cabinet, pardoning Blackwater war criminals who killed innocent civilians, massacring Qasem Soleimani, trying to coup Venezuela. I can go on and on. I don't need to, but you get the point. He's always been a warmonger, so the idea that he's ever been anti-war has always been bogus. He just lies half the time and pretended on the campaign trail that he was anti-war. That's the first thing. The second thing is Israel led the way here and made the call. Marco Rubio pretty much admitted this in the immediate aftermath of the attack. He said, look, Israel came to us and they said, we're going to attack whether you're with us or not. And we decided, all right, we might as well join because there's going to be counterattacks that go after our bases, so let's just join in. Okay. Then they tried to backpedal from that when they realized that they were announcing that they're beta cucks and that they're following Netanyahu, right? But that's another reason here. Israel led the way. Number 3, Trump had repeatedly said that Obama would do an attack on Iran to up his poll numbers. In fact, there's like probably double-digit tweets of his back when Obama was president where he said, looks like Obama's going to attack Iran because his poll numbers have gone down. Look out for that. He's going to do it, folks. He's going to do it. And then, of course, he ends up doing that, probably naively thinking this will make his poll numbers go up. But what he didn't realize is, hey, idiot, you have to manufacture consent for your attack. You can't just do it and expect everybody to cheer you on, right? So the fourth thing is, and this one I think is the most under-discussed, Trump is certainly blackmailed by the Epstein files and Mossad. We all know about Epstein's connections to Israel. Like, it's very obvious at this point. In fact, you're the conspiracy theorist if you don't acknowledge those ties at this point. But there's no doubt that they have pictures and videos of him with underage girls. And so when Netanyahu comes to him and says, look, we could do the regime change, or there might be some tapes that leak, I think he gets the picture, right? The fifth thing could be that, and this is just a fact, he's paid by the military-industrial complex, he's paid by Israel, so he's doubly incentivized to do the war, both because they could hold the blackmail over his head, but also because Miriam Adelson gave him hundreds of millions of dollars to do whatever Israel wants, and this is what Israel wants. We also should point out, the sixth thing, is that Trump was apparently told, repeatedly, that Iran tried to have him killed. I'm not kidding. This is actually out there. And so one of the things Trump said in the wake of this attack was, he tried to get me, but I got him first. The seventh thing is that they want to steal Iran's resources in the same way that Trump abducted Maduro, started stealing Venezuela's oil, selling it on the market, made hundreds of millions of dollars and put it in a personal bank account of his in Qatar. Very clearly wants to do the same thing, set up a similar situation where there's a Delcy Rodriguez type character who runs Iran, who's basically our puppet, and lets Trump and the Epstein class steal all their oil and all of their natural resources. That absolutely is at the top of the list. The eighth thing is they want Iran to be a failed state because they don't want any regional pushback to Israel. Israel has a plan of creating a greater Israel in the Middle East, and basically what this is trying to give them everything they've ever wanted. Right? If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. They're well aware of that, and so they've always wanted to not even just do regime change in Iran. They want Iran to be a failed state. They want it to be like Libya with open-air slave markets, okay? And then the ninth thing would be he's surrounded by fundamentalists and religious freaks trying to fulfill biblical prophecy. That's what Mike Huckabee is. Mike Huckabee said to Tucker Carlson's face that, hey, I think that Israel has a right to take the entire Middle East. I'm not kidding. This is what these people actually believe. There was that great article that came out recently. Jonathan Larson posted it, that about 110 U.S. soldiers went to this secular organization and said that at 30 different military bases, their commanders are ecstatic because they feel like this is a holy war. This is end times. This is going to usher in the rapture and Armageddon, and Jesus is going to come back on a winged horse and bring them up to heaven. That you have the U.S. military is openly saying these things out loud. So this sort of fundamentalist thinking is impacting all of our foreign policy. And then finally, Trump clearly thought that this war would be easy, like Venezuela. And he thought it'll make him an historic president. And that, he'll go down in the history books. He'll be known for generations. He, in the same way that Israel wants to create a greater Israel, right, and expand through the sovereign territory and borders of other countries, Trump wants to extend the footprint of the United States. That's why he's always threatening to steal Greenland. That's why he repeatedly threatened to steal Panama. That's why he's talking about bombing Mexico, overthrowing Maduro in Venezuela, starving Cuba to death as they're doing right now and not allowing in any fuel and trying to put a puppet leader in there. Trump desperately wants to do our version of a greater Israel. And in fact, Elon Musk's grandfather was part of this movement called the technocracy movement, I believe in the 1930s. And the whole idea behind that was expand the footprint of the United States of America and basically dominate our hemisphere. And that's what Trump wants to do here as well. And so those are the 10 reasons why Trump is doing it. It could be any one of these things, or it could be a mix of all of them. I, of course, am inclined to believe it's a mix of all of these things that led to his thinking on this. But the bottom line is here, and this is the most important thing to take away, guys. There's a reason why I call Israel and the U.S. the axis of Epstein, okay? There's a reason why I've said repeatedly that they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich, because that sincerely is what they're doing. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings, okay? They enjoy the pain and the violence and the suffering and the death and destruction that they inflict on the rest of the world. And there's not a humanitarian bone in their body. They would rip up the Constitution and use it for toilet paper in an instance. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. And so just understand what the goal here is. And people need to come to terms with the fact that in this instance, the U.S. government and the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. MAGA is an imperialist, terrorist, fascist death cult. And it's time to take them down. It's time to fight back against this war. It's time to finally, for once, course correct this country and get it on the right path. We need to follow in the footsteps of the civil rights movement, of the women's rights movement. We need to follow in the footsteps of people throughout history who have dragged this country kicking and screaming to be a slightly better version of itself. But right now, everything's on the line because we have descended into fascism. And so it's time to fight back now, and that's what all you awesome people are doing here. So thank you guys for having me, and I could not endorse the candidates that are here enough, because anybody who's taken their time to do a big anti-war rally, you're a real one. Awesome people are doing here. So thank you guys for having me, and I could not endorse the candidates that are here enough, because anybody who's taken their time to do a big anti-war rally, you're a real one.
All right, y'all. Emma, he doesn't hold back.
I love Axis of Epstein so much. I've been using it so much in my daily life these days. So got to give Kyle credit for
That was like a middle of the night, like, epiphany. Like, I mean, babe, wake up. Like, going to Axis of Epstein.
He is on the front lines of dark woke, and he's honestly leading the charge. So I'm just love what Kyle's doing. And you know, when I first started getting interested in politics, his channel was a big deal on that front, opposing the Iraq War. And so he's remained very consistent. And here we are today.
That's awesome. All right. Well, it's kind of a perfect setup. We've obviously got a bunch of amazing friends who are up here with us now, who are all icons in their own right. Because Kyle was setting up there some of the reasons he thinks that we ended up in this horrific war, even though the American people are overwhelmingly opposed. And I would say also one of the really head scratching things as we talk about, a democracy crisis is on the Democratic Party side. There is basically no one who supports this war in the base. But among the elected officials, it's a little bit of a different story. And we've seen not just with this war, but with others, how there oftentimes is a bipartisan pro-war consensus. So what is going on with that? Well, there are a number of things, but one of them is certainly the influence of big money in politics. And in particular, the influence of AIPAC, which has come under incredible scrutiny, and a lot of people have gotten an education in how how important and significant this one source of funding has been, thanks to the work of Casey Kennedy, who joins us, who's one of the co-founders of Track AIPAC. We also have with us Lily Greenberg Call. She is an organizer, she's an activist, she's a spokesperson. She became the first Jewish political appointee to resign in protest from the Biden administration over their support for genocide in Gaza. Incredibly courageous person. So grateful to you, Lily, for standing up and also for being here. We have Nida Alam, who just ran an incredible race down in North Carolina. And her perspective, she can speak to what it's like to have this flood of cash, not only from AIPAC-aligned sources, but other big money, for example, AI-aligned sources as well coming into her race. And then, of course, my dear friend, Joy Reid, both fellow MSNBC refugees, and of course, Joy now has an extraordinary channel herself where she tracks all of the news of the day, but certainly has a particular focus on money in politics. So with that, Joy, I'll give you the first word here about, the impact of AIPAC and big money overall.
Absolutely. Well, this is my first time on Discord, so I'm going to welcome myself to the platform as the auntie in the room here. I'm excited.
I feel the same way. I'm sorry
Right?
for any boomer
I still
moments
can't
that I
figure
have.
it out.
I mean, we got on thanks to my husband. And I also want to say I always love being anywhere where Krystal is. This is my homie from the old school back in the old days of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. And we're gonna have to work on Kyle coming out of his shell. We're gonna have to get him to tell us how he really feels and stop being so shy and retiring in talking about the things he believes.
Very diplomatic in the way he communicates.
Diplomatic. But I mean, I like that he laid out the causes for the war in the way that he did, because I think it really gets to something that I believe, and it's not just my opinion, because as journalists we're here to give analysis and context, not our just sort of unschooled opinion. You don't want to hear my opinions about Donald Trump. It would be full of curse words, and you would probably not be able to let your aunties and grannies hear this Discord. But my analysis is very similar to Kyle's, in that as I've observed Donald Trump, and I've observed a lot of presidents, Donald Trump is not so much a president as he is a means to an end. And if you just observe the right over the past 150 years, really from the end of the Civil War on, the conservative movement, whether it's called itself the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats, or the Republican Party, wherever that conservative wealth core has existed, it's always really had like one or two specific purposes. Their main purpose is to get back to a status quo ante sort of pristine capitalism, which is what the country started out as. If you think about enslavement, it's pristine capitalism, very low cost of labor, almost zero cost of labor. No unions, no pushback. And even white people who were not enslaved were dirt poor. There was barely any middle class. There was really nothing other than the elite, the wealthy white Christian men, and everybody else. And everybody else was chattel or a little better than chattel. That system, which we think of as a horrible era in American history, for a certain type of person was the best of times. It was when America was great. The Gilded Age, similarly to them, a time when you really didn't have any thought that labor would ever stand up to you, when you could do to your workers whatever you wanted. It's better than slavery, but by degree, right? Trying to get back to that is hard, because the things that you would have to propose to get back to that kind of pristine capitalism would be deeply unpopular with everybody who's gained, particularly since the 20th century. Well, who gained? Women, minorities, unions, children who were no longer used as child labor, women who were able to get, health care, abortion care, access to birth control. All the people who gained in the 20th century are a threat to you if you're trying to get back to that status quo ante. Well, what do you need to try to force a public that doesn't want to go back to the horrible times when most people were in economic misery? You have to give them a trinket. And Donald Trump is more a trinket than a president. Donald Trump is sort of this avatar for every elite, economic and financial elite person that wants something. He's the perfect way to get it because he bedazzles about 30% of the adults in this country, mainly white, but even increasingly some people of color. He bedazzles them. He dazzles them so much that he, in his presence alone as the leader of a religious cult, can let you get almost anything. So if you are one of the big, Northrop Grumman or one of these big military companies that wants forever war because it's so profitable, he's your guy. He's going to do forever war for you. If you are a big AI company that wants to despoil the air and water in poor communities and build your AI infrastructure in their neighborhoods, he's your guy. If you're at the prison industrial complex, he's going to create for you not mass deportation, but mass detention. It's even better. You can build concentration camps, private prisons. He's perfect for you. If you're on Wall Street, perfect for you. He's going to make you rich, even as he makes your employees poor. You name it. Every economic elite loves Donald Trump. And you ask yourself sometimes why so many people, who you and I both know, Krystal, behind the scenes will tell you how much they hate Donald Trump. Republicans who despise him will stick with him to the bitter end because he's a means to an end. The Supreme Court that are monarchists, about 5 of them who believe we should have what amounts to a king. Well, Donald Trump is perfect. He's the vehicle through which you can create the unitary executive theory. Even George W. Bush, who's not a bright man, stood in the way of a full unitary executive. We got a certain degree of surveillance and et cetera, but they didn't get to go all the way. Palantir, which came after 9/11, which has taken full advantage of the terror of 9/11 to build this massive surveillance state, they can go all the way with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a means to the end of everything horrible and rotten. If you're a religious fundamentalist Christian nationalist and you want to create a white Christian nationalist hellhole that's something like Gilead, he's going to let you do that too. Project 2025 never would have passed other than the beguiling sort of presence of Donald Trump. So I think Kyle has it right. And I think what the media is failing to do is making the linkages. They're treating each of these horrors as a separate story. For Israel, I'll close by saying this. For Israel, Donald Trump is the perfect president because Bibi Netanyahu has been trying to get an American president to use our blood and treasure to fight a war for him on 7 fronts in the Middle East so that he can at least promise his insane far-right base that keeps him in power, Eretz Israel. And Eretz Israel would require Israel to expand, quintuple its size by eating up half of Lebanon, parts of Iraq, parts of Egypt, most of Jordan, parts of Iran. They want to expand all the way from the Tigris and the Euphrates all the way to the Nile. And they can't do that without a failed state in Iran. And they can't be the hegemon in the region, a sort of European outpost hegemon in the region without a failed Iran. Same with Saudi Arabia. Works for them. If Iran fails and the whole region is destabilized, that's good for them too. So I think every bad guy on earth, and particularly as you said, the Epstein class, what did you call them? The Epstein cadre or whatever they are.
Axis of Epstein.
The axis of Epstein.
Donald
Trump, if you are a serial pedo that's in the Epstein files, you can guarantee that as long as Donald Trump is the president of the United States and Pamela Joe Bondi is running the Justice Department, you will never go to prison. So he serves every nefarious, wicked purpose on earth just as one single president. It's why they will never let him go. And if he says he wants to stay in office until he dies, the Republican infrastructure, and unfortunately, some Democrats won't really stand in the way of letting him stay there forever.
Yeah, well, that's part of what we gotta do tonight is to lift up some Democrats who will stand in the way of those things. Casey, I wonder if you could jump in because you and Corey did something that turned out to be very controversial, which was just to put out publicly available information in a digestible format about one of the more significant sources of funding in politics, which is AIPAC. And I'll tell you, I was at the little local King George County No Kings protest today, and there were people there with anti-AIPAC signs, which I never in my life would have thought would be possible. And it's not all you, but you guys had a lot to do with that. Just talk a little bit about why you thought this was important to shine a light on.
Yeah, so this was something I started learning about several years ago, but once it came really more into the public consciousness following October 7th and then the unfolding live stream genocide that we could all see, it was something, the lobby is something that I knew about, had some background information on that I had just been doing in my own independent research, but a lot of people I knew didn't. And if I ever brought it up with anybody, they kind of looked at me like crazy-eyed, like, what are you talking about? There's no way there's this huge entity that has that much control. And the more you try to explain it and explain it how deep rooted it is and how widespread it is, it's just a lot for people to like digest all at once. So that was really the root of me trying to figure out what is the best way for me to highlight what's going on in a way that's really tangible for people. So obviously everybody knows how corrupt our government is. Money in politics is a huge issue that is like really at the forefront of why our elected officials are acting the way they are in an array of sort of things. So like all the different issues, not just on Palestine. And so doing that research, I was just like, all right, let's highlight the money they take from the lobby. I haven't seen anybody really like just highlight that in itself. So we started making the receipts and people just took off with it and it caught on like wildfire. One of the early criticisms that we got was like, why are you going after AIPAC? Like nobody knows what that is. And we were like, that is the point. This is one of the biggest players in American politics, electoral politics, particularly in the last couple election cycles, becoming like one of the biggest spenders in the entire country. So that was just something that we felt was, we really need to highlight where is the source of this? What's the driving force of this entity? And how can we kind of use that, make them like as politically toxic as the NRA, basically. We just wanted to make them a political liability for anybody who works with them. And the more that they are known, the more people find out about them, the less popular they are and the less sway that they're able to hold.
And Nita, you have seen so AIPAC has kind of realized that they've got a branding problem, and especially with the Democratic Party base. So they have gotten more strategic and sort of savvier in the way that they mask their money. And so perhaps you could speak to that, because I think it's really important for people to understand it's not enough anymore just to ask politicians if they won't take AIPAC money, because there's a variety of strategies that they're deploying to make it so that it isn't technically AIPAC money, even though it's coming from the same set of donors. And you saw that directly in your race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I saw it when I first ran for this seat in 2022, when it became the most expensive primary in North Carolina's history, with AIPAC coming in with over $2 million, and crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried, who's now in jail for fraud, came in with another $2 million. And then 2026, this election, we saw that shift from a lot of the work that Casey and Track AIPAC has done of educating folks, and just the local grassroots pressure that we were able to put on Representative Fushi, that at the end of 2025, she finally said she was no longer going to take support from AIPAC, even though it took 3 years into the genocide. It took her flying on an AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel to take pictures with Netanyahu, sending billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund a genocide, for her to even take that stance. But it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for this education piece. And since she'd taken that pledge, and we had been able to outraise her, out-organize her in every way, that in the last week before the primary, that was when the establishment was kind of like, oh shit, like, we're about to lose this seat. And we saw over $2 million dumped in the last 5 days of this race from the AI lobby of Anthropic, whose technology has been used in the strikes on Iran, whose technology was used in the illegal invasion of Venezuela to kidnap their president, as well as through these shadow PACs, where essentially AIPAC is setting up, or AIPAC-aligned donors are setting up these PACs to funnel in their donors into races that the candidate has said disavowed AIPAC, or that they know that it's going to cause backlash. And we saw what they did in Illinois with the Elect Women, the progressive change PACs, the way that they were spending on behalf of another candidate to take votes away from Kat Abu Ghazaleh. The way that they were working, but also it backfired for them there because we saw that their preferred candidate of Fine didn't make it through. We saw the same PAC that was used in my race. It's called Article 1 PAC. Is the same group that spent in against Ana Lilia Mejia.
Mm.
And what's unfortunate is that within our Democratic Party, is that our establishment doesn't seem to realize that the base is just against war in general. Like the narratives that we hear from folks are like, oh, well, we're against Trump's war. We're against Trump's invasion. And it's like, yes, we're against that, but we're against any war. Just if the president was a Democrat, we wouldn't be for the war then either. We wouldn't be for us using our taxpayer dollars to bomb children. And unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons I run, is that there's such a deep disconnect between our elected leaders at the federal level to the people and the human beings of the West. And that's why they're able to just send these billions of dollars, write these blank checks to send bombs, to destroy hospitals, destroy schools, tear apart families, and then turn a blind eye. You know, my opponent, Representative Fushi, and there were several forums when she was asked about her funding and support from AIPAC. And in one of the forums, she was questioned about why did you take this money, and her response was, "Well, I didn't know who they were." How do you take over $2 million from an organization and not know who they
That
are?
is so
As
incredibly dishonest.
Yes, and then on top of that, she was later then it was at another forum, and I said that I'm proud to be the only candidate in this race that has not accepted a cent from corporate PACs, the pro-war lobby, and I have not spent billions of our dollars to fund the killing of over 70,000 Palestinians. And her response was, I haven't funded the killing of anyone.
Mm.
What do those billions of dollars towards bombs
to.
go to?
Yeah.
They're not building homes. They're
Well,
not
Nina,
building communities.
I was telling you, you ran two incredible races, came this close, and you forced her to take new positions. So incredibly, incredibly important there. We've got some new folks, some a young up and comer you may have heard a little bit about, especially recently in the news, the extremely controversial Hassan Piker. Hassan, great to see you.
Yeah, I hope that we can start off with 10 condemnations and disavowals before we continue.
Let me just go through the panel here and ask everyone if they could just real quick condemn Hassan Piker, please.
A major
Are we
thorn
going
on the
I'll
side
do it.
of
alphabetical
the
I'll
head.
do it. All
order? Like,
over.
how are we doing this?
Condemn, 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 condemn.
Submit it in
You're a little
chat.
bitch. Condemn.
Leah, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but Hassan, I know that you have kind of limited time, and I saw you're out at the No Kings rally today. What was that? What was that experience like? Are people upset? Like, what's the vibe after all of this news coverage about you?
Are people upset at me? No, obviously, if that's what you're asking. But the vibe is always the same at these rallies. You know, there's a lot of kind-hearted liberals, like self-identifying liberals, that unfortunately don't have the language to like adequately communicate exactly what their frustrations are. Because there's a limitation there where I think that's part of the reason why they express like no kings, right? It's all encompassing. But they're very clearly agitated with not only the Republican Party, not only with Trumpism, MAGA, but they're also somewhat frustrated with the Democratic Party due to the Democratic Party's feckless indifference to all of these problems that are taking place from the domestic issues, the issues around the economy, but certainly the endless wars that we are waging for no discernible reason. But yeah, what's always interesting to me is the demographics. It's always like older, somewhat well-to-do white liberals that are primarily attending these sorts of movements. It's very diverse. It's much more diverse this time around, and there were a lot of
Yeah, I
people.
noticed that too.
But I do see it as somewhat of a pressure valve where like clearly people are frustrated and they just don't really know what to do, and that is born out of the fact that the options the more productive, historically, the more productive forces of pressure have been totally eradicated in this country. And I'm of course talking about like labor militancy.
Hmm.
Um, so that's why there's no political education to be able to properly express these desires, and there's no real like uh, pressure point that they can lean into that revolves around organizing. So we just kind of walk around the street a little bit, bang some drums, and feel a little bit better about ourselves. Now, to say all of that doesn't mean that this is utterly unproductive. I'm not criticizing it at all. I think it's always great when people go outside and show that they have the numbers and show this administration that is somewhat responsive to big crowd sizes, as we know, that there are a lot of people who hate them. So it
Yeah.
was good.
I think it's also just like gives people some courage to see the numbers out in the streets too. And
Yeah.
hello also to Oliver and Hartzell here, two fantastic candidates who've stepped up to run. And Hassan, I don't know if you know Lily Greenberg Call. You probably remember she resigned from the Biden administration over their policy of pursuing genocide. And so Lily, maybe you can speak to some of what it looks like from the inside and some of the, the reasons why, the Democratic Party did fund a genocide and didn't, refuse to put Palestinian American on the stage at the DNC, and why the leaders have been very tepid in particular. And, they'll say, oh, well, Trump isn't consulting with us about the war or isn't planning the war properly. But to get just a full-throated condemnation seems to be pulling teeth.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think folks at this point are really like everything that Joy said, everything that Kyle said. I think the public is really aware of the reasons why Democrats are unable to truly condemn the war and also, truly condemn and then use their power and leverage as representatives of the U.S. Congress or folks in the administration, leadership, American government officials to actually try and change anything on the ground in Palestine. I mean, one of the reasons why I think my story made the splash that it did was unfortunately that I was the only Jewish official to publicly leave. There were some folks who left privately, and I wish that they had shared why they left and used, what felt like an important role that Jewish Americans have to play, and especially Jewish Americans in government. But also because that I grew up very pro-Israel, and I used to be involved with AIPAC when I was young, because that was just what my community did. If you cared about politics, which I did, because I was a nerd, and if you cared about Jews, in particular, you were pro-Israel. It was whether you were a Democrat or Republican, it didn't matter. And for me, also I grew up in San Diego in a more conservative community with a lot of Republicans. Israel was kind of the one thing that we could agree on. And so I spent a lot of time in that space and started to change my mind as I got to college and got to actually meet Palestinians and, be confronted with the reality of the history of the state of Israel that I was only told, very, very very propagandized, very whitewashed history of. But also as Trump was elected and it became very clear to me, like I was like, why am I sharing space with white nationalists and with Christian evangelical right wingers who, and why do these people feel empowered to tell me what to do, right? To tell me not to walk out of an AIPAC conference where Trump is speaking, which is something that really happened. This guy with a giant wooden cross looked at me and said, "This is really not polite of y'all." And I was like, hold on, I thought people here were here because they cared about Jews and American Jews. And again, I was like 20 or 18, but all of that, that kind of like ugliness rising to the surface is what helped to break a lot of the cracks for me. And then working in the administration, like even when I went in, was already moving to the left in a lot of ways and was very clear-eyed about the role of AIPAC and the role that corporate interests play. But it was another thing then to see the genocide unfold and to see that, I was organizing like massive dissent throughout the government, Capitol Hill staffers, administration, people across ages, rank, folks at the State Department, folks where I worked at Interior, like it didn't matter. It felt like pretty much everyone around me, for varying reasons, thought that we weren't doing enough and thought that our policy of unconditional support for war crimes that was in violation of our own laws, and was also going against, both the expertise of people in government and the majority of opinion of American voters. We were all on the same page, but our bosses wouldn't listen, and people just were incredibly boxed out. And I've had Palestinian friends of mine get told to their face by members of Congress, we sympathize with you. You have the moral argument, but until you bring us money or votes, nothing is going to change. And I think that it's
So
clear
cynical.
to, yeah, incredibly. I mean, how if you want people to care about government or care about democracy, like that's a really good way to do it. But I think it's very clear to everyone now that AIPAC, functions as like a right-wing organization, and that it's a combination of industries, as y'all were saying. Like it's tech, it's AI, it's defense contractors, but it's also just the corporate powers that be. And it has, nothing to do with protecting Jewish safety, of course, and nothing to do with protecting the interests of the American people. And it's not even just about foreign policy, because all of these things are connected. Our war economy lines the pockets of billionaires here. Tech makes a lot of money, in the ICE and deportation and incarceration system. Like all these industries profit from forever war and incarceration and deportation, and those are the people who give the most money to our representatives. And because of the way our political system is set up, which needs to be fundamentally changed, the people who give that kind of money are the ones that people in power listen to. And yeah, I mean, that is unfortunately the reality. I think that there is a shift in terms of being able to buy. It is harder now, and it will continue to get harder to buy people's votes, because we have access to internet and social media and the kind of platforms like the one we're on right now that help people break through some of the mainstream media and just like lack of education and lack of political education in this country. But that's also why these like mass mergers of all these media companies are going through, and why someone like Jeff Bezos even wants a newspaper in the first place, because they want to control the flow of information that reaches voters.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't know how familiar people are on this call with the organization called A New Policy that was founded by two of the other folks who resigned from the administration. But I'm doing some work with them and supporting them, because I do think it's going to take a combination of outside pressure and people who know how to play the inside game, and to like really change the politics around Israel, Palestine, and create those new incentive structures within Washington.
Well, we really admire you for the journey that you took, and also the courage that you showed to come forward. It was incredibly important, and for the work that you're doing. And Lily, Casey, Joy, Nida, thank you guys so much. I could talk to any one of you guys for like the whole night, but we have a million guests in the lineup. So thank you all so much. Love you
Thank
guys.
you.
Great to see you.
Thank you so
And
much.
Happy to be
Hassan, I
here.
think one of the strategies, in terms of, you have these mainstream politicians who realize now that they are wildly at odds with the base of the party, is now, I mean, I think this is part of what's happening with the whole decision to like demonize you, even after Cuomo tried this and it didn't work too well in the mayor's race, is they also don't want to have to talk to you, because they know they're going to have to answer questions that are going to make them look really bad. So I think that's part of what's going on here too. Like Alyssa Slotkin, I think, was one who was like, that's out of bounds, well, she doesn't want to have to answer the questions that you would put to her.
Yeah, I find it really funny because like I never invited them onto my show. They're just like saying that they refuse to talk to me
Preemptively.
ahead of time, and it's very funny because like there are some establishment liberals that have wanted to come on the show, and I've kept it private in the past, but one of them actually happened. My refusal happened in front of a New Yorker journalist, and I didn't realize that wasn't off the record. So that's, if you want to find a name, I'm not going to say it, but it's on a New Yorker magazine article. Now, what's interesting is, you nailed it. These guys don't want to have that conversation at all, and I think what they are trying to do, what they think is they're operating with an old guard mentality, where they think like, oh, it's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to appear alongside a politician. It's giving them credibility. It's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to get favorable media coverage from legacy publishers, like the New York Times. Oh, we went to the Vanity Fair's Oscar party. Like, we have to do something about this. And what they don't understand is that in the new media environment that we exist in, I get a lot more real, broad awareness out there when I appear on Theo Von's show. That's just the
Mm-hmm.
reality.
Mm-hmm.
The eyeballs and the attention are, maybe fortunately or maybe unfortunately, in the hands of people who are in new media, which don't have these similar attitudes, don't have this kind of like a gatekeeping perspective. And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated with smears. It's good for them. I do it because there are politicians that I want to hype up. I mean, Oliver's in here right now. He was one of the people that we both fundraised for and also had on and interviewed. So I
And
think a
for
lot of
people to
people
know,
understand it.
Oliver's running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida in a Democratic primary, and very
Yeah.
important race there.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, most people understand that, and that's precisely the reason why they are hearing, Third Way make a big fuss about this issue, and demanding that Democrats draw a line in the sand, and maybe even getting a little bit of help from some of the other advocacy groups and lobbying arms that we have heard from earlier. I'm of course referencing Israel. That politicians do these sorts of call out posts. It is really remarkable that they've chosen a 90-10 issue in the Democratic Party's base to like draw a line in the sand over, because most
Brilliant.
people understand that this is not about perceived anti-Semitism or anything like that. It's absolutely about genocide. It's absolutely about apartheid. And it's absolutely about denying aid to Israel, like conditioning aid to all countries, but certainly denying aid to Israel for its crimes. It's illegal in our laws for us to give a single dime to Israel, because they're very clearly using it to violate our laws and violate international human rights laws.
Yeah. I also want to welcome in Qasim Rashid. He is a human rights lawyer, author, former congressional district candidate out my way in Virginia, and very courageous person as well. And mentioned before Hartzell Gray, but just to give people the details there, he's a Democratic Socialist. He's a former NPR host. He's running for Congress in Missouri's 4th Congressional. Is that Kansas City, Hartzell?
Yep, KC, that's us.
Very nice.
It's a Super Bowl district. I don't know if you knew that.
Gotcha. Hartzell, what are you seeing in your race in terms of, how animated people are about the war right now?
Yeah, and if I can start real quick, just to kind of piggyback on the AIPAC conversation. So before we had even announced our race, so we were actually running in the 5th against a 20-year AIPAC incumbent, a Democrat. This is before the gerrymandering assaults, right? And so at the time, we hadn't gone public with our race at all. We had done some preliminary paperwork and things like that. But I'm on Insta. And it's a Sunday night, and I get a random DM, and the person says that, "Hey, congrats on your race," and she has it all laid out for me. And she says, "I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to reach out and have a conversation." Like, literally says lobby in the email. Like, it's crazy, right? So I sent that to my campaign manager, and like, no ifs, ands, or buts, like, mask all the way off. It literally said her name at AIPAC.com. And so what we did immediately was go hit up our friends at Track AIPAC. So shout out Casey one more time. But it is just another example of trying to buy off another black face to shill and stump for a genocide and an apartheid and an ethno-national state. And so this is the kind of game, and to them this is a game, but it is a real life. It is our lived experience for us, but to them it is just a pawn, a chess piece. And at the time, by the way, Cleaver is an AIPAC candidate, the 20-year, 80-plus-year-old incumbent. So they are still going to hedge their bets for the young black dude as opposed to shilling for Israel with the old black dude, right? And so that is just right off the bat. I want to just say how much like this is an assault on democracy in the guise of human rights for a marginalized group, and I just think that that is disgusting, to be honest with you. So what I'm seeing on the ground, I am seeing people who have worn the Trump hat 3 times, will vote for him another 3 times, which I think is probably their plan, I think, at this point. And what they know about Trump, to quote some of the evangelical words, it's like they know Trump is an imperfect vessel, right? But it is the MAGA Republican congressman they have, who I'm going up against, Mark Alford, who is supposed to, soothe Trump's worst angels. So I can't get them to say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what they are telling me when I knock those doors, they're saying, hey, Mark Alford sold us down the river to Israel. Because our folks understand that, private equity who are taking up our apartments in downtown Kansas City are also taking up the apartments in rural America, but also their farms, right? So why are we sending bombs to blow up babies in schools when we could be, I don't know, funding rural hospitals here, or just making sure we guarantee universal health care, housing, a guaranteed job? Like, our folks are feeling this. Missouri is the show me state, and these folks are showing their asses. And so what we are doing is we are coming after theirs. And that is a populist strain. Like, this is a red state that also voted to raise the minimum wage. This is a red state that voted to get rid of right to work. They gave paid time off. Now, the Republicans, they of course have fought us at every turn. We codified abortion. Now it's back on the ballot. Make that make sense. So again, like, this gerrymandering fight is happening now, but it's something that us working people, we have been under the thumb of the empire. We understand what this is. Our folks who are profiting off of our pain, right? Profiting off of genocide, profits. What we should be doing when it comes to domestic security, or whatever we want to call it, let's actually make sure that the global south is going to be around for a while. How about we make sure that we fund UNRWA? How about we make sure that we do peace through peace, because peace through strength doesn't make any sense.
Well, Hartzell, I mean, that's a great way for us to kind of turn our conversation to Kasim here. You're a human rights lawyer, obviously. There's like this kind of, I would say, ignorant understanding within some Democratic Party consultants that nobody votes on foreign policy, and then if it doesn't affect their pocketbook immediately, that it's not going to be a motivating issue at the polls. What has your experience been in relation to that kind of theory?
Well, the short answer is that it's a crappy theory that's been disproven repeatedly. But before I even dive into that aspect of it, that theory could have some merit, some legitimate merit, if the Democratic Party had been a party that championed working people, if it worked on getting corporate money out of politics, if it worked on raising the living wage when they had the trifecta, and not letting the Jim Crow filibuster prevent them from doing something as basic as that. If Biden and Harris had fought to extend the child tax credit, which once it expired because they capitulated to Manchin and Sinema, childhood poverty raised by 33% literally overnight. If they had canceled student debt, if they had passed universal health care. So they make this stupid argument, but then in the meantime, when you ask them about working families issues, they're abysmal. People forget that under Biden and Harris, forget the inflation part of it, that was tied to COVID, and the US did actually better than most of the developed world on the inflation side. But on just sheer wealth and income inequality, the United States continued to be the worst in wealth and income inequality in the developed world. 60% of Americans can't even make ends meet. So this argument that they vote with their paycheck, if the Democratic Party, if the establishment actually believed that, then pass some goddamn policies that reflect that. But beyond that, what we know from more than 30 surveys conducted during the 2024 election was that the number one issue, and IMEU did a poll right after the election as well, the number one issue was, why are we funding a genocide in Palestine right now? Why are we sending $38 billion to a regime that's being credibly accused of war crimes and genocide when my kid can't get enough to buy school lunch, or I can't afford basic daycare? And so I think this the disconnect of the domestic policy that isn't serving working people, and then not recognizing that people aren't stupid, and they see that Israel has universal health care, we don't. They have free college tuition, we don't. They have abortion access, we don't. You're not inspiring people to come out and vote for you. You're simply pointing out your own hypocrisy and not realizing it. The last thing I'll point out is that Biden ran on Build Back Better. That was his shtick, right? That you elect me, I will save the soul of America, I will restore order, I will restore a sense of decency. And then the second they ran into a tiny bit of opposition from within their own party, they just dropped it completely. And we saw Harris do the same thing as well. Ran a strong campaign at the start, and the second her brother-in-law said, hey, maybe lay off on the attacks on the corporate executives, we saw that whole thing shift again. And I think until the Democratic Party establishment recognizes that we need more than just slogans, it can't be just that meme of the difference between Republicans and Democrats is Republicans will bomb a brown country and Democrats will put a pride flag on a plane and bomb a brown country. Like, the difference cannot just be that. It has to be substantive. And until that happens, we're going to keep losing elections.
So Hassan, you raised money for Oliver. You did some. You guys streamed together. So Oliver, was that
we raised like
how did
60
that
grand.
go for you guys?
Materially changed the course of our campaign.
Oh,
And
that's
I
awesome.
think that was really just a flashpoint in what so many people across the country have been feeling. And honestly, why Hartzell and I came together to help organize this event, which with such an incredible lineup, I can hardly believe how many people are participating. But it makes an awful lot of sense because when Jared Moskowitz came out against the Ro Khan and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution, Jared Moskowitz went so far as to call it the Ayatollah Protection Act. That was just an insult. It was a slap in the face to his colleagues. And that was really the first moment. I've been running against Moskowitz since last year, and he's been awful on many different issues preceding this. But this was a flashpoint because he was giving Donald Trump a blank check to take us into war when my generation, Hartzell's generation, our communities have been completely divested from to spend trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. And so it occurred to me that, yes, I need to elevate this fight against Jared Moskowitz, but there are candidates waging this fight all across the country against AIPAC Democrats, against AIPAC Republicans, and so that we needed to organize. And that's my background is as an organizer, but going on Hassan's stream and I find it really irritating, but also a little bit humorous because not to compare Hassan at all to Joe Rogan, but I do remember a discourse around a certain Democratic candidate for president, an independent from Vermont, going on Joe Rogan in 2019, and people lost their freaking mind that Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan's show. And then fast forward 4 years, why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan's show? So I can see a scenario where people are scolding Democrats for going on Hassan's stream now, but this is a platform that is going to be decisive in 2028. The online space, Hassan's, speaking truth to power, like calling out the genocide, calling out the neo-colonial apartheid state of Israel. This is becoming a bipartisan issue. I mean, we ran a poll in our district earlier this month, and for those who aren't aware, I'm running in sunny South Florida, one of the hotbeds of AIPAC candidates. I'm running against Jared Moskowitz. We've got Debbie Wasserman Schultz right next door. There's this perception that South Florida is uniquely different or uniquely less caring about sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to bomb children overseas and to perpetuate a genocide. We ran a poll, and by a 2-to-1 margin, people want to condition, reduce, or completely eliminate military aid to Israel relative to those who want to continue funding this genocide as Donald Trump drags us into war, as Israel invades Lebanon and creates 1 million refugees. And my perspective is we just have to be open and honest. We need to have a family conversation about AIPAC's influence in our democracy. AIPAC endorsed 109 insurrectionist Republicans after the 2021 attack on the Capitol. In that very next midterm, AIPAC doesn't care about democracy. AIPAC cares about what AIPAC cares about, which is the corporate interests, the billionaire class, and perpetuating this U.S. colony in the Middle East that is only able to exist with our taxpayer support while we're getting affordable housing divested from. When we've got $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts, they're asking for $200 billion for this war with Iran. Where do you think that money came from? It's coming from the $1.1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. Meanwhile, we can't have public transportation or affordable housing. So I was more than glad to go on Hassan's stream. This is we need as Democrats, we need to go into these spaces. As a democratic socialist, there's a lot about our campaign that is challenging assumptions about South Florida. But what I can tell you is that at the No Kings protest in Fort Lauderdale today, I was standing on the beach speaking to a few thousand people. And when I said South Florida deserves our Zoran Mamdani too, we deserve democratic socialism in our community too, because the working class is all across the country. The working class exists in blue, districts, in purple districts like ours, and in red districts. And if we just speak to that, if we speak honestly and authentically about our experience as working people. I'm 33 years old. I never even ran for student council, but I'm doing this because our country needs to change. We need to change, and this Democratic Party needs to change. And so that's maybe putting a pin on it, but I would very much encourage any candidate that is curious about going into these spaces, do it, because this is a community, the online space, this is decisive in our elections now. This is where people intake information, they build community, they process information, they disseminate it. And if we're not engaging in these spaces, then Qasim's right. Democrats will continue to lose. We have to be honest, and we have to be bold and unafraid of the attacks of anti-Semitism when we know we're just standing up for human rights.
It's also just, I mean, it does remind me of Zoran's election, because right after Trump wins, all these Democratic strategists are like, we've got to win back the young men. How can we do that? And then here's this candidate who is, phenomenally popular with young men. And they're like, no, not like that. And I mean, same thing, Hassan, you speak to a lot of young men who really look up to you, who could easily be, if they got on the wrong algorithm and were swayed in a different direction, you could imagine them in, a right wing on Nick Fuentes or whatever audience. So quite to the contrary of you being some raging anti-Semite, I would be hard pressed to think of someone who has done more to combat anti-Semitism than you, because you're always extraordinarily careful to say, I'm not talking about all Jewish people the way that Zionists want to, like Netanyahu, want to conflate all Jewish people with the genocidal actions of this, apartheid state.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do my very best to such a degree that people sometimes even get annoyed. I mean, even Kyle was like saying you have to do so much throat clearing every single time you talk about Israel. Like, we get it. It's just, unfortunately, the media environment that we're in. And I will say a big part of this is actually Islamophobia too. The idea that like any Muslim, no matter how white they are, like me, is automatically anti-Semitic. The suspicion that they're always, of course, going to be anti-Semitic is totally ridiculous. And we saw this with Zoran. Not only just like my association being used or being weaponized against him in some way, even though it was a spectacular failure, obviously, but also tying Zoran back to like religious extremism, tying myself back to religious extremism. And we're now seeing that happen with Abdullah al-Sayed in his race in the Democratic primaries in Michigan. It's very cynical, but I think people are recognizing exactly what the issue is about. They just don't want to have a conversation around Israel, because you can't have a real conversation around Israel on moral terms. They've lost that argument. So they try to say anyone who speaks out against Israel is an anti-Semite. And in this circumstance, they're heavily leaning into the Islamophobic associations by claiming, Abdullah al-Sayed, he's a Muslim guy. What does that mean for you? How does that make you feel? And what's really remarkable about that race is that this is the exact same issue that took place in the 2024 election. This was the exact same problem, that they chose not to associate with the Palestinian cause. They did not recognize that this wasn't simply some sort of ethnic or sectarian tension, that there were people of good conscience that came from every different background that understandably saw the horrifying violence that was unfolding on our timelines and wanted the Democrats to put an end to it, because they still had this notion that the Democrats actually do represent humanitarian values in the way that they claim that they do. And they lost that election because they didn't want that tent to be so wide that anti-Zionists could be a part of it. They wanted to expand that tent, as they always do, to the Liz Cheneys of the world, to Bill Clinton, to bring Bill Clinton and Richie Torres to Michigan only a month out from the general election. What a spectacular failure that was. So it's remarkable to see Haley Stevens, who's already an AIPAC stooge, obviously, but then also Mallory McMorrow now trying to like move into that lane in this like very not so subtle way by drawing a line in the sand on a 90-10 issue.
I said this to you yesterday, Hassan,
Donations.
but I don't, donate if you guys can to combat some of this money that's flooding in. But I think that was McMorrow auditioning for the Zionist money that Haley Stevens had previously been getting. So like, she doesn't want to go after Abdul in an openly Islamophobic way. So like we can go after Hassan because we can scare the boomer donors that may or may not be Zionists, but like they're rich, so more than, again, wealthy donors and the Zionist project do overlap. But like they're also basically saying like, hey, this is an alternative to Abdul al-Sayed, the scary Muslim guy that we don't want to have in office. I'm attacking Hassan. Look, you can trust me. J Street or AIPAC.
And I'll add to that really
Yeah.
important point about, because we just had the Illinois primaries here and we saw the way they functioned. $22 million AIPAC spent in this primary, 22 million. The number of times they mentioned Israel, 0. The number of times they mentioned AIPAC, 0. They know that they are so toxic and disliked by everyone across the board that they actually set up 2 PACs, one called Elect Chicago Women, and then while slamming Kat Abu Ghazaleh as a progressive, Chicago Progressive Caucus, just a complete fabrication. And so when you see these dog whistles of attacking Hassan, it's actually, Hassan said it perfectly, it is pure Islamophobia. And Mehdi Hassan just put out this really important point on his social media that, people like Booker and Slotkin and Gallagher talking about how they would never go on Hassan's show, but they've been on Maher's show, who drops the N-word like it's no problem at all. He's, had the most grotesque, compared all Muslims to ISIS, says, I don't want that desert culture here. But they have no problem going on his show. So it is a grotesque double standard. It is Islamophobia. And it's important that we lean in at this point. Instead of shying away, lean in, because they're already on their back foot. They're not even able or have the confidence to mention AIPAC or mention Israel, because they know that people are associating the Israeli government with genocide, rightly so. For us to back off now, I think would be a disservice, and it would enable them to win elections that they shouldn't win otherwise.
And can I say real quick? I mean, in what world does a Democrat ever allow themselves to take any NRA money or any kind of gun lobbyist money, right? Like, why is there some kind of exemption when it comes to not just AIPAC, but again, like this is a broader conversation now, right? It is the entire Israel lobby, and again, like, especially with this $200 billion ask, especially in like rural America, even they're like, wait a minute, like, hold on a second, like, number one, this don't make sense. Also, does this have something to do with Epstein? I mean, our folks, the amount of insulting of intelligence, but like what I'm also learning is they don't want to be educated. But what we can do as folks of the left is to just kind of help point out the direction, right? Like, yes, no, this is absolutely part of the Epstein class, that axis of Epstein, right? But it's also a 40-year project of a bunch of neocons and warmongers. And so I'm not saying that I'm going to draw a line for you because I'm not going to insult your intelligence, but I'm saying, like, if you look that way, like you see all this checks, right? And I think that this moment, the window's open.
Absolutely. I think that we might be bumping up against the this segment. Krystal, are you there? I can't see you for some
Just
reason,
click on
but
try again
try
on your
again.
screen. If
I
you
just
have an
did it.
issue with seeing Chris, yeah, it'll fix it. That's what I did.
Okay. All right. Well, I think
I
with
can hear you,
I
that,
can see
Krystal.
you.
oh,
Yeah.
I cannot hear Krystal for some reason. I don't want to talk over her.
Okay.
So, Krystal, take the lead. I don't know. Hold on.
So that's a great question. I've been tracking Tucker Carlson's activities quite closely since 2016. I've often said he's one of the most dangerous propagandists because he has a very good way of making white nationalist talking points incredibly palatable. And even back in 2016, people used to associate the stuff that he was saying with like very prominent white supremacists and white nationalists, like the Great Replacement theory that he routinely brought in to mainstream conversations. And now that's actually become a mainstream fixture of the Republican Party. And as trend lines go, maybe it'll be the Democratic Party's main, talking point as well in the next 4 years or so, the way that they've been approaching things and following the Republican lead. Having said that, one of the things that I am very frustrated with Tucker Carlson is that he's a very skilled communicator. He's also fairly good at reading the room. even though he's a propagandist. He's very good at reading the room, and he has recognized, and I don't know if he's genuine about this or not, but it doesn't really matter. He's recognized that this issue, Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, is one where he can lead, right? My fears is that for the time being, it's great. Maybe he's able to bring some Republicans to a more humane position on this issue alone, but that's not being reflected in the poll results, right? Republicans seemingly are operating like a cult. They don't really care. Tucker Carlson says he's against the war in Iran. Well, 100% of MAGA says they're for it. And overall, I believe, what is it, like 85% of Republicans are approving of this bombing campaign that's destabilized the entire world. So my frustration and fear is that if Democrats don't lead on this issue and lean into their base on this issue, because that's, like I said, a 90-10 issue where 90% are in support of decoupling from Israel and only 10% want more support for Israel, that Tucker Carlson is either going to utilize the existing leadership role that he's had in 2028 to prop up a candidate, maybe J.D. Vance potentially, or even run himself. And if the Democrats don't spend the next couple of years also leaning into their base and advocating for this issue, advocating for freedom for Palestinians, sovereignty and dignity for them, advocating to end these wars that we are waging this time directly because of Israel with Iran, they're going to lose. It's that simple. They're going to lose because Tucker Carlson will have had tremendous credibility on this side. And what are the Democrats doing? They're actively trying to attack me and perhaps maybe you guys as well eventually, that because we're unapologetic with our anti-Zionism, we're unapologetically anti-genocide, and they're so scared of facing their base that they don't even want to recognize that someone like myself, I'm just a megaphone. I'm just a platform for the masses. That's the reason why I'm popular, because I have the same frustrations that many Americans do, and I'm just simply able to communicate it to this audience. You're not going to be able to recreate something like this. You're not going to be able to make like a pro DNC version of this, right? Not an independent media. Most people are going to recognize that this is like indecent, and they're going to want someone to reflect their values. We're seeing a version of that on the Republican side. Look at Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was very popular. Ben Shapiro is funded by the same people, the same institutional donors that have funded the Republican Party, the Wilkes brothers, for example. And now look at Ben Shapiro's popularity. Because he's so demonstrably Israel first, that his audience perished. They left. They looked for alternatives that actually don't put Israel first in their conversations. And now he has no relevancy whatsoever. But what are the Democrats doing? What is liberal media doing? What is Jake Tapper doing? These are people that will now try to elevate Ben Shapiro's platform. So they keep showing us over and over again that they would rather coalesce around people who are pro-Israel, even if they're reactionary in every other way, including on Israel, than to expand the tent to people that recognize that the moral center of the party, within the base of support, is on the side of the Palestinians.
Yep, it's absolutely right. Hassan, thank you so much for coming on, and all the other candidates here. You can, Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray, and Qasim Rashid, obviously all phenomenal anti-war voices. And I do want to say that we're about to hit 10K raise. So
let's go. Okay.
So if people want to contribute, progress.win/rally is the place to go. Progress.win/rally. You can help contribute there. Thanks to all the phenomenal candidates, and of course, the #1 terrorist supporter in the country, Hassan Piker. I condemn you once again. Everybody leave me off your terrorist watch list. So, see you later, buddy. All right.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you, Qasim. Thank you so much. And Oliver and Hartzell, we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys later in the stream, I believe. And by the way, shout out to both you guys, because you guys really were, the initial spark, the idea here. And Oliver reached out to me, and I was like, I think it's fantastic. I was hoping, because there's this kind of Dem Tea Party wave that's going on. And so I was hoping that a lot of the candidates who share similar ideology would kind of get together and and do something like this, coordinate on a messaging, just support one another and help each other out. As a former congressional candidate myself, I know that it's a very hard thing to do. It was, to me, I was young and really stupid and naive, and you guys are way better at this than I ever was, but I found it quite scary and quite difficult and quite stressful. So thank you guys for pulling this together.
Well, I want to say this. I mean, I think understand on the left, like we do have to come from a movement. Like one of the reasons why it is so difficult is, and I know you know this, Krystal, like you're on an island, especially when you have the moral clarity that we have. I mean, it is lonely, it is debilitating, but also it is, the cause is right, and so if we come with a movement, if we co-govern with our folks, it's not so isolating, right? And I think that in this time where so many worldviews are being questioned, not just the Israel question, but also this question now, the reevaluation of what is America first, right? And I think that, right, is really challenging for our folks, but it is again why we gather now, because it is our window, and the chasm between pop culture and popular action is like it's like the Grand Canyon, right? And so I hope that it is moments and opportunities and events like this where we bring those realities together so we can build power and we can witness.
Awesome. Well, we've got a bunch of candidates popping in for our next panel. Again, I want to shout out the progress.win/rally fundraising link. Of Jack Cocciarella, who's joined, of course, a very significant creator that I'm sure many of you guys know. In any case, I was wondering for the candidates, do you guys just want to do like a 1-minute quick introduction, where you're running, who like a little background, like very short, because want to be able to get through to everyone. Shoykat, you want to start?
Sure. Hey, I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty. I'm running in California's 11th district, where Nancy Pelosi was our congressperson. She's not running again. But in the past, I worked on Bernie's campaign. I started a group, Justice Democrats, to recruit people to run against not just Republicans, but also primary corporate Democrats. I ran AOC's first race, and I was her chief of staff and led the work on the Green New Deal. And yeah, I'm running because of stuff like this. I mean, there's a real wave happening. The stuff we saw in 2018, where there was this change moment, it is nothing like what I'm seeing right now. So I'm so excited to be here with all the candidates.
So you led the fight to occupy Pelosi's office, and now you want to take her actual seat. I'm just throwing that out there. But
yeah, I mean, I started years ago on this.
We can maybe go in order. Claire Valdez, running, just a few miles away from me. Tell us a little bit about you. Amazing stuff. We also have Melat Kiros, who is running in Denver. Melat, tell us a little bit about your campaign.
Yeah, we're running here in the 1st District. We are challenging Diana DeGette, who has been in office for 30 years, longer than I've been alive, taking millions of dollars from big pharma, big energy and oil, defense contractors. And the 1st District is one of the most progressive districts in the country. It's also the 5th least affordable city in the country, and it's the youngest district in the country. So we deserve to have a representative who actually reflects our values, where we already have things like term limits and universal pre-K and publicly financed elections. We need someone who's going to bring that over to the federal level. So.
And you should probably plug that you started your kind of political advocacy by losing your job over your advocacy for the Palestinian cause.
Yeah. I wrote an article defending the students that were protesting for Palestine in New York City, where I was practicing at the time. My firm asked me to take it down. I said no. I got fired the next day. And I moved back home because that's where I wanted to be anyways. And it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Would do it all over again.
Salaam Bhatti, tell us about your campaign in Virginia.
Hey, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. We're running in the 1st District. Krystal was our predecessor. Qasim, who was just on, is our predecessor as well. And now, based on that fertile ground they've tilled, we're going to finish the job. My name is Salaam Bhatti. I'm a public interest lawyer. I used to work at the Virginia Poverty Law Center, where I worked with and against the state assembly. Ultimately, for 25,000 families with a unification between Republicans and Democrats. We got every single Republican to vote to expand a welfare program. We expanded free school meals for tens of thousands of kids. The grandfather of SnapScreener.com, which has helped over 2.5 million families unlock over $100 million in SNAP and WIC benefits. And that's the energy we're going to take into Congress. We're fighting for the ABCs, Medicare for all, tax the billionaires, and campaign finance reform.
Claire, really quick, I think you were muted during your first introduction. So if you don't mind, we liked it so much, we want to hear it again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think so,
Brilliant.
everybody. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Hey, Claire Valdez, running in New York 7, that's Western Queens, and Northern Brooklyn in New York City. I'm a former union member, proud union member of UAW Local 2110. We need more unionists in the halls of power to fight against this fascist administration and build on the momentum of the Zoran Mamdani election last year to fight for universal childcare, taxing the rich, winning Medicare for all, and unions for all, putting workers back at the heart of our agenda.
Amazing. Daria Lisa?
Hi, thanks for hosting. This is an incredible panel of people. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. Daria Lisa, running in New York 13, uptown in the Bronx. And I'm challenging Adriano Espaillat, who has been in Congress for almost 10 years, but he's been in office for 30, be that the state assembly, the Senate, and now obviously Congress. But things have not gotten better here for New Yorkers. And I was actually recruited to run by the Justice Democrats because of my history as an immigration justice organizer and also as a Palestine organizer. I was actually organizing with a lot of those students who you were supporting, and at the Columbia encampments, but elsewhere. And yeah, I'm just really excited about the race that we're building because this is the second poorest congressional district in the country. And our current representative is bought by AIPAC, by the landlords that are pricing us out of the city, by the corporations that are making life harder on all of us. And as a working class person who organizes here, I have felt these things myself, had to worry about whether or not I can stay in the city I love because of these corporate landlords, right? And so running to invest in our babies, not bombs, making sure that we're actually addressing childhood poverty here instead of funding this genocidal war machine, making sure that we're fighting for housing for all and that we're abolishing ICE.
Chris Rabb, do you want to go ahead? I saw your interview with my friends over on Breaking Points, and very impressive. So very excited about your campaign.
Oh, thank you so much. I am Chris Rabb. I'm currently a state representative representing the bluest legislative district in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania here in Philly. I'm running to succeed someone who's been in public office for 50 years. It's the first time in 35 years that this district, this ballot will not have an incumbent on it. And so this is a real opportunity for a Democratic Socialist to represent the bluest dot in the entire nation. It is a majority Black district. It is an ethnically diverse district. It is an aggressively young district, maybe not like in Denver, but pretty young. And it's the left side of Philly. And I'm running as an unapologetic troublemaker for transformational change, for collective liberation. And I'm running against two opponents who are supported by AIPAC. And I've never taken corporate PAC money in the 10 years I've served in the largest state legislature in the country. And this is a people-powered grassroots campaign. I'm really looking forward to a collective victory on May 19th.
Katie Bansel of New Jersey's own, not too far from where I grew up. Tell us a bit about your race and why you want to take on Frank Pallone.
Yeah, absolutely. Why shouldn't I take on Frank Pallone is a better question. But I'm Katie Bansel, proud to run for New Jersey's 6th Congressional District. It is where I grew up. And I moved here from the Philippines when I was 15, and I was proudly admitted to Rutgers the same year. And I saw the very effects of the illegal U.S. intervention firsthand when I first moved here, and I watched my parents struggle to pay for housing and healthcare, all while navigating this country's very broken immigration system. So politics was never really part of my plan. Then ICE started attacking my community, and I just had to step up. And in the middle of a nationwide affordability crisis, elected officials like Frank Pallone sided with AIPAC and their billionaire donors instead of their constituents. So when they say we have no money for healthcare, for childcare, or a living wage, right before they start sending tens of billions of our tax dollars on unjust and unprovoked foreign wars, I can't stay silent. So yeah, I'm very happy to run this race and looking forward to spend the next hour with wonderful progressive people. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. Rose Penelope Yee, tell us about your race in California's 2nd District.
Hey, Emma. So I am so happy, Kate, to find out another Filipino American on this race. So I'm also from the Philippines, and I am in California in the newly redrawn District 2, which is a huge, huge geographic area, which includes like the Marin County, which is like a wealthy suburb of the Bay Area, and then all the way to where I am, which is Shasta County, which Jacat, you might know, is very much MAGA Republican. And with Prop 50, I thought that we would have now a Democratic representative in Congress, only to find out that he is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. I was dismayed to hear that, to learn rather, that he voted for the Israel Supplemental Appropriations Bill, which, as you all know, gave $26 billion in military funding to Israel. Not only that, it also prohibited any appropriations of that money towards UNRWA. So not only is it greenlighting the military, the genocide in Gaza, but it was also, in effect, greenlighting the use of famine as a weapon of war. I grew up in the Philippines under the martial law dictatorship, so I'm much older than Katie, and and it is to me just like almost like having PTSD going through what we're going right now with the war in Iran. And I am so happy and so excited to be with this group of change makers and really progressive leaders, because we are needed right now. I know what it's like to live in a fascist dictatorship, and we need to stand up. It is only people power that will change our country. And so we're the ones that we need to take it back with the support of everyone who's here, who's listening. So thank you, Emma.
Absolutely. Let's turn to Effie Phillips-Staley, running in New York 17 on human rights, healthcare, childcare, and housing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here with everyone. Really grateful for this. I'm Effie Phillips-Staley, running in New York 17. It's just north of New York City. It's if you know it, it's Westchester County and sort of surrounding. And it's currently held by a Republican, Mike Lawler. So this race is actually a battle on two fronts. One is in this Democratic primary, where we have establishment Democrats running on the same old thing that lost the last two times. And then it's the battle against Mike Lawler. And it's an interesting district in the sense that somehow this guy won twice in a district that's usually blue. And I think it says a lot about the frustration with the Democratic Party when we have very centrist candidates who pay more attention to the donor class than they actually pay to the people. And so I decided to run in large part to sort of counter that. I'm a local elected official. I know how the Democratic Party fails to respond to its base. It's led to arguments between me and them in terms of how we run races. And so I believe to win, like, we don't have to go to the right. I think that is a critical mistake. I think right now we have to be true to the needs of people and really listen. And so that's about, of course, it's about housing. It's about affordable, in my proposal, universal childcare. It's about Medicare for all. It's about immigration rights, because we all know what is happening right now with ICE is appalling, and the other candidates won't say abolish ICE, and it's of course what we must do. And then it's also about justice at home. This is a key point, but justice abroad. We cannot have our tax dollars go to fund apartheid states or genocide. We simply cannot. And it's not just me saying that. When I am out in the community, people demand it. people want it and they see that as a litmus test for honesty. And it's not something that the political establishment has caught up with yet. And again, I fear that because of that, we're going to continue losing. So that's the race in New York 17. I'm glad to be in it, and I'm thankful to be in this with all of you.
And this might be our last candidate intro for now, but Jerome Whalen, you're running for Congress in Massachusetts' 1st District. Tell us about your race.
So I can't actually hear you, Emma. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
Well,
but,
it's you.
I think I'm looking in the chat, and I think I was introduced. But thank you. I'll solve that thing. But my name is Jeremy Whalen, running for United States Congress in the Massachusetts' 1st congressional district. And for the last 11 years, I was a high school teacher, and I'm coming from outside of politics. And so, how does a no-name teacher with no networking of politics take on a 37-year incumbent and percentage-wise the #1 recipient of corporate money in all of Congress? Well, you get your ass out there with a whole bunch of people and you knock doors. And from the get-go, we built this on relationships. And I thank PV Mass, and showing up and standing up for what we really need in Massachusetts and beyond. And what is that? It's Medicare for all. I can say that. My opponent is taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from the healthcare lobbyists and pharmaceutical industries. It is looking at education comprehensively, from universal pre-K to paying teachers and paraprofessionals more, tuition-free community college and vocational trainings. And in Massachusetts, we have the Fair Share Amendment, which is a 4% surtax on incomes over $1 million. And so we have this example that we can extrapolate to the national level, and we could get the job done by actually taxing billionaires and breaking up the oligarchy. And so we have the messaging, we have the branding. We're a scrappy young bunch that is intergenerational, taking a lot of people from an older generation that has been here from the civil rights movement to now, and coupling them up with PV and the likes. And we're making waves over here, and we're going to continue to do that. And again, can't thank PV enough. They've been showing up en masse, and we are just doing a great thing together. So appreciate to be here.
Yes, progress.win/rally if you want to contribute. Our last candidate will be William Lawrence, who I think we have here, and then we will throw to our two.
Yes, hi. I'm happy to be appearing as Walter Benjamin's Angel of History here. I'm running in Michigan's 7th District. I'm a founder of the Sunrise Movement and the Michigan Rent is Too Damn High Coalition. I worked with Shoykot on the Green New Deal. And I'm running in a swing district to unseat first-term Republican Representative Tom Barrett. You haven't heard of him because he hasn't done anything in office. He hasn't held a single public town hall or unscripted event. He's very vulnerable. This is a true swing district, and it's one of the seats that's going to flip the House this November. I'm running against two other Democrats in this primary, neither of whom have ever lived in this district before and are moving in for the sake of running. And both of them have ties to the national security establishment that has been fighting these forever wars for just about my whole lifetime. And this was formerly Alyssa Slotkin's district. And so there's an idea from the Democrats in DC that this is a district that likes to elect hawks. But what I'm hearing on the ground is that people are sick of these wars. And so we're saying yes to housing and healthcare, no to bombs and billionaires. And we're building an amazing campaign here. I'm an organizer at heart. I didn't set out to run for office, but I'm tired of the worst people in the world having the most power. And so I'm running to get a little bit more of it so that I can be a better friend to my friends and a better enemy to my enemies, who are very few, but they have names and addresses and billions of dollars. And I want to take some of that away from them.
It's okay. We're all working on our Italian over here. You've probably seen me yell on YouTube or talk shit about Erica Kirk on Twitter, talk about progressive politics, and just excited to be with a lot of candidates that I've had on the show. Those who I haven't, very excited to have you on the show. And my goat, Mr. Beat, who I've been watching since middle school. So what's up, man?
Wow, nice to meet you. An honor. Thank you, Emma. Yes, Jack, you want to get started?
Yeah,
Or-
absolutely. I think this is kind of just an open question to everyone. So I guess whoever has the best story from today, if anyone has been out in their district during No Kings, what have you been seeing on the ground? I know there are people who have kind of qualms with the, if Kamala was president, we'd be at brunch nature of some of the protests that we've seen in the Trump era. But what have you seen from folks on the ground who are energized in your districts that has gotten you excited today with so many folks out and about?
Yeah, one of my volunteers is our neighbor from across the street, and he's been a supporter from day one. But he was tabling at one of the No Kings rallies with me, and he's like, "Salaam, I had no idea you were so active. So many people came by to say that wanted to sign your petition because I heard you speak at this event, or I saw you on Reddit, or I saw you do this or do that." So when he shared that with me, I honestly got emotional because these are emotional times, and I miss my wife and kids who are away for spring break. But this is like, people are inspired. People are fed up with what we have right now. They're ready for this progressive victory. And just stay out there, y'all. Just keep getting out there. Be annoyingly present every single day in every way you can, and you'll move mountains.
So I thought the direction you're going was. So I thought the direction you're going was someone's out there just petitions collecting for you, and they didn't realize there's no kings. They thought everyone showed up just for you.
Salaam is king.
Awesome. Like Salaam, I didn't realize this campaign blew up. But
I thought that's what today was, right?
Yeah. This is just a campaign rally for all of us. But I mean, it's been amazing. I'm in San Francisco, and it's pretty amazing because it's the third one, and every single one just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like the thing that's exciting to me is this is creating the infrastructure for to turn this into a real political movement that gains political power. That's what I really hope this heads into, and also. I know it should be like the infrastructure for when we do a general strike or when we really use this power to like hold this administration back. It could be that, but yeah, it's been exciting to see on the ground. Sorry, Jeremy. Yeah, I cut you off.
Shoika, right there. If you can hold a sign out at a protest, you can mobilize and knock doors and hold palm cards. And we need to translate all of that energy into translation into the ballot box come September. Or for me, September 2026 midterms. But today, we went to 9 of these fucking things today. And we were at 25. We had 25 going throughout the district. We had people at each one of them collecting signatures, handing out palm cards, doing all of that. And that is the power of what we're seeing. Because the story that sticks out is guy comes up to me and he goes, "Thank you. I was speaking at one." He goes, "That really moved me." He goes, "This is the first one I've ever been to." And at the first one, I saw people out there and I drove by. And at the second one, I was like, that's interesting. And I thought about it, but I didn't. And on the third one, what we see what's going on in the world, he goes, "I couldn't stay home anymore." And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing average people who never thought they were politically, they were going to be political in any situation, coming up and getting together. And that's how we win this.
I want to give some credit to, the people with those signs, because I saw those signs, the brunch signs. I'd be at brunch right now.
No shade to the brunch people. It's an important funnel. You're right. Yes.
It's an important funnel, but I will say I watched someone literally walking with that sign past a group of people that were actually having brunch on Saturday this morning. And so there are people that are coming in and this is their introduction. And I think the most important thing that I've seen from our experience with No Kings is that we're having conversations with folks to make sure that they understand that this is not just about Trump, right? Like Trump is not the cause. He's a symptom of this greater problem. And we have to be having a conversation about the billionaires and the corporations and the influence that they have in our governments and giving them permission to actually kind of join some of these other movements that we have here on the left to realize that there are so many other things that we need to be focused on to get to the structural mess of this right now, so that we can get some real progress done.
Yeah, I just want to jump in because you never really forget your first rally. And then it ramps up from there, right? And we were at Highland Park today. We also have a bunch, and while we were out there, we got this really hard question, like, why challenge Frank Pallone? Like, why are you going after an experienced Democrat when you should be focusing on Trump? And like, I like what Mailat said, because this is not just about Trump. But when I asked them, what does that experience really look like? What has he done for you? Can you tell me a couple of things that you can think on top of your head that he has done. We explained the influence of AIPAC and how it has led to our financial and military support of genocide and war. And when we told them that Frank Pallone was just named to the House AI committee, but he's never heard of Palantir, then they start thinking like, oh, okay, let's think about this guy a little more. Then they were willing to listen. And we continued the conversation from Gaza to universal healthcare and childcare. And progressive viewpoints are going very mainstream. And now they're more pumped to go to more rallies because they start realizing that this is very, very prominent. This is a thing. And this is not just a one day I show up, but it's an every day I show up for my community.
Yeah,
I
I
just
think
wanna
for me,
follow up.
here in New York, sorry, did I cut someone?
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Here, here in New York, something that has been really exciting to see is that people have gotten a taste of winning in a way that has been really exciting. Last year, folks were like, oh, like, he's never gonna win. And I was like knocking on doors in early February being like, hey, have you heard of this guy? And folks were like, I love the ideas, but it's Cuomo. So, but by the end of it, we had so many people showing up to our canvases that we had this problem where we were worried we didn't have enough literature, we didn't have enough turf cut. We were like, where are we going to send them? How many, we're not prepared because there were so many people who were signing up last minute. And, thankfully it always worked out. We always ended up having, and we were over prepared, but the point being that as people showed out, right, more and more, they were telling us that they wanted to be organized into something bigger, and that they wanted to keep coming back to something, right? That wasn't just this one race. And so part of why, I think these races that all of us are running are so important is because people are trying to find a way to plug into their politics that goes beyond one election, goes beyond one seat, goes beyond one moment, right? And so we are all hungry for transformational change on a deep structural level. And I think the sizes of these No Kings rallies are indicative of that. The fact that my first canvas that I led last year for Zoran was 5 people. And then by the end of it, I was overwhelmed with how many people were coming to these canvases, is indicative of just how much people really want to be mobilized. They want to be organized and plugged into political homes. And these spaces are the spaces where people can be absorbed into those political homes, find the issue that they're excited about, and do deep transformative work around them. So yeah, that's for me why this is all really exciting.
Yeah, and actually following up on that, I think a key one here in my district in New York 17, there was always this perception that it would be impossible to win if we spoke about Palestine. We were advised when we first started in this race that to not discuss it at all. This is what the Democratic Party was telling us, but that is not what the people were saying. And so when we were out at the No Kings rallies today, which were huge and which were very much a kickoff for these congressional campaigns in their design, the people who put them together did it basically to start organizing people to begin attacking Mike Lawler. But as I was walking through the crowds, people were coming up to me and saying, you're the candidate who talks about Palestine. They're like, thank you. None of the others do it. And and to me, what I've been hearing throughout the whole race is that until we began talking about the obvious thing, that people felt that there was no place for them. How could politicians really go out and campaign and not talk about the most consequential foreign policy issue of our time with a genocide, with apartheid? And so it was great to go out into No Kings and to have people come up and say, you're talking about it, keep doing it, keep talking, because we have to kick this door open in our district among the Democrats themselves. So it was really exciting to see people coming out and and also the petitions got tons of signatures. So that was fantastic too.
So Effie, further to what you just said, actually we need to look at what the liberals, especially the white liberals, are are talking, and how they're not connecting the fact that what's happening in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, and the over funding of the military industrial complex and the Pentagon is actually taking money away from the progressive causes that we so dearly fight for, like Medicare for all, for example. And so when I first, Jack, when I first mentioned to my liberal friends that I was considering challenging Huffman because of his vote for the Israel Supplemental Appropriations Bill and the fact that he hasn't condemned genocide, they were like puzzled why I would do that, because we supposedly had a Democratic representative who was a good guy, who was an environmentalist. And so then how can you be I ask, how can he be an environmentalist if he is for the destruction of Gaza? I mean, think about the environmental degradation that's happening there. And gradually, though, what I am seeing is that people are now connecting it. And thanks to the work of Track AIPAC, that they're able to put up how much these politicians and these incumbents are actually getting from the pro-Israel lobby and the corporate PACs. It really is helping progressives like us show the voters out there that we do not accept money, and these are the people who accept money. So I think we're starting to see the consciousness of people relating what's happening in terms of foreign policy and how we spend our money and why we lack so much of what we need here in the United States.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
we got to give it. We got to plug the link progress.win/rally if you want to donate. So please check out that link. It's been brought up in the chat. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, Mr. Beat, you got to go Jedi on them. Don't say if. You will donate.
You will. And while I have the floor, and sorry I was late, class, because I was late to this thing because I got the time zone wrong. But I did research every single one of you 11 folks running for Congress. And I just got to say, it's just so freaking inspiring because I was just like, wow. Like, I just find myself nodding my head like, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm not used to that. I'm a 44-year-old man, and my whole life, I'm kind of used to like seeing a politician's platform and being like, okay, what are you actually for? Like, and so, yes, thank you for like being bold and just like being for things. But yeah, like obviously my big issue that I'm passionate about is maybe not obviously, probably my shirt says Y435. I've only recently become an activist, and because I make history videos, political history videos, and becoming an activist in the past really couple years, that's how I connected with Progressive Victory. Is it's been new to me, but I think I have much more appreciation for it now. I'm trying to raise awareness about uncapping the House, which is a very obscure, wonky issue that no one even knows about. And so, but I want to bring that to the table, like see what some of you think about it. However, I got to give a shout out to Salaam, who I've already endorsed because he has added it to his platform. So Salaam, thank you for taking it on. But yeah, this idea of all of you mentioned reforms that are great, but we can't really do any of that until we have proper representation. I think representation is the root cause of all of our problems. Everything that is happening right now with the federal government is unpopular. So you'd think that, oh, hey, we're a representative democracy. Maybe unpopular stuff would actually not happen. So unless we change representation, everything else is a pipe dream to me. And that's why I focused on this issue of uncapping the House. So start with Salaam. Salaam, why did you decide to why was it easy for me to convince you to and actually add uncapping the House to your platform?
It's very similar to one of our 3 policy priorities of campaign finance reform, One of the ways that we can kind of dilute how politicians are bought out is by uncapping the House and increasing the amount of representatives. It's a win-win situation because with the current administration, with the current SCOTUS that we have, it's going to be hard to repeal Citizens United, which we want to do, but we just understand it's going to take a little bit of time. So uncapping the House is one way around campaign finance reform. And also the win-win for people is that my district has 820,000 people. It covers suburbia, new suburbia, rural, farmland, and the Chesapeake Bay. So when somebody asks me, what's your priority for the district? I'm like, which part? Every single thing has a different focus point. But of course, federally, Medicare for all is the one big thing that will improve everybody. It really goes down to the thing that this is not fair to the constituents. So we really need to get that number down so that we can have a better, teacher to student ratio, which means that we can all have a better Congress that's representing the people. I think it's about fairness.
What about the teacher here, Jeremy? I want to hear
Yeah.
from you. I've endorsed
So-
a couple other teachers, by the way.
So it's funny that you said that you did your research, Mr. B, because I actually had that video sent to me by one of my former students, and he was like, "Oh, you got to get endorsed by this guy."
Let's
And I was like,
go.
"Who is this beautiful Tony Hawk-looking man telling me that 435 is not the magic number?" So then I actually had to go in and do my research, and I think it was 1929 when we hit 435, and then we just left it. Almost 100 years ago, we're talking about. And in my district, just like Salaam was saying, 750 plus thousand people. And I make it an absolute priority to give my phone number and email and contact everybody I possibly can. But the fact of the matter is, back then, I think it was at 250,000. And thinking about having relationships with all those people and doing the job, I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of work already. So we need to start thinking about it that. And on top of that, you hit the nail on the head when you said it dilutes the system of political finance and it lessens the blow in a post-Citizens United world. And it creates a more vibrant democracy at the same time. So yeah, I'll be sending you that over, Mr. B. Don't you worry.
Awesome.
No, I absolutely love that. In my dream world, campaign finance is public finance. So this is a really good point because when we were knocking on doors, we've knocked on thousands of doors by now, and you walk just one town, and it's like, oh my God, we've been knocking on thousands of doors and we're still in the same side of town. And it's especially in my district where they gerrymandered the heck out of it, where no matter what you do, it's so hard to reach certain areas and certain communities and talk about representation where if I were elected in November, if I win in June and November, I would be the first Filipino American immigrant to ever represent New Jersey in Congress. And that alone is crazy to me because there's a lot of immigrant women that are so politically active and so outspoken out there, yet they don't get that much representation, right? It's the same thing with how the weird shape of my district, where no matter if you go all the way up or all the way down, it's hard to reach that. It's hard to understand every single community unless we expand that. We uncap. I like that term. We uncap the house where you expand the reach. It's not even just a reach. You expand the understanding of every single part of your district and stop the gerrymandering. No matter what you do, it's not going to help anyone. But yeah, I'm all for it. It's
Well, one
expanded-
byproduct of uncapping the House is if you have smaller districts, it's harder to gerrymander. So, and to end gerrymandering, you have to have a constitutional amendment. There's just no ifs, ands, or but about it. The Supreme Court has decided on this multiple times. All right, I'm filibustering here. Go ahead, Jack. Anything? What else? We're already almost out of time. I'm so sorry.
It is all good. Everyone got a little chance to jump in, but we are all coming together, and it's obviously so incredible to have this event be organized with so many amazing candidates. But I want to make sure, as we are going to close with a little plug for donation, that everyone. We have just like 3 minutes left before we got to hop into another panel. But if everyone, and Claire, I'm going to start with you, could share the best way to get involved with your campaign, because that is what this is about. If we could keep it to like, now I'm wasting time, but like 20 seconds so everyone could jump in, that would be amazing. Claire, if you could start.
Go to clairevaldezforcongress.com to find a canvas near you. We're wrapping up petitioning. We're going to start hitting doors. We've already knocked 15,000. You can join the 1,000 volunteers who are already signed up to get us over the finish line in June.
All right, everybody just hop in.
I'll go
gonna be
ahead. My name
disorganized.
heroesforco.com at mail@heroesco. We actually just went through our ballot access process here in Colorado, and for the first time in 30 years, we beat the Congresswoman, and we're going to be at the top of the ticket. So sign up to volunteer. We're launching our field program on April 4th, and we're really excited about it. DSA, Sunrise, everybody's hopping in on this. So let's go into it.
So
Salaam for VA.
Congress.
Oh, damn. No, hell no. You, ladies first.
Sorry, effieforcongress.com. Really the same as everyone. Like, we need volunteers to knock on doors. And I actually have to say very quickly that I was just interviewed by Hassan Piker, and the local Democratic committee is trashing me right now, just trashing me. So I would say to everyone, get involved. Please show them how wrong they are. You can sign up on the website. You can find me on social media, and then keep donating to this, right? Because these contributions help all of us, and we all need money when we're fighting against the establishment.
Show a little extra love. Salaam, hop in.
Yo, apparently my last name is now Bhatti, and it's Bhatti. So great.
It's true.
We'll run with it. Thank you, Jeremy. So how can you find me? I'm going to post a link in the chat over on Discord, link tr.ee/Salaam Bhatti VA, or you can just go to salamforva.com. We've got about 20 different ways to volunteer with the campaign. The form is on our website, so you can do it in district, in state, out of anywhere around the world. We have so many ways for you to help and be a part of this movement. But donating to this fundraiser is phenomenal, because here's the thing. We all have to spend 5 to 7 hours calling donors a day. And this is like 100 voicemails that nobody ever calls back. And so that's 5 to 7 hours away from knocking on doors and actually meeting the voters. So fundraisers like this help us reduce our call time and actually increase our voter time. And that's how we're going to win. So thank you so much for all the donors. Thank you to the organizers for creating this.
Katie, let me toss it to you next.
Oh, me? Oh, go to katiebansil.com. Very easy to find a canvas near you. We also just got on the ballot this week with 62% more signatures than we needed and required. So we need you to beat Talon. It's not an easy task, but we can do it. We can overwork it. And the only way to beat someone with a $3 million war chest is you overwork him. We're going to knock on as many doors, and we can knock doors with you. Come join us. We're a fun group. We also could be baddies. But come join us, katiebansil.com. Thank you so much.
Make it happen. Shoykat.
Yeah, go to shoykat.us. I'll put it in the chat. We've knocked about 250,000 doors into the district so far. We've got over 3,000 people who've signed up to volunteer. It is a massive operation, but even if you don't live in the Bay Area, you can sign up for a phone bank. We're doing out-of-state phone banks every week as well. What we know is when we talk to voters, tell them about the campaign, tell them about our ideas, they go our way. So it's all direct voter contact.
Incredible stuff. Jeremy, want to hop in?
All right, I just got my jacket on because I have a whole bunch of patches that mean a lot to me. Right there, PV, right there, because y'all show up. So how do you do that? I just put a thing in the chat, whalenforcongressma.com/volunteer. Fill out that form. Our field director, Lizzie, will get there. We got lawn signs in, y'all. That's right there. We're collecting signatures. When we go out and canvass, we go and we have food and we have drinks and we celebrate after. We're building community because that's how you build a movement. So whalenforcongressma.com/volunteer, and much love, PV. You show up all the time. Special love to PV Mass. Let's rock.
Incredible. Rose?
Hi everyone. So roseforcongress.com, California's 2nd district that's been redrawn. I'm the only Democrat that's challenging the AIPAC funded incumbent. And there are 4 Republicans that are also in the race and 2 independents. But California has a jungle primary, and this is a Democratic district now. And so the chances are that I will be the one moving to the general, and that is what my opponent, the AIPAC funded incumbent, is afraid of. So please join roseforcongress.com. And Krystal, I don't know if you remember, but my husband Timothy and I were like founding donors to Breaking Points.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Thank you, Rose.
Yes.
We'll definitely go to what was it?
Picture.
Rose for Congress, guys. Go
Yes.
support her, and everybody else too.
All right, we got 2 more folks. Need to make a quick plug.
Yeah, hey, this is Will Lawrence running in Michigan 7th District. The website is wewill2026.com because Will is my name. We the people come first and we will win. We're building a movement on the ground here in Michigan. You can volunteer in person or online. We got members of the PV community who are amazing volunteers and are here in the office right now. So we'd love to have folks involved and a part of it. Wewill2026.com. Shout out to PV. This is an awesome event.
Is there anyone I'm missing? I don't want to be a bad host here. This reflects poorly on my podcasting.
Oh, and Chris.
We need Chris.
You want to go first?
Perfect.
Hey folks, Chris Rabb here, chrisrabb.com. My primary is on May 19th, Malcolm X's birthday. So that's a good omen for me. And you can sign up to volunteer, to give. So excited to be part of the PV community. Justice Democrats endorsed, Working Families Party, Sunrise, all the baddie lefties out there. And I really appreciate you all amplifying all of our races. This is so important. We're going to have a collective win.
Best for last.
And yeah, thanks again for having us all on. This is incredible. And as folks were saying, this is so important because it really is what gets us out to the doors. I'm grateful that our team's already knocked on 14,000 doors and we're excited to knock on so many more. So, go to DariaLisaForCongress.com/events to sign up to knock on some doors yourself. You can also visit us on our socials at DariaLisaForNY on Instagram, Twitter, or I guess X now, or anywhere else. That's our handle. And yeah, thank you all so much. I'm really grateful.
Thank you. And before we hand it off to the next panel, I got to plug one more time, www.progress.win/rally. The last time I checked, I think it was like a scooch above 18,000 raised, goal of 20,000 right now. I'm going to be donating 1,000. So somebody match because we have less than 1,000 left. With that said, we got to hit that goal and go donate, go get involved, go help collect petitions, go do it all. We got to organize together. And I'm so glad that we were all able to make this happen.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you also,
Thank you
Jack
all.
and Mr. Beat. Mr. Beat, my son loves your
Thank you, Mr.
videos,
Beat.
and I love watching them
that's
with
amazing.
him. So yeah.
I watch Breaking Points, so.
Oh, awesome. There you go. I love making these connections. So thank you guys so much. I just had a friend who texted me who's not like super political, and she's like, oh my God, these people are all amazing. So everybody made an incredible impression. And this is one of the things that I was, when Oliver pitched me on, being involved with this event, this was the thing that I was so excited about because I see all of these incredible candidates. I'm trying to keep up as best I can, but there are so many amazing people running across the country. It's just a wonderful problem to have. And so it's very exciting to see some of you guys and get to meet you and know your campaign and what you're up to a little bit better.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Of course. Good luck to everybody. Progress.win/rally. I also want to give a special shout out to Katie Bansel, guys, because for various reasons, she didn't end up part of the group link. So make sure that you go give her some love also at her fundraising site. And I think next we're going to get set up for a panel with a lot of incredible organizers to talk about that aspect of things. So, if you're short on funds, we totally get it. There are a lot of other ways to be active and involved. Our next panel is going to give us some sense of, ways that you can do that. Working Families Party, DSA, of course, through Progressive Victory as well. I'm hearing some echo from somebody here. There we go. I think we got it taken care of. So let me go ahead and start introducing our next panel. I see we have Ashik Sadiq in. He is with DSA. Let me see. Who else have we got here? We've got Hanya Jodat. She is with Progressive Victory. She's Global Director of Progressive Democrats of America, Middle East Alliances, Partnerships Director with Roots Action, and founding member of the Women's March in LA. Let's see who else we have. Megan Romer. Megan is a national DSA co-chair involved in organizational strategy and chapter coordination across socialist organizing networks. We have India Walton. India, great to see you always. Community organizer, former Buffalo mayoral nominee, known for democratic socialist policies, including housing, public safety reform, and economic equity. We have Benjamin Gilbert Leaf. I asked him if it was Gilbert because I was trying to break out a little bit of my high school French, but sadly it's not. Anyway, Benjamin has been such an incredible part of the organizing team here. He is Deputy Executive Director of Progressive Victory. He's a community manager, political strategist, and organizer. He's also a prominent member of Vosh and TYT communities. We've got Alexandra Rojas in the house as well. She's Executive Director of Justice Democrats. Has you guys probably see her all over the place doing political commentary and repping her values. And who else? We've got Mike from PA, who's going to handle this, moderating this conversation. He's a progressive live streamer, commentator known as Mike from PA, covers U.S. politics, policy analysis, and progressive electoral strategy. You can find him on Central_Committee. And we also have Howard Chu joining, who was a founding member of the Working Families Party. Did I get everybody here? Did I miss anyone? I don't think so.
I think that's everyone.
I think we got it all. All right. I'm going to step back and hand it over to you, Mike, to lead this conversation. Can't wait to listen.
All right. Well, welcome to everybody. I'm so pleased to be here with so many great organizers. If you're a longtime viewer of my stream, you've seen some of these faces before, and there's some new faces. So thank you guys so much for coming on. I think... I think I would love to start with, do we have a Sheik on here? All right, because this is... Oh,
I think a Sheik is broken.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, we're going to...
Quite literally, oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow. Yes. Well, geez. I would say that... Okay, Sheik, do we have you? Okay, Megan. I'll throw it to Megan. Basically, one of the things that I've really been excited about this cycle is the fact that so many people are feeling ambitious about, what we can accomplish in politics. And I think the thing that has been missing for the left is like actionable campaigns that we actually are working on where we are challenging for power. And, the big elephant in the room right now is, Hassan Piker is currently being attacked by the mainstream Democratic Party, especially those that are associated with Israel. And there is an attempt to kind of tamp down on this kind of progressive grassroots energy because it's starting to bear fruit in actual political races, the formation of groups like DSA and the increase of our importance in the political space, and places like my live stream or Hassan's live stream or other live streams. We are creating our own, media apparatus, our own way of going around the traditional media gatekeepers. There's an old organizer saying that, the Republican Party fears their base and the Democratic Party hates their base. And you can kind of see that and feel it right now, which is they've lost the ability to control the conversation. Access politics as far as media is no longer dictating what people watch. And the Democratic Party is no longer able to kind of control and manufacture consent because they've lost the legitimacy and the trust of the American people. So that's why I'm so excited to have so many of you guys, gals, non-binary pals with us, because we are organized. This is the creation of the 21st century left-wing organizing space. And it has to be, we have to work in complete solidarity between our online or our media spaces, our political campaigns, our fundraising, and then our in-community action. So that's what we are here to explain. And I think I'm going to start by throwing it over to Megan, who is one of the amazing DSA chairs. And Megan, could you explain why everyone should join DSA right now?
Yeah, I mean, the big frustration, I think, and an extremely reasonable frustration that people have with the Democratic Party is you can't really set the tone of how things are run. You can't set policy. There's no democracy in the Democratic Party. What the decisions that are made by a handful of large donors and patronage networks. And for a regular person, that's extremely discouraging, right? Like, these are supposed to be our fighters and I can't even participate. I can't even move anything. So what DSA does is real democracy on the ground. The way we make our decisions, the way we organize, we do it democratically. What campaigns we decide to fight, where we decide to show up to organize, those decisions are made collectively and with a bunch of people. And we are explicitly socialist. We're not shy about it. We're not the Democrats who are like, no, we're not.
Right.
Stop calling us that. Like, yeah, no, you can call us that. It's fine. We're socialists. It's cool. Really kind of fighting against. We're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We're not fighting to soften the edges. We're fighting to have worker control of every aspect of our lives, of our housing, of our workplace, of our communities. So yeah, get involved because you can. You literally can, right. Which is such a different thing to just sort of, to get involved in the Democratic Party means to vote in a primary, which obviously you should do. But that's the pushing you're going to do because clearly they don't listen, right? Like if we've ever learned that before, we definitely learned it this November. They do not listen to their constituents. They're still, we've got all those leaked documents that people are like, we had no idea they were mad about Palestine. Like, what are you talking about? We were at your house with a megaphone. What do you mean you didn't know? Who are you lying to? It's not going to be me. So, yeah.
One of the things that I've had I was radicalized through my contact with the Democratic Party, which I feel like a lot of the people here are the same way, right? Because, India Walton, your race is one of the perfect examples of what I'm talking about, right? Which is you did everything the right way. You joined the Democratic Party, you organized locally, you fought in a primary, you won. And then all of the institutional power of the Democratic Party went against their nominee. And that is kind of the reality I think all of us need to face and be prepared for. We have experienced that, and we have seen that the Democratic Party establishment that we have has to be ripped out. And it's one of those things that, I'm glad we have spaces to talk about this openly, where the idea that we're going to play it the right way, go by the rules, win, and then the Democrats are going to say vote blue no matter who, or a progressive or a socialist, is just not the case. We now saw that in New York City again. So they did a test run in Buffalo against India, and they were able to unfortunately prevail through allying with the Republicans. They tried it again in New York. They ran another sore loser campaign with Andrew Cuomo. And who did he get endorsed by? Donald Trump. Who did he get money from? Republican billionaires. And so the reality is that we have one party. It is the billionaire capitalist party. And if we are going to fix this country and steer the course in a different direction, which we desperately need, we're going to need to go into these battles bloody-minded and aware that the primary is not the end of the intra-party fight. They're going to immediately backstab these Democratic candidates. And so, India, would you kind of explain, your experience and what you're doing now to carry the fight forward, and what, recommendations or advice do you have for all the, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young candidates running their first election?
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right. Is that in a city or a state that is solidly blue, the primary is the election in most cases,
Right.
unless you are a progressive. In which case there is, I think that the lesson for me is don't let up. Keep your foot on the gas. Like, we don't have time to relax. And I think that in this country, in this climate, that we're fighting two battles, right? It's not about fighting Republicans like the Democrats say. We're fighting Democrats and Republicans. And I think that for me, the raising of class consciousness is the most important thing that we can do, is teach young people it doesn't matter what is on your voter reg card. The fight that we have is against racialized capital, is against genocide and perpetual war, is against exploitation of workers, of extraction, and the death of our planet. And our fight is just so much bigger than what is what we classify ourselves as. our fight is about humanity, and our fight is about love and care and how we're going to continue to live on the blue planet.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for that. And obviously, this organizing panel is really about how do we take our principles and our ideals and the outrage and anger and frustration that we feel, and how do we turn that into actions that bear fruit in the real world? For some people, they think of of politics almost as like a consumption entertainment product or like a sports team or something. And I think that what we need to do with this grassroots energy is tell people that there are no heroes coming to rescue you. You are the hero, or you are the victim, right? And so
you are the quarterback, and you have to throw the ball. We're all quarterbacks.
Right.
You like to yell at your football coaches and tell them what to do? Well, you actually get to be the quarterback if you participate.
Well, we also need some linemen. Can I say that? I think all of us like to be calling plays, but sometimes we just have to stand in the trenches and knock doors and make phone calls and do things that aren't sexy or fun, but rather like hard work. And it's like working out or getting in shape. One workout doesn't put you in shape. It's about the continual application of effort and habitual mentality over time, right? Like that's how you become in shape. And we need to take our political movement, which is very flabby, to continue the narrative and whip it into shape. And I think anyway, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say something that will always stick by me and to me is what India said one time. She was on an interview and we're all, in Chicago together. And she said that while the Republican Party was putting their 2025 agenda, where were the Democrats, right? So I think us coming together, organizing this way, whether you're in the anti-war movement, whether you're a part of DSA, whether you're, organizing and picketing against, wars that are happening, this is exactly how we're setting our agenda. We're saying enough is enough. We're not buying your BS anymore. And again, exactly why we need the help that we need to get to be able to build those infrastructures in places where the Democratic Party just doesn't invest in any of the candidates. I mean, I work with two now, right? And God forbid you go up against establishment Democrats in your city or try to flip a seat, right? They're very careful and picky about who they invest into. And when they do invest into a campaign, it comes with so many guidelines and restrictions. And I think a lot of us here, and I can, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I became radicalized and a socialist really from the Iraq War, right? When we saw so much of our money be invested into forever wars, and now my home country getting blown up to pieces, where my auntie has to call me, 1 minute because she can't really connect to the internet. If we're not at the table, we're on the menu, and some of us are very sick and tired of being sick and tired and being on the menu. So here we are building our own infrastructure, bringing our own chairs and building our chairs and bringing it to the table. And I just want to mention that Justice Democrats Alexandra was not able to stay on a little bit longer, but we wish her so much love. And so I'll hand it back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was gonna throw it to her. Somebody should have yelled at me and interrupted me. I'm sorry about that. I was
Wait, we can
vamping
interrupt?
here.
I didn't know that was a thing. I would have done that earlier.
Yeah. See, I'm an East Coaster, so we're used to this.
West Coast.
I just keep talking until someone has something to say, and then they talk over me, and I stop talking.
Well, I have something
I'm not
to
used
say,
to this
so
polite.
I'll talk over you. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there was something that you actually said that really resonated with me, but there was also something you said that I kind of disagreed with. So because I'm a leftist, I'm going to focus on the part that I disagree with. And one of the things that you sort of said was like, we really need to almost like view organizing, view electoralism as like eating our vegetables almost. Like we have to hold our nose. It's hard work. It's like working out. You need to do the hard thing to build the muscles day in, day out, and make it a grind. And the truth of the matter is, one of the experiences I've had, and one of the things that I think makes Progressive Victory so particularly unique, is that in my experience, it actually hasn't been that much of a grind, and it actually hasn't been that much of a slog. I mean, if you're a leader in these organizations, I can tell you it's fucking brutal, and it absolutely is. But from the perspective of just like a normal everyday volunteer and community member, it's actually really fun and really rewarding and really enriching. And one of the things that really resonates to me about orgs like DSA and like PV is the either for PV online community or for DSA, the offline community. And I think that community building in this era, it lets you have this thing, this like actual pearl of unique, like precious friendship and socialization, absent from the TikTok or YouTube algorithms that we are all inundated with every day. And it creates an environment where you can have real organizing, where you can have real conversations, where you can have real like relationships that can grow, and relationships of the people that you're with. It also changes your relationship with government and institutions itself. People are anti-institution when they live in a world where there aren't any institutions that work. And in my experience, I can't think of a single fucking institution that works, including PV. So it's like, I really don't think that it needs to be framed as this like, oh, it's just eating your vegetable. I think it's the fucking dessert. I think it's the cherry on top of democracy, that the one good thing about the system is that it creates the mechanism for people to get involved in a way that can be so rewarding.
No, I think I'll agree with you, but I will also say that it's like a runner's high. You know, there is work to get the output, and I have to tell you, you know, for me, some of the best feelings I've ever had in my life is those moments of solidarity when you win. Like, for example, you win an election, or you win a union contract, or you win an organizing battle, or you raise a bunch of money for a cause, or you pass a ballot measure, or you know, get a landlord to cave to a tenants union rent strike. Like, those feelings are unmatched, and that feeling when you're with people of all different backgrounds and races and jobs and, you know, life experiences and genders and you name it, and you're pulling together in solidarity, there's no feeling like that. So I agree with you, but I want to be transparent with people that I need you to work too, because, you know, I think a lot of us have this mentality of sitting back, and I think leaning forward, and you're so right, it is fun to be in a room with like-minded people pulling in the same direction, but you're still pulling. So I agree with you. I'm just modifying it slightly.
It's like really delicious vegetables. Like, they can be delicious. Like, you make good vegetables. Like, wow, who knew that Brussels sprouts could sing in my mouth like this?
I knew you were going to go for, everyone goes for Brussels sprouts. I don't, is this
have
like
you had, okay, have you had Brussels sprouts with a balsamic glaze, roasted?
No,
lots of garlic.
I'm 26 years old and terminally online. I've had chicken nuggets and Coca-Cola. That's about it.
Mike, I add vinegar and I add a little bit of honey to it with Parmesan cheese.
Well, yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, balsamic vinegar. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think you'll find that your palate, you know, challenging yourself a bit, trying something a little bit new, not just the nuggies, or at least instead of barbecue sauce tomorrow, why don't you try some, well, you know, sweet and sour, you know, live a little.
Shave them very thin.
Uh-huh.
Put some pomegranates in there, a little bit of vinaigrette, eat them raw. Some walnuts, makes a great salad.
Mike, so not only do we on this panel get to talk about politics and how to organize, we talk about recipes and how to make chicken parmesan, but to everybody.
Well, what are you organizing for? What are we organizing
the community
for?
Right there.
You
That's
know?
the whole point.
It's been massive. Look, let me just share with it. First of all, it was an absolute honor of a lifetime. It's just an honor to be in community with all of you here. You know, a lot of the work that you all do, we look up to because our campaigns need you desperately. From the time where, you know, we met with PV, me and Hartzell, you know, to the point where we were on your show just recently, Mike. And thank you for the beautiful, wonderful opportunity for us to be on your show. And really really building closely with KCDSA, who has been, you know, in terms of sometimes, you know, we don't have the finances to really hit the ground running and expand quickly. So they send their best volunteers, and all of their volunteers are incredible and amazing, right? And KC DSA is one of the fastest growing DSAs right now, from my understanding, in the nation. I want to say, Megan, please correct me if I'm wrong. I know they're going to yell at me later in the chat later. Oh my God, you didn't, But I mean, we need everybody and we need each other. We're at a critical time right now where we need all the volunteers in the world. We need all the organizations to back each other and support, the candidates. I know there may be one or two sentences we may disagree on, but the plan is for us to get our country back to where it needs to be. And I don't know if it's ever been where we envision it, right? But God damn it, we're working towards that vision, right? And look, with the organization that me and, and India, you can speak to this as well with Roots Action, where we build a lot of these anti-war initiatives together. They're the ones that are carrying right now this social justice and the racial justice, in addition to the anti-war movement, on their backs, right, with very limited budget. So all of this, all of the organizing, whether it's the money, the volunteers, being able to get on podcasts to just showcase talent, movements, initiatives, all of this is not only a blessing, but it just has to work together, united. Right. So I don't know, India, if you want to talk maybe a little bit more also about Roots Action and what we do with that as well.
Yeah, I think that in a time where we're seeing like this sort of like enclosure of information, right, and the merger of a lot of media companies, I think that independent media is super important. And one thing that Roots Action does for me is gives me a platform to say things that might be unpopular, like Chuck Schumer should retire. So it's vitally important, though, like in all seriousness, that we have platforms to be able to talk about things that are important to us. And the interesting thing is that it's not things that are just important to us. It's actually the dominant thought, but not the dominant narrative. And I think that a part of our organizing effort has to be to turn our issues into not only the dominant thought, but also the dominant narrative, and have people talking about things that are important to us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I feel like we already have that. I look at polling, or I look at the information that we have available on issue after issue. And then and they all seem to be aligning with the left of center position, whether it is anti-war movement, or whether it is, Medicare for all, whether it is having a pathway for humane immigration policy. The masses are actually with us. They just don't have a mechanism to extract those demands from their politicians. And I feel like we are in a breaking point, or we are in an inflection point, where we can actually start to grab hold of the ship of state and steer it in our direction. But it's going to be a violent process, a confrontational process, in my view. You guys are free to disagree with me, but and that is what I want to see. And organizations like PV, or organizations like DSA, what I would like to see is almost like a group of specialists who recognize and can identify opportunities for us on the left to challenge politicians, who, especially those that are significantly out of touch with the base, and then kind of assist those people that are on the ground that want to take advantage of the opportunity, but maybe they don't have the skills or experience, and we can kind of bridge that gap. We can provide that backbone, that's the bones and sinew, to help build up the structures that ultimately result in a politically active left that is a challenge and a threat to the Democratic Party establishment, and could seize power.
That's the point. We talked about we need quarterbacks, we need linemen, we need coaches, right? We don't want to gatekeep the information we have. We want to teach people how to run for office. What we don't want is spectators. Like, this is not a spectator sport. We don't need fans in the stands. We need boots on the ground to make this whole thing work. We're 250 years behind the apparatus, so we got some ground to make up.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so who hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet?
Ashik!
Okay, he's back. Ashik's back.
Oh,
He's now.
Okay, great. Okay, I tried to throw it to you right off the rip, and that was a
I
fumble.
appreciated it. This was a great conversation, though. I'm just getting the hang of Zoom or Discord. Yeah, wrong platform.
That's why
But
it's not working, actually, because he's using Zoom.
I was just pressing the button; it wouldn't work. But really, the strength of our movement that's growing so quickly is just we're distributing all these roles. Like the Democratic Party, like both parties work with all these consultants, all these very specialized roles that depend on money, right? But the power of DSA, like all of our organizations, is that we're able to distribute the work that happens. So, for example, when one person has technical difficulties, there's a lot of people playing backup, who can keep things going. Like the way we run electoral campaigns. Some of the folks you talked to in the previous panel, like Claire Valdez is such a good example. Like she started out as a DSA organizer. She was actually the membership coordinator of New York City DSA for years and learned how to build a collective organization that's based on the power of membership, right? So all the campaigns that New York City DSA ran, like so many of our DSA chapters, we're not dependent on consultants. We don't have a ton of money. We're really scrappy. We're able to pool the resources we have, including our money, but distributing the work to volunteers and to people who develop the skills through the democratic process of our organizing. That's what makes it so powerful. So the point of failure is not just one person, or you don't have to depend on one person or a few people in a top-down way telling you what to do. There's a whole bunch of people who are helping make the decisions together, shape the strategy together. And that's why we're able to punch way above our weight. That's why we have over 100,000 members across the country right now and 200 plus chapters in almost all 50 states. And we're helping grow this movement to be way more powerful than some of our parts.
It also means we don't have to reinvent it every election. We've got a bunch of people who've already kind of trained in this, right? Like we're not, which we see a lot in especially in the kind of progressive primary movement, where it's like, yeah, you get a great person who's coming out of local movement spaces, but the infrastructure doesn't necessarily get built that can then, they might throw a good like 15% at the incumbent, and then it just all kind of goes away. If you build that infrastructure, you can throw that 15% and then next election come back and throw 30% and then next election win. Or win the first time and surprise everybody. That happens too.
Yeah, I think the thing that I, would like to see, and this is just coming from me, I want everybody's kind of reaction, is I think the problem that we have in the left right now, to criticize the left, is that we rely very heavily on the luck of random chance and virality, because we don't have that middle connection between like the candidates, like or plan, like the high level planning necessary to like acquire power, but we have the grassroots. We don't have a way of channeling that or coordinating those decisions, and so we're kind of left up to, is Zoran have a TikTok that goes viral, and well, now he gets tens of millions of dollars, which I'm not saying that's bad that happens. It's just we are so reliant on kind of that happening. And it's not a strategy that I think is replicable necessarily in every race. We need to win it. We need to have candidates that are being recruited, that are organizing, that are building themselves up from their community, that have long-term connections to the communities they want to represent, who are not carpetbagging in. Like, I think that causes problems and frictions between local organizers. And then, a candidate moves across the country, goes to do a district, and because they're viral, they get a lot of money, but they end up losing because they don't have those connections. So it would be better if we were able to have these institutions be the places where we have that continuity of effort, we have that continuity of experience, and we have people constantly bubbling up and being recruited from those spaces, as opposed to, what we have now. Now, that's a challenging thing that I'm saying here. So please, tell me what you think.
I think there's this perception of virality that we want to believe is true, but in the case of folks like Zoran's an organizer who has deep ties in his community. Like, people knew him before he ever went viral on TikTok. I knew him before he ever went viral. When I ran for mayor, Zoran was in Buffalo knocking on doors for me. I met Zoran in a clubhouse room who was encouraging me to run for office. Like, this is not. I think that the ties to the community in the organizing behavior comes long before the virality. I think that going viral is a symptom of having a lot of popularity with your constituency and people who want to boost you, who are saying, hey, check this guy out. I've known him for a long time. He went on strike with the taxi drivers. He's been arrested in front of City Hall for fighting for renters' rights. Like, check this guy out. And I think that that is what causes those viral moments. I think that people who are trying to do it in reverse, like, that's why they lose, because it's not, it takes a lot more than that. Like, this is, I think that progressive candidates is so I was on the ticket for lieutenant governor for like 5 seconds, in case you missed it. You probably did. If you blinked, you missed it. But I think that one of the things that Antonio missed out on was building those authentic, deep relationships with members of the progressive community. And when he came out and he popped out with me, they were like, okay, she's cool, but we don't know this guy, right? So I think that like that work is something that needs to be done. And like, we trust who we trust, and everybody else, we're like, eh. So like, I guess I'm just affirming your point that like there's no carpetbaggers. There's no room for carpetbaggers in this movement.
No, you're right. You're totally right. I think Zoran is kind of like the ideal candidate where all of those, he's the model that I'm saying we need to replicate, right? Which is he's cadre, DSA cadre, deep in the work, deep in, he ran for local office first. He was making content about, social housing on, on YouTube 6 years before he ever, went super viral. I was a longtime supporter of his because of that, right? And that awareness. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more ambition. And then I feel like places like this or, my stream, Hassan's stream, whatever, we can then provide some air power that the left previously lacked, in the sense that we can direct some national attention. We can boost people that are, need that little bit of effort, a little bit of backup, and then we can become truly a threat nationwide. But it requires like coordinating all those things.
I think it also requires. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and I'll leave some space for you, but I do think it's a little bit more complicated than that, because I think we've also lost something on the left that I fear that we're going to go too far the other way. I completely agree with what you're saying, Mike, in India, but I do think that as in the broader Democratic Party, and I think I've seen this tendency in the left too, to almost move away from the bully pulpit, to almost move away from the power of persona. And I don't think that it should be the thing. Like, I don't think Bill Clinton with a trumpet or whatever the fuck that was is like the thing that's going to make the difference. Saxophone, Urdu. Who could?
Were you born yet?
But here's the thing. He wasn't.
No. But it's that it has to be a piece. It needs to be made into a system.
Well, the thing about that is, like, at the time, that was the hip thing. Like, going on those late night talk shows with your saxophone, that was being in touch in the early 90s, right? The equivalent today.
Well, he did like being in touch. That is something Clinton did.
Well, yeah. Well,
this is the perfect time for us to move on to our next panel. There was no other way for me to interject. There was no other way for me to interject. I feel like that is the the debate that can happen at another time, right? About like how media strategy in previous campaigns. I just want to say thank you to all the panelists. So nice to see everybody here, some familiar faces. Any last words, folks, before we move on?
Join DSA.
Get involved. Get involved in something.
Join DSA.
We need you. We need your more than just your money. We need your time. We need your energy. We need your story. We need all those things.
And run if you want to. There's no shame in losing. That's right. That's how you learn.
Run.
And in addition to that, make sure that the person you're supporting is supported all the way. Send our way your volunteers. Send our way whatever. Senator Nina Turner always says, your talent, time, and treasure. We need all of it. We need all of it. And look, any Justice Democrats, Progressive Victory is also here. Just want to give a quick shout out to Progressive Victory also for putting this together and bringing this together. So, like, share the love. We need you all. We need you on the ground. We need you, talking about us, writing about us. So, and here we are.
Oh, look, Rokan is here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Join PV, join DSA, join WFP too.
Justice Democrats, they do fantastic work.
Oh, Justice
Sunrise Movement. All of these orgs in the space provide so much value. I think a lot of people think that they're mutually exclusive, but I really think that we all build on each other. So don't just join one, join all of them, and then be annoying while you're there. That's the way.
Yes, be annoying is the #1 recommendation here. Thank you to everybody, and we will bring on our next panelists now, if they can filter in. Hello to all of these lovely people. So next up, we have a great panel, and also some of the guys from the Vanguard podcast who are going to be joining and helping with this one. If anybody here is familiar with some sort of like leftist infighting YouTube drama, you'll be quite familiar with the Vanguard, but they are way more than just that. And we are joined now right away by Representative Ro Khanna from California's 17th District. Representative Khanna, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Emma, thanks for having me. Great to be on. I'm so excited about this and all the other great panelists.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess if you could just talk a little bit about what the past week or so has been like in Washington prior to this recess with the vote over the war powers, the war powers vote being punted for a few weeks. Is it your feeling that the Democrats that are sponsoring this are not necessarily that eager to get it over the finish line?
Well, as you remember, Thomas Massie and I had introduced this almost 2 weeks ago. We lost 4 Democrats. We should have never lost those 4 Democrats. We got 2 Republicans. We now believe that we can keep those 4 Democrats. Nancy Mace said she'd vote with us, so we're very close to getting it. My view is we should be in Congress right now. We should be voting on this weekend. I don't understand. I was fine coming back home to do the No Kings rally, but we've got Donald Trump having 7,000 troops in the Middle East, threatening ground invasions. What is Congress doing? Not in Washington, D.C. We should be there. We should be voting on it. We should be voting on it every day until, in my view, it passes, because we cannot have another war, Middle East war, ground invasion in the Middle East.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And then just one more question on this, and I'll introduce the rest of the panel. But, we have a sitting member of Congress here with us, and it's tough to sit here and think, like, is Trump really going to send in ground troops over the weekend, like, because he's afraid of the markets? Is that the understanding, that that's a real possibility?
It's a real possibility. I mean, even if you talk to Republicans, and without going into any of the briefings, I can tell you that they haven't ruled it out. And they're talking about going into the island where the oil export is in Iran. They're talking about getting the enriched uranium. You can't get the enriched uranium unless you have ground troops. I mean, that was so nonsensical about this whole mission. They said, they want to go after the enriched uranium. Well, the enriched uranium is buried. You can strike Iran as many times as you want. You're not going to get the enriched uranium. So, and remember, the last time we had this military buildup, Emma, was in Venezuela. And everyone said, they're just exaggerating. They're just building up. They're building up. Well, they built up, and then we had the invasion. Of course, now we're talking about a country of 90 million, and we're not talking about a target that's as easy as getting rid of Maduro and having the regime be compliant. I mean, that's what Trump was expecting, and all his advisors told him that wasn't the case. So I fully believe there's a possibility of a ground invasion. We should get back to Congress tomorrow. We should not be scattered, and we should be voting on stopping us from getting into this war.
Well, I appreciate the updates there, and we will introduce the other folks on this panel here. We have, of course, the great Nina Turner, former Ohio State Senator, co-chair of Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, founder of We Are Somebody. Hello, Nina. How are you doing?
I'm good, Emma. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you. And then we also have on the panel Howard Chow, a digital political commentator participating in online policy discussions and live stream panels. Howard, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Emma. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Big fan of your show.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm not in my usual IKEA panels situation here. I'm at home. And I think we have the Vanguard guys coming on and joining us now.
Yeah, I think we might have a quick hiccup
Zach
here
and
over
Gavin of the Vanguard podcast. Do you guys see them? Because I'm having a
you hear us?
failure on my
Yeah, we're
end.
getting a failure message over here, Emma. I'm going to pop out and
All
pop right back in.
right.
Sorry about that.
figuring this out in real time. I guess while here we have, I'm sorry, back in. Do you mind introducing yourself, this other panelist here? Yeah, sure.
Hi, Nia Jodat. I just wanted to give a quick update that Representative Bush is going to be joining us soon as well. So
okay, wonderful.
Of course.
Wonderful. And now we're joined, there they are, by Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard podcast, a prominent political commentary and leftist drama channel within the left, well known for bringing light to progressive influences. Zach and Gavin, always good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having us. Really quickly, going to throw this up on screen.
I don't
and make
hear
sure
you
that...
guys, but maybe here. Hold on. Unmuted now. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear us now? Are we good to go?
Yes. Oh, you guys could hear them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm very confused by this, but I'm happy to have everybody. Zach and Gavin, introduce yourselves, if you don't mind, to the audience.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm Zach. I'm one of the co-hosts here at the Vanguard podcast. As Emma mentioned in the preamble that she did about us, we are a YouTube drama show. We kind of cover the local ins and outs of the progressive media sphere, if you will, kind of give a community hub to what's popping off. But we also try and, root all of our coverage in anti-war progressive commentary, talking about the need for Medicare for all, things like a Green New Deal, and of course, no escalations with Iran.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Thank you so much, Emma, for inviting us on. Thank you all so much for coming on the stream tonight. I'm super excited for the conversation. And yeah, as Zach said, we're Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard podcast, aka Silly and Billy.
Yes, well-known Silly and Billy. Senator Nina Turner, can you reflect a little bit on the past maybe 10 years of the anti-war movement kind of being dissipated, really, I would say, or maybe not 8 years, 10 or so years. Like, I remember voting for Obama in 2008, or supporting Obama in 2008. I couldn't vote yet because of his stance on the Iraq War. And it did feel like the Bernie Sanders movement was a big part of, co-opting that energy as well in 2016 and bringing young people into the fold. It feels like since the genocide in Gaza has begun and since the Democrats were so complicit in it, that a lot of the energy on the anti-war left has been, I guess, undercut. I wonder what you think about what that means electorally for the party going forward.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm hoping that there will be an absolute rejection of any current elected official or anybody who is vying to be elected who does not declare in words and in deeds that they are pro-peace and anti-war. If they already have a record, then they need to be held accountable. If they're new to running, then we got to take them at their word and put them in. But it is just, it's immoral what is happening in this country and what is happening all across this world at the hands of countries like the United States of America, like the right-wing government of Israel. And it shouldn't take higher gas prices or higher food prices or tariffs to get the American people to understand very clearly that what happens over there, whether over there is Iran, whether over there is Iraq, whether over there is the Gaza, the Sudan, the Congo, Haiti, Lebanon, wherever over there is, it is happening over here. And the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was very clear when he said that what happens to one directly happens to us all indirectly. And certainly those of us who are alive today and get the benefit of technology, we understand that the world is a lot smaller than it was 10 years ago, Emma, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, even 100 years ago, that you do not have to have a PhD in geography or understand the mechanics of geopolitics to understand that we are all intricately connected, whether it is our oil supply, our food supply, air, water. And so it is going to be incumbent on a multi-generation coalition to stand up and say, we're not going to take it anymore, just like those brave souls during the Vietnam War, just like the people who had the vision before it became cool to be against a war when we're talking about what happened in Iraq, excuse me. So we really do need people to wake up, and it doesn't have to be whether or not it's happening on the soil. All wars are wrong, and we have enough firepower. The superpowers have enough firepower to end the world as we know it. So what else do we need? War should always, always be the last resort. And unfortunately, we have an administration. First of all, Congress has abdicated its responsibility, present company excluded. They are weak as a group. They have abdicated their responsibility. They really don't exist. And then we have a president and a secretary of war who act as though they're playing a damn video game and not understand that they're sending somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's wife, somebody's husband, somebody's loved one into harm's way. And they have such a cavalier attitude. I think it was Hegseth who said that we negotiate through bombs. I think that's what he said, Congressman. We negotiate through bombs. Who says that? Who does that in the 21st century, knowing how delicate things are in the world and how much more firepower that we have, that if any of these powers step hard, this could be WW3. Who wants that? And so we push against it hard.
Yes, Congressman Khan, could you respond to that? I mean, it must be a bit of a trip hearing some of your colleagues justify this war that has been known to be a absolute red line for almost every president prior to Donald Trump, because Iraq is 4 times smaller than Iran. Iran is infinitely more mountainous. Iran has a much more kind of ossified structure in the way that its government functions. So it must be a really fascinating, I guess, from the perspective of having to deal with your colleagues when you hear them try to justify this.
Well, Emma, you're absolutely right about the strategic blunder, the fact that Iran is 90 million people, the fact that Iran has the capacity to hit the Strait of Hormuz as they have and had oil spike, the fact that we have basically taken out Khamenei Sr. and replaced him with Khamenei Jr. Khamenei Sr. had a fatwa on not developing nuclear weapons. Khamenei Jr. doesn't have that same view. And by the way, if we took out the regime, we may replace him with the military, the IRGC, that's even more hardline and that was opposed to the JCPOA. But Emma, I want to talk also about the moral issue here. And I know you believe this because of all your excellent commentary. We can trace, in my view, Gaza, Cuba, and Iran to something very dangerous in American foreign policy, which is the dehumanization of how we see people in the non-Western world's human rights. The dehumanization of what happened with the genocide in Gaza, the dehumanization of the fuel blockade that is causing blackouts and hunger in Cuba, of the Cuban people, and the dehumanization of over 1,000 Iranian civilians killed, young girls killed at a school. And it's as if their lives don't have the same inherent dignity, human rights, as other lives. That is really the attitude, certainly pervasive in the administration, but more broadly problematic in the country. And we desperately need a new moral direction. These aren't isolated issues, would say we actually believe in the human rights and the dignity and equal inherent human worth of every human being, whether they're in Cuba or in Gaza or in Iran.
It's incumbent upon the West. Yes, go ahead.
I know you're going to jump to my other colleagues, but something that the congressman said that is going to be important for people to put together. The same spirit that does not care about bombing other people's people is the same spirit that denies us universal health care, that denies us clean air, clean water, clean food, that has said that they're going to allow companies to pollute the water a little more. It is the same spirit, the same energy, the same power that won't cancel student debt or that would allow a ruling class to run roughshod over the United States of America, which has practically become, not just since President Donald J. Trump, but it's really up in our face, the corporate states of America. These are not separate powers. It is the same callous indifference that at the UN, the United States, Israel, and Argentina had the pure, unadulterated gall to vote against declaring slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, one of the most horrific, dehumanizing events of all times, of human history. And then you have 52 countries, most in the EU, who abstained, and abstaining just means I'm voting no with no backbone. I don't have any courage. I mean, people have to connect the dots. It is the same people, the same energy that is denying us domestic tranquility right here in the United States of America. And that's why these people must be defeated at the ballot box, corporate responsibility, us withholding our dollars and withholding our work until somebody, as my grandmother would say, get some get right.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly said. And yes, I like to call those three countries that that voted no: the U.S., Israel, and Argentina. That's the axis of Epstein, which Kyle Kulinski coined, but also the Nazi haven. They joined together in in perfect harmony to say the slave trade actually wasn't that bad. The Vanguard guys, I wanted to give you a chance to jump in here as my fellow mods. Any questions for our guests?
I do. Off the top of my head, I really appreciate what Senator Nina Turner was talking about as far as the public's response to these wars. You know, we've seen it again, obviously, going back to Vietnam, mobilize this mass movement of Americans for peace. We saw a similar result a couple of years after the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, when the 9/11 trauma started to wear off and the populace started to realize that we'd been lied into this war. And I guess my question would be is like, how can we make sure that people understand that this is the same bad deal before it's too late, you know, before thousands of Americans are coming home in caskets? Because it seems like that's when people really start to wake up, right? When their sons, when their fathers, when their husbands start, you know, coming home wounded or coming home dead, right? And I'm just wondering if anybody has any ideas for how we can wake the people up before it's too late, before there's a horrific result like that. And everyone, of course, realizes later, hindsight is 20/20, as they say.
Well, I think Senator Turner touched on it pretty well. You know, we shouldn't take high gas prices. We shouldn't take higher grocery bills. The bottom line is we need to take money out of politics. It is an oligarchy system, you know, like Senator Bernie Sanders said. If you look at members of Congress, 202 House members are actively trading stock. 56 senators, more than majority, are actively trading stock that they oversee the laws about. How do we ever stop anything if we don't know where your service lies? Is it in service of the corporate donors or is it to the voters? I'm all about voters, not donors. And so Senator Turner said it best. We should not be even looking at why this war. It shouldn't take the gas prices. It shouldn't take all this economic injustice to get us to understand what Congressman Khanna just said. The moral impact of this. This is morally wrong, and we just, no one has the backbone. As Senator Turner said, they're abstaining because they're getting pockets filled, and so we need to stop this massive amount of money coming through politics. The amount of, I think, is 84% of the people that outspent their opponents are in Congress right now. And that's just got to stop. We have to obviously overturn Citizens United. That's hard, but we have to do things like, you know, federally funded elections. We have to have a spending gap on elections. So that's, I think, before we even get to the point where, you know, people are coming home in body bags, I think we need to address the big elephant in the room, is getting money out of politics.
And can I just add something here really quick to this? I think as someone who grew up during the Iran-Iraq war, we have to understand that war, the trauma that war leaves on children and the next generation is what creates the hate towards other nations, right? I cannot tell you how many times when the sirens went off in Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, we had to seek shelter in our basement, and I would just hold my grandmother's hand in my hands, and you know, she would read the Quran, or you know, she would connect with that higher power to just say, hey, look, keep us safe right now. And to see these images come out of Gaza, to see these mothers in pain, giving this war a name and humanity, and talking about the human cost of war. We always talk about, Senator Turner, I think we always talk about this is, you know, our grass is dry here. We have to water our own grass. And I just kind of, you know, I always wonder, A, how much money that's being spent billions of dollars on war can actually help secure funding for our social programs here, and how many children must die for us to say enough is just enough, looking at it from a human perspective, right?
Yeah,
But
no, I totally agree with that. And I think another issue is that people are really desensitized. I mean, you talk about children being harmed. What did we all just have to watch unfold as a nation and as a world, quite frankly, is the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates being exposed. So I think a lot of people are just horrifically desensitized. That being said, I will say I was very happy to see when Zach and I were at the Kansas City No Kings protest this morning, there was a lot of fierce anti-war energy. You know, we talked to a lot of veterans that were there to show up and speak out against another senseless war. And, you know, we heard over and over again just people that were insanely frustrated and that were really excited and eager to be out there making it known where they stood. And that's in Missouri. Obviously, Zach and I are from Kansas City, you know, and the crowd was really thick. And that was one of the most prominent aspects of the, you know, protest. So that definitely gave me some hope, but it's still really depressing. And it just seems, in a sense, like a hopeless mission, you know, to try to raise awareness and get people to understand what's happening and what's coming when there's ultimately not much any of us can do. And we're battling this desensitization as well.
Absolutely well said. And I just wanted to make sure that we welcomed to the show at this point Cori Bush, former member of the House running once again in Missouri's 1st District, was taken out by a bunch of AIPAC money, which, you know, now people fundamentally understand is anti-democratic, right-wing, pro-genocide money. Representative Bush, so good to see you. Thanks so much for coming on stream.
Hi, thank you, Emma, and great to be on here with everyone and my former colleague, Ro, soon to be colleague again.
Great to see you. Cori was showing courage before many of us. She was ahead of the curve, and frankly, she would have won if the election cycle was now. She and Jamal were just ahead of their time, and the politics has now caught up with where they were.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, of you and Representative Bowman often as just people that were sacrificed to the AIPAC machine before people kind of understood what that really was, and before people really understood the reality of the Israeli apartheid regime, genocidal regime in Gaza. If you could just reflect on what it's been like to see AIPAC suddenly become this like toxic label that can be pinned to your opponents, specifically in your race where it's going to be as salient as ever.
Well, first of all, let me say I'm sorry about the lag that you all are seeing or hearing. I am at an event right now supporting an organization that we got funded through a community funding project when I was in Congress that is that we're trying to keep from shuttering their doors because of the Trump administration and their push against DEI.
Your audio is quite good, so don't worry about it. Yes.
Okay, excellent. And you know, when I think about, you know, what happened in 2024 and what we're seeing now, AIPAC plus their friends, their allies, you know, big crypto, big real estate, you know, all of these folks came together and spent $15 million to unseat me, and $15 million worth of lies and misinformation to discredit me. Just to be able to secure a seat for someone when they first started to say that they were looking for someone to challenge me, they said they were looking for an empty vessel. That's what they wanted. And so now what we have is candidates all around the country that since Jamal and I lost, and look, the thing is this, people, you know, was it devastating to lose? Absolutely. Was it devastating to lose to someone who does not know our issues, doesn't care about our issues the same way that we do, that has not been deep in the work like us? Absolutely. But what happened out of that, which, you know, I have to look at and say, I'm so thankful about, is the fact that people are now woke to this. People now understand what happened. People see, you know, people now connecting what happened to my sister Nina Turner. People are connecting, you know, all of these pieces. Who is AIPAC? Who is, you know, United Democracy Project? Who is DMFI? Who are all of these different groups, you know, and they're seeing what they're doing. And so what we're going to do, and I said it, The night that I lost on that stage, I said, AIPAC, we're coming to tear your kingdom down. I said I wanted to make them as toxic as the NRA for Democrats, and that's what we meant. And so we have these groups, Reject AIPAC, Track AIPAC, and all of these other groups that made the decision that this is our work. Let me tell you, if we can make sure that these MAGA billionaires are not the ones that are deciding who our representatives are, if we can get that right this time, before 2020, before the end of 2026, if we can get this right, we will have a different Congress come in 2027. We will have such a different Congress. We will have, I believe, a good Democratic nominee for president. But we need the people. We need you all to show up. We need you all to say down with the MAGA billionaires. We need you all to show up and say we are anti-genocide. We are pro-peace. We are pro-democracy. We need you to stand up and say it and declare it. I don't care if you march today or not. If you march today and you are for a genocide for some and not a genocide for others, if you can't stand up and say that you care about Palestine and you care about Lebanon, you care about Yemen, you care about Haiti, you care about Cuba, you care about Detroit, if you can't stand up and say that, then you got to get it together and be a part of this movement the right way, and we can help you with that.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to pick up on one thing that you said there, Corey, which is that, Nina, you actually, even earlier in your state Senate campaign, were a target of AIPAC. And I do want to open it up to the other panelists as well, but it's just so rich to be able to talk to people who've been in the belly of the beast and who have dealt with this kind of thing in their campaigns. Speak about your experience.
Yeah, and it was not my state Senate campaign. It was my run for Congress in 2021.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
Apologies.
No.
And Senator Turner was also ahead of her time, like Jamal Bowman,
as well.
Cory Bush.
Yes.
Yeah, so no apologies.
You all were champions.
Thank you. So much has happened since then, but my race actually was the very first race. They tested what they used on Congress members Bush and Bowman in Ohio 11 in the special election of 21. And then the regular election cycle of 2022, and they are on record, the Israel First groups, AIPAC, DMFI, as the Congresswoman laid out, and so many others. 4,000 Republicans crossed over in the special election in Ohio 11 to help the current congressperson get to office. She has received more money than all of the congressional members of the great state of Ohio combined from AIPAC and Israel First groups. What I do want our audience to understand is that those people told me that Palestinians had no rights, that the state of Israel must recognize. This was before October the 7th. My race was 21 and 22, and they said those things to me. And they said that I must disavow the squad. Well, certainly among the squad, Congresswoman Cori Bush was, is my BF on the squad. I mean, I love them all, but she and I were the closest. And I'm thinking, why would I disavow though any of them? What have they done? And then you want to hold me accountable though for what you think they have done. I was told that if I didn't disavow the squad and that Palestinians had no rights, that the state of Israel had to recognize, that they were going to come at me with everything that they had, and they did. And it wasn't only them. It was Republicans donating directly to the person that is in the seat right now. It was the neoliberal Democrats, people like leader Hakeem Jeffries, who was not leader then, came into my district. Congressman Clyburn came into my district. I mean, the black parts of the Black Caucus and the neoliberal Democrats. It got so rough in Ohio 11. How much did they fear me rocking in the halls of Congress with a Congresswoman Cori Bush and Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Congressman Ro Khanna and some others? That's how much they feared me, that President Joseph R. Biden even endorsed in the race against me. I didn't wear that as a badge of honor then, but I wear it as a badge of honor now. And like the Congresswoman said, and the Congress, I was definitely ahead of my time. And although I wish that groups like Reject AIPAC to educate people, I wish that they were around when I was there. I am really glad that an awakening is happening now so that we can send, and when I say a new generation, I'm not talking age, I'm talking about mentality. A new mentality of elected officials who won't sell out and whose only special interest will be the people who they are going to serve. Can you imagine somebody telling you, they told me that me and my opponent were equal when it came to domestic issues. We were the same. So first of all, it's a no-no to tell Black people that. I want folks to understand blackness. that the only difference between us was our position on the state.
AIPAC didn't understand that?
Right, no, because
no way.
I also said that on my
Who would have thought that?
I'm running to serve 1 and 2 children in my district that are hungry at night. I'm running to serve the people of Greater Cleveland who are living in poverty, the second most impoverished city. I'm running to serve the people of Ohio 11th, and in Ohio by extension, and the United States by extension. And you are telling me that I got to put a foreign government ahead of my constituencies. I need people to wrap their minds around when those groups come, these dark money groups come for people like Congresswoman Bush, Congressman Bowman, and everybody else that they try. They want people to put a foreign government ahead of who we are supposed to be serving when we are elected. So badge of honor now, Emma. Didn't feel that way before, but I definitely know. I know it now.
Emma.
Well, honey, I just wanted. She wanted to jump in for just a second. Sorry, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. Emma, just very quickly wanted to actually direct this question to Representative Rokana at the moment, who introduced with Representative Massey the War Powers Resolution that did not get the votes that it needed to pass. Just wanted to, for a lot of our anti-war activists who are actually picketing right now and calling their Congress members, can you tell us a little bit about where that stands at the moment? What is the status of the War Powers Resolution? And what, we have hundreds of people watching this stream. How can we get involved? How can we help shift this and move this forward?
Well, that's the only thing that will shift us forward. You know, a lot of people give Massey and me credit for the Epstein Act, and we'll take some, but the vast majority was the survivors. And it was people who were coming to the Capitol and mobilizing on their behalf. It wasn't members of Congress inside the building. And on the War Powers Resolution, we got so much activism. I know we fell short, but and Senator Turner and Cori Bush, Representative Bush will appreciate this. We got 200 Democrats to vote for that. I mean, that was not a small feat to only lose 4 Democrats. I mean, that shows how far the party has moved in our direction. It used to be we'd get like 50 or 60 or 70 Democrats on that because there was such a fear of contradicting a policy that Netanyahu or Israel would want, which is that they wanted this war with Iran for decades. And now, what can we do now? This is the time not to lose hope, but to say how close we actually are, right? I mean, Mandela said it always seems impossible until it is done. And he said that the difference between successful social movements and unsuccessful ones is the unsuccessful ones quit often right before victory is in sight, whereas the successful ones keep going. We need the mobilization. Look at the people who didn't vote with us in our party. First of all, it needs to be unanimous on our party, so no one can say, oh, we're going to lose a Democrat. And then it's public. Look at the statements of about the 10 or so Republicans who are wavering, who are concerned about troops, and let's mobilize and organize in their districts. And that is the only way we're going to get this passed. The other thing is we need to get the Democrats to be consistently, we're not going to fund the Iran war. I mean, I saw John Kirby the other day on TV saying, well, now we have to be patriotic and we have to fund this for the troops. For the troops? They're being sent where their lives are being threatened. How is this for the troops? That's the same baloney argument they made during Vietnam. That's the same argument they made in Iraq. Keep funding us because otherwise you're against the troops. And while I totally agree with Howard's point about the money in politics and the corruption of the money in politics, there's something deeper, and that is, Gramsci talked about hegemonic thinking. It's when a society starts to think about power structures and an ideology develops, and that's what we've had in this foreign policy establishment, where they just paint anyone who is opposed to this funding as weak on national security, as against the troops. And we've got to have our party clearly on television saying it's an immoral war, it's an illegal war. We're not going to fund it. We're going to stand unified. We're going to demand a vote, and that's only going to happen with all of the activism here and your leadership and your voice.
Well, Congressman Khanna, I didn't hear anything about process or paperwork in your critique of this war, which I'm joking, I'm being sarcastic, just basically saying that, those are some of the more toothless democratic critiques that move the conversation away from the actual morality there. So I appreciate your perspective and your work on this in Congress. Zach and Gavin, I know I cut you off earlier, so I wanted to make sure you got a chance to jump in, and if you had a question for anybody in particular.
For sure. I wanted to kind of throw this out to the group. One of the things that I think we've identified, right, and I think Senator Turner put it really well, one of the things that keeps our eye off of the ball and away from issues like the fact that children in the Ohio 11th district are going hungry at night is the fact that we're dealing with all this AIPAC spending. We're looking at all of the activity that we're doing from a foreign policy perspective, none of it being good. And we're saying, hey, this doesn't shake out. In addition to that, with the escalations in particular in the Middle East with Iran, we're seeing a close in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Obviously, that's going to lead to a surge in gas prices. Most people have that figured out, but I was actually listening to Professor Robert Pape on Breaking Points the other day, and he was revealing something that maybe I'm a little dumb or naive for not understanding, but petroleum and oil is a key ingredient in making fertilizer, which was something that I hadn't really processed at the time. Well, we're coming up on the month of spring, and fertilizer is very, very critical, or we're going to start to see a shortage in food supplies. And sure, here in America, we're going to be able to get our hands on food and we're going to be able to see it, but it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Other parts of the globe are going to be the ones that are the last to get access to that good fertilizer, and they're going to be battling the worst conditions, and they're also going to be battling all the climate change that the global south and the most impoverished countries are always the first to battle with. So they're going to be starving to death as a result of our carelessness. More children in the Ohio 11th who are already food insecure are going to be at risk of going hungry, as is the case across the country. One of the ways that the Republican Party was able to move people's eye off of the ball with the last election was this idea, this mythology that Donald Trump was going to do something about prices at the grocery store, which are devastating millions of Americans. I'd hate to say, how could we, politically use this hurt that people are experiencing to, mobilize voters, but how can we make them understand that when you put people like this who are going to behave so irresponsibly from a foreign policy perspective, it is going to impact you at the dinner table?
Yeah, that's right. Representative Bush, I do want to talk about the DNC, Howard, briefly, if that's okay, about, how, since the war of Iran, how is the conversation shifting amongst the leadership, with regards to discussions about Gaza, resolutions that are being passed, the Iran war? Do you see any shift towards the progressive policies of the DNC, or is it still the same old, same old?
I mean, so the one biggest problem with resolutions is that it's just a piece of paper, right? Especially at the DNC level, right? No one really looks at that and says, "Oh, I'm going to adhere to that." I think the DNC requires a complete overhaul. It requires. There's about 40 to 50 of us that are very, very progressive, that believes in pro-peace. Medicare for all, just dismantling a big farm, breaking up big pharma, breaking up big medicine, breaking up big oil and gas. But unfortunately, right now, the key issue that the DNC faces is it's a structural problem. So whoever the leadership is, it doesn't really give you a lot of avenues to really do something. I'm thankful because I met the great Senator Nina Turner at the DNC. I met the great Congressman Ro Khanna. I met Cori Bush, all from DNC events, and I was able to glean their inspiration and leadership to try to push forth a more progressive, agenda for not just us. Like we just said, it's a global issue. I think it's leaning. Yeah, you do see some shifting. I think you can see some shifting that even within our Colorado Democratic Party, we finally they didn't want to put in the abolish ICE. So we were able to finally put that up in there. We were able to talk about it. There is a genocide in Gaza. We are actually able to say stuff like that. However, I don't know that the powers that be at the structural level are allowing us to really be completely candid for the sake of the future of our country and the future of this globe, for no less. So while it's shifting, it's not shifting fast enough. It's not being expedient in what we need to do. And Senator Turner, I've seen you at many of the DNC meetings. We know that a lot of this is just a big, Friday Night Lights cheerleading session and not enough work. We don't get together. We're going to be in New Orleans next in a week and a half or 2 weeks, and it's going to be another cheerleading session with not a lot of work being done. We don't come together and talk about what's working in our state, what's not working in our state, and the DNC should take that information, aggregate that, and then come back out with their power, with some of their money, and let us organize. Like Congressman Khanna said, we need to organize. We need to make sure that the do nothing Democrats get out of office, and we have people that are impactful. And unfortunately, they're still trying to play nice kind of thing. And so while I see the shift, there's not, I'm not hopeful that it's going to actually amount to anything that can help us structure with getting champions like Cori Bush and Ro Khanna and the squad, Ilhan Omar and the Maxwell Frosts of the world, more of those. I want to see more of that, some kind of action that leads to that, the Greg Kassars of the world.
So any other questions, you guys, from the Vanguard, or Ania, go ahead.
I'm very curious because we were in the trenches together. CB, one of my favorite, my Shiro, and we were in the trenches together. Senator Turner, Rep. Bush, tell us exactly what needs to be done to send you back to Congress. We miss you so much. I can speak on behalf of every single person here. You are such an incredible
here.
Like, we love you. We love you. So tell us how do we get back there?
Well, thank you for asking. Yeah, and you were in the trenches with me. 2024 was, to go from pretty much nothing being spent against you to almost like $1 million a week all of a sudden, and then just over and over again. It was a lot. But this time, you all, we're starting earlier. I'm able to be on the ground, so I'm in the community. I don't have to go back and forth to DC. And so what we need our people on the phones now. We need our people to help us knocking doors. So if you're local and you can knock doors, help us now. If you can get to St. Louis in June or July and you can knock doors for us, then we need you. If you can write postcards for us and get them, and we'll get them back to the district to send them out, we need that. If you can donate today, if you can get your friends, your cousins to donate today, you can donate from $1 up to $3,500. And you can get someone else to do it. Right now, as much as we want the big money out of politics, big money is kicking our asses, and so we need help to get we're not trying to do dollar for dollar. We're not trying to match AIPAC and all of these folks dollar for dollar. We're just trying to be able to organize and be on television, be on the radio, and on the internet. So if you can help with that, if you do content creation, we would love to have you join us. Graphics, we would love to have you join us. So whatever you have, look, let me tell you, I was walking down the street today, and it's something that I always say. I tell people, I don't care if you tie shoes well, I need you to be a part of this movement, because at some point my shoes will be untied or somebody else's will, and we will be able to stop to tie them up. Well, that happened today during the No Kings rally. I'm marching down the street and my shoes were untied, and I have the whole thousands of people behind me. We need every single person to be a part of this work. Let me say this. When I stood on that stage and I said, AIPAC, we're coming to tear your kingdom down, I meant it. And so this is one of the ways we do it. What message do we send when the person that they spent $15 million against just 2 years ago came right back and took the seat back? What message do we send? This is not just about me. This is about how we move forward. This is about what it looks like for 2028. This is about all of the other candidates running right now. This is about us getting what we really, really need. So join us. Join us. CoriBush.org. It's CoriBush.org.
Absolutely. This is a really important race. And then also, of course, we have progress.win/rally if you want to contribute to the larger candidate pool here for all the up and coming candidates who are also opposed to this criminal war in Iran. I guess, Zach and Gavin, I just wanted to make sure I gave you the opportunity to ask the questions that you need, because we just have a few minutes left, but go for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gavin, do you have any final things that you want to throw away?
I mean, I just wanted to say that I've been really inspired to hear all of these great progressive fighters speaking today, in addition to going to the No Kings rally. Hearing from you guys being in community together, it really is inspiring. And this is what we need more of if we really are going to change public opinion in the way that's necessary to pull off the blue wave that I think we all know is coming. But yeah, I totally agree with what Representative Bush was saying. Super excited about your reelection effort, Congresswoman. And yeah, just really inspiring to hear from everybody tonight.
Final thoughts, I guess, on where people think that we do have Krystal back, but I guess do people feel more optimistic? And we can go through everybody very quickly about where the Democratic Party base is right now and how activated they were than maybe say 10 years ago. Because we can end on a positive note there. I do feel like we've been saying the people are waking up for a while, but it really does feel like the people are waking up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel like if we were 10 years ago right now, we would be all really excited for President Bernie Sanders, right? I feel like where the middle American is right now is primed for the message that we were all discussing. I think every single person on this panel was excited about 10 years ago. Gavin and I were seniors in high school. And now, it feels like we've been waiting for this moment for a long time because people in middle America are excited about, oh, hey, I saw you guys on, this or X, Y, and Z. And we were going through our whole lives as unnoticed figures locally, right? Because nobody cares about progressive politics in flyover country. Now that's starting to change. And I think that is reflective of a broader national pivot for sure.
Yeah, totally. I 100% agree with that. I think there's been a real change in the air 10 years later from the Bernie Sanders political revolution that Zach just mentioned. I think that Bernie Sanders was a little bit early, as was Senator Nina Turner, as we mentioned, but the rest of the country has finally caught up. And I do believe that, we've already seen figures like Zoran Mamdani win in New York City. I think that was a real harbinger of what's to come in these midterm elections and beyond.
All right. Any final words, folks? And then we'll wrap up this part of the show.
Well, certainly, we
definitely. I just wanted to say. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna be really fast. I think I think it's a testament to see these champions. I want it we can't just replace red seats with the Republican light. We need true blue progressives. I'm talking values like we just talked about, Medicare for all, universal child care, and pro-peace candidates. I work for Melak Heroes. We are challenging Diana to get a 30-year incumbent who, in my personal opinion, I've seen her so many times, has not stepped up to the bar and meet this moment. I see 3 amazing people right now that I know that I had the pleasure to meet. You guys can meet the moment, and we need to meet the moment with progressive people that share our values.
Absolutely. Also, that Kiros campaign in Denver, it's very exciting. People should check it out if they have not yet.
I worked for Obama with Joe Benenson when we did his private polling. I am more proud to actually work with and for Melak Kiros than I am for that.
She's
that
phenomenal.
Campaign.
She is amazing. We need more people there with Roe, giving him backup.
Yes, absolutely.
I would just say, and then I'll give the other Representative Bush and Senator Turner, also on the panel, a word. Melak is extraordinary and kind of to some hot water because I tweeted out her speech saying, I ran against an incumbent and I didn't want to pull up the ladder after me. But she's an extraordinary person who people should check out, and I think she has the right moral courage for the times. I would just say that we have won the rhetorical war. People agree that we need to be for the working class. We need to be against the Epstein class. We need to be for peace. We need to be for economic justice. What we have to be careful about, though, is that these don't just turn into platitudes, because even the establishment has figured out that they need to take the language. And when you look at Senator Turner, you look at Representative Bush or others, it's not just the language, it's where they stand. It's that they're for taxing billionaires. It's that they're willing to say there is a genocide in Gaza. It's that they're willing to say we can't have a fuel embargo in Cuba, which is starving people in a blackout. It's that they're willing to say that we can't have military sales to Israel to be killing civilians. It's that they're willing to be for Medicare for all, for childcare at $10 a day. And when you start to take the concrete policies You simply can't without being attacked by some of the groups. And so the question in my mind is not, are we going to have the language? It's, are we going to have people in Congress, in the Senate, in the mayors and city councils that are going to have the courage that's going to be required? Because no one individual can do this. But if we have a lot of people, I do believe there's a chance that we can have a major realignment in 26 and 28.
Yep.
Well said.
Need Cori Bush back in there. We need to get Nina Turner in there. We're going to have Roe, of course, back. We need Oliver Larkin. We need Hartzell Gray. We need Milad Kiros. We need that whole panel of candidates that we had on earlier. But awesome to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. I can't tell you how much it means to us that you all, who are all very busy people in your own respects, took the time out to do this and to uplift this cause and the other candidates who are running as well.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the invite.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Progressive Victory too. This is amazing.
Yes. Oh, yeah, they did a fantastic job organizing. Let me tell you, I'm on that group chat. That thing is going 24/7.
It really is.
While we set up the next panel, Emma, I wanted to read you some breaking news that just came out that I think underscores the urgency of what we're trying to do tonight and of the political project in general. So this is from the Washington Post. It says, "Scoop:
Oh God.
The Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran." U.S. officials said, as thousands of American soldiers and Marines arrive in the Middle East for what could become a dangerous new phase of the war should President Donald Trump choose to escalate. One person said the objectives under consideration would probably take weeks, not months, to complete. Another put the potential timeline at a couple of months. In response to questions for the story, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt issued a statement, quote, "It's the job of the Pentagon to make preparations in order to give the commander-in-chief maximum optionality. Does not mean the president has made a decision." So that's where we are.
I mean, I guess because Iran has so thoroughly decimated the bases outside of Iran in proximity, perhaps there is still some off ramp when you hear about this deployment. But I'm literally just like telling myself fairy tales at that point. It feels completely imminent, and it matches with the reaction that we saw from some actual Republicans about troop movements on Friday. So
Nancy Mace and others. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and even I think it was on the top Republican on the House Armed Services Committee was saying that like alarmed about strategy, which is code for Republicans saying this is absolutely batshit. I mean, you've had Robert Pape on. This is truly the epitome of the escalation trap, and the people that get caught into this are like brute ape militarists like Donald Trump, and it's just unbelievable that the Democratic Party allowed that vacuum to be filled by this individual who committed war crimes habitually in his first term, just because this administration was more committed to ideological Zionism or to protecting some sort of voter base or donor class than they were to actually performing democracy. That's the other part of this, is like the Democrats can't sell that they are the party of democratic responsiveness when they choose not to respond democratically to their own voter base when they scream, enough of this. And so people go for the more simplistic answer. That live reaction to my rage about this news.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is disgusting that they were allowed to get away with this like pro-peace ticket framing during the election, and that there was actually a rhetorical effort from Kamala Harris to position herself as being, no, I'm super tough, most lethal military ever, blah, blah, blah. And, there's no doubt when we did focus group, when we interviewed some of the like AOC Trump voters, and over again, they talked to us about war and peace, and not just, and Gaza was a central part of that. But, there's always this garbage analysis that Americans don't care about foreign policy. Mm-hmm. And I've never understood where this came from at all, or Americans don't vote on foreign policy, because Barack Obama definitely got elected. A major part of how he ends up in the presidency is the Iraq War. Donald Trump recognized that that was a way to, leapfrog and separate himself from the rest of the field in 2016 was incredibly significant. And then obviously you had, in 2024, they were able to cynically brand themselves as the pro-peace ticket, which is just like the most insane thing you could ever imagine. But here we are. And I have no doubt that the Iran war and the already catastrophic fallout from it, not to mention the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the wars that Israel's fighting on 7 different fronts apparently. But in any case, the Iran war and the massive fallout, both economically and in terms of loss of lives and global chaos, that is going to overhang our politics for years, if not generations to come.
Yeah, I think it's a relic a little bit of a time when the channels of media were a little bit more controlled and you had, just a handful of television stations and a handful of newspapers. I mean, our information ecosystem right now appears to be one large funded PR project. When what gets pumped to the top of algorithms is certainly funded by donors and big finance. But at the our newsrooms are being hollowed out. But at the very least, we have like first person video that can be shared on the internet, and I think like that. What you're talking about, that dynamic where people think you don't vote on foreign policy, is a relic of the 90s. But here is the rest of the crew. So I will save these rantings for later.
Yeah,
I was enjoying them.
Oh, yes. Well,
we'll let you continue them, Vosh.
Good to see you.
Well, I'll be first to say that I too think the war with Iran is a bad idea. I don't know how many people here would agree with me on that.
Hot take. Controversial opinion. Hot take on this stream, yes.
Thank you for having us. Soy Pill, how you doing?
Thank you for doing it, Vosh. I'll just go quickly through the introductions here, and then Vosh and Soy Pill let you guys take it over and sort of handle the overall moderation. But this panel, we've got a whole bunch of fantastic candidates for Senate. So I'll start with our 2 moderators here. Vosh, you guys probably already know him, but he's a YouTube political streamer known for, it says, debate-centered content. I like the way that's described, covering political philosophy, internet culture, and progressive policy issues. Soy Pill is here as well, online political commentator associated with live stream discussion, communities, and internet political analysis. Abdel Al-Sayed is going to be joining us here just momentarily, but we also have Karishma Mansour. She's a medical scientist, progressive activist. She is running for Senate in New Hampshire. We have Julie Gonzalez. She's a Colorado state senator representing Denver, who has worked on immigration reform and workers' rights legislation, now running for U.S. Senate. And Angie Nixon, who is a Florida state representative and labor organizer advocating for voting rights, education, funding, and economic justice policies, running for Senate in Florida. And I'll go ahead. Abdul looks like he might be having a little bit of trouble with his camera, but he is a public health expert, former Michigan gubernatorial candidate who is running for U.S. Senate, championing a progressive platform with a spotlight on Medicare for all, and is also at the center of a major astroturfed controversy around affiliating with Hassan Piker. So with all of that being said, Vosh and Soy Pill, I'll let you guys take it away with this conversation. And one more time, I will plug progress.win/rally. I know we've raised already $22,000 plus for the candidates on this stream. So thank you to everybody out there who has donated. If you can give, I'm telling you, it makes a huge difference because these are all candidates who are not going to have the multi-million dollar, AI PACs and AIPACs and crypto PACs and all of that behind them. So they really, really count on you if you can give. So.
And remember, none of the money goes to me or Vosh. It's all for the candidates. If that makes you want to donate more.
Don't make people suspicious of that claim. No, it's true. To my knowledge, AIPAC is funding none of the people here. So, we have to make up for that somehow.
But AIPAC, if you're listening, I can't promise I'll change any opinions, but my email's open.
Yeah, we're open to a bid. No, it's incredible. I mean, Emma just filled us in on the way out there. I mean, apparently we're preparing for limited ground operations over there in Iran. I'd like to open, if I may, because she talks for a little bit about the myth that Americans don't vote on foreign policy. Some foreign policy touches on our lives more concretely than others, right? America felt the Iraq War. There's plenty of things that America's done in the past 30 years abroad that the average American hasn't felt
Israel and its relationship to the United States has been a deeply felt element of American government for the past couple of years. This is just a fact. I think that a careful examination of Israel and their behavior and their relationship to their neighboring states would give one plenty of reasons to disagree with them on moral grounds. But I want to speak only politically for just a moment. Every American now is aware of this dynamic, this idea that we are unnecessarily beholden to Israel, to its weapons, to its funding, to its relationship with its neighbors, that we have to fight its wars. It is at the very least a perception that at this point everyone has come across. It is a fact that more people over time have shifted, especially Democrats, especially young Democrats, have shifted towards an anti-Israel position. The shift from being tepidly supportive of Israel to being very against their behavior in the Middle East has happened so quickly that I think a lot of Democratic politicians haven't caught up to it. There's been a whiplash effect. They don't know what's going on. But it is a fact that there are many young people today for whom like Israeli or Netanyahu, they use them almost as synonyms for bad. This is just a fact. If you go online, you will see plenty of young people who say, oh, that's so Israeli, and they mean like a TV show they didn't like. That is the extent to which this discourse has permeated common culture. The fact that the Democratic Party hasn't woken up to this and addressed the fact that their constituency has shifted in its position is insane. It is not just politically unviable, it's madness. It's counterintuitive. You would expect at the very least some kind of tepid acknowledgement that a change in the relationship between us and Israel is needed, or at the very least a reconciliation with the party. But if anything, the past year has shown us the Democrats are not, in many cases, willing to budge. There is a conservative faction within the Democratic Party that is using this as a litmus test. I mean, certainly Abdul, who's with us today, thank you very much for being here, has faced the blunt end of this just in the past week. The idea that criticism of Israel is something that can be used to castigate you, even when the majority of your constituents agree with it. I think that's insane. I think that any sensible politician should be able to agree it's insane, even without touching on the morals. And I really don't know how the Democratic Party can survive, can win in the future, unless it's willing to reconcile with this. That's my opening bit. I just wanted to make it clear. I know that all of us agree, end the genocide, right? Free the Palestinian people. I know that we're on board with that. But also, man, on a political level, we are off. It's crazy.
And Vosh, if I can jump in here, I'm sorry for the screen issues, but I think you hit the nail on the head. If this is not a legitimate space for conversation about where our tax dollars go in the aftermath of having subsidized a genocide and now getting pulled into an absolutely insane war in Iran because Netanyahu finally found an American president stupid enough to take us there, then I don't know what is. Now, it's absolutely critical for us to differentiate consistently, constantly, and clearly between Israel and AIPAC and the Jewish people and Judaism. Those are different things. And we need to, in the same breath, love and embrace the Jewish people and constantly decry anti-Semitism. And also, because of our love for people, recognize that we decry anti-Semitism and love the Jewish people, and also need to decry any form of genocide and apartheid being committed by a foreign government, particularly one that is taking our tax dollars. And so we can say all of those things in one breath. In fact, we have to, if we're serious about our foundational ideals, and we lead with those. So, I just think it's important for us to hold space, to keep saying what we believe about the state of Israel and about AIPAC, which is a MAGA-funded super PAC or set of super PACs, trying to move our foreign policy in lockstep with Israel, and at the same time recognize that has nothing to do with loving and embracing Judaism and the Jewish people.
Yeah, Abdul, I want to piggyback off of that because it's crazy that you and us have to make that distinction, because the people that conflate anti-Zionism or Israel criticism are the ones who's actually spreading anti-Semitism in a way, the same phenomenon that Vosh was talking about, where you see all these people using Israel and Netanyahu as bad. Those people don't see that distinction. And those people hear the people defending Israel and saying, oh, you're anti-Semitic if you criticize their policy. And they say, well, I guess I am anti-Semitic because I don't like what Israel is doing. I don't like what Netanyahu is doing. And this same phenomenon of anti-Israel, Instagram memes and TikToks and spreading throughout the youth, that's turning into anti-Semitism. And, as a Jewish person, I'm getting a little nervous. I can't lie. Like, I'm like, whoa, geez, like some of these don't seem like jokes anymore. So it is important for us to make that distinction. And it's insane that we are the ones who have to do that.
And I think, go ahead, jump in.
Go ahead. So sorry,
No,
Bill. Sorry. I just wanted to say that sort of distinction, it's being, let's see, my opponent is Chris Pappas, and he was asked recently, like, how come you have taken $2.7 million from AIPAC? And these were the town chairs here in New Hampshire. His answer was, these are not from AIPAC, these are from Jewish donors. So they are, even these politicians are throwing Jewish people under the bus, because we know AIPAC donors are not necessarily Jewish folks. These might be weapons manufacturers. These might be CUFI. There's another organization that we actually don't mention enough, the Christians United for Israel. They are a really dangerous organization. Those are mostly evangelical Christians. So for them, when they see the death and destruction across the Middle East, they're not looking at it as something morally reprehensible. They are thinking of collateral damage, because this is where the rapture is going to happen and Jesus Christ is going to come back. Yeah, so CUFI is a really dangerous organization, but that sort of distinction between Jewish folks as well as AIPAC donors, that merger is being perpetrated by these politicians, these genocide enablers. So this is extremely dangerous. So thank you for Soy for mentioning it, and thank you for Abdul for bringing this up.
Yeah, and I want to piggyback also the thing I came here to say. You talk about like witnessing the death and destruction, and I think often, I mean, this whole thing, it's anti-war. Everyone here is anti-war. Most people are anti-war, and the problem with that is you get kind of numb. You just hear war is bad. You hear a stat: 10,000 people died, 60,000 Palestinians dead, and you become very removed from what this is, and so. Maybe this is something that has worked for me. And I ask, if anyone supports the war, you have family members that support it, you have Trump, relatives or friends, show them like the anecdotes, like, because these stats sometimes are lost on people. Show them a mother watching her child be shredded by a bomb. And I know that's like, you're saying, hey, no one wants to see that. That's morbid. That's visceral. But that's what war is. And so there's a reason we oppose this. And we kind of get lost in the rhetoric of it before we see, oh, these are the direct consequences. Imagine you have a daughter that you raised for 12 years and that's erased in 10 seconds because of some stupid fucking policy from our current government. Like, you really need to face that and realize that if you want to justify this, you need a damn good reason, because that is not something that is okay. And the second point that I wanted to bring up is there are wars in the past that we've justified. World War II is the one everyone always brings up, and you can make arguments for other ones. But there's a world in which you could say, hey, if there was a nuclear country that was willing to use that the instant it happened, you could potentially get someone like me to say, you know what, maybe we do need to start a war, face the awful consequences of that to stop something worse from happening. But the problem is, and Kyle was so kind as to make that list of like 10 reasons maybe why Trump is doing this, not a singular one of those was, hey, because they might nuclearize. It's insane because one, you have to look at Iraq and say, okay, they lied about this in the past. How are we supposed to trust you now? But two, there is a million things you can do in between bombing innocent people to stop a nuclear war or to stop a country from getting nukes, one of which was the nuclear deal, which Republicans were so ready to completely dismantle, despite the international community saying, hey, this is good. They're following the regulations. They're following the check-ins. And so you look at this and they say, well, this is the only option. Well, it's not. There was negotiations. There were sanctions. There were so many things we could do in between here. And Republicans are so quick, as is their playbook, to tear this down completely and then say, well, you forced our hand. Now we have to go to war and kill innocent people. And that's just not the case. It's the same thing with U.S. aid. Well, maybe we'll need some leverage in Sudan. Well, guess what? Now they're not really so ready to have any leverage with us because we killed millions of their people. It's very frustrating to watch just how Republicans have handled this.
I mean, the reason that this is happening is because it's profitable. I think that's really important to just really highlight. It's making folks money, the folks who are at the top, as well as Donald Trump and his family and his friends and his campaign donors and all those folks. And so war is profitable. And what we have to remind people of is that it doesn't have to be this way at all. We can actually start electing hardworking, everyday people, and things would change. Like I am a union organizer, I am a community organizer. I've been a state lawmaker here in the state of Florida, ground zero for everything bad, right? So you all know that many of the bills that come out of our state legislature, they cross the country and they go into other state legislatures, and they're also federalized on a federal level. And so I come from the school of feeling as though hardworking people should get to shape what their economies and their communities look like. Right now, that's not happening. And so it is going to be up to us, right? The people to realize that no one politician is going to save us, right? There's two types of power. There's organized people and there's organized money. And right now, organized money is winning, and that's because the people aren't organized. We keep allowing them to divide us in regards to Blacks and Hispanics and Latinos and all these things, right? And that is profitable. Again, like division is so profitable because it keeps us off of looking at them pushing these bad policies. But again, like when it comes down to war at the end of the day, like I've seen numbers that Donald Trump has gotten richer. His friends and his family, every time he says something or whatever, like the stock market goes up, then it goes down. And it's like, that is intentional. And we have to change the architects right now, which are these horrible, corrupt politicians, right? If we want to see something different. And I think that's why all of us are running here on this, not a Zoom, on the stream.
And I agree with you. Sorry, Julie, go for it.
Totally. No, I'll just jump in and say, one, I'm hoarse just because I came back from our No Kings rally, and immediately before that, we had our state assembly, and your girl just took top line, and we'll be in a head-to-head with John Hickenlooper, a go-along to get along Democrat who has done absolutely nothing to fight for working people to stand up to the Trump administration. But what I will say is that to this conversation, right? When it is in this moment, for so many politicians, it is easier to say nothing than to put forward a critique of this administration, of Israel's policies, of entering into this war. But when you look, I come at this work as an immigrant rights organizer. And when you look at what were the conditions of the United States intervention in so many countries across Latin America a generation ago, that then led to the destabilization that then created the conditions for immigration. And then you look at globalization, and I grew up on the border of deep South Texas way back in 1993. 1994, NAFTA is enacted, and you then see that goods and services get to cross borders freely, but people did not get that same respect. And now when you look full circle a generation later, and who is profiting, just as Angie's saying, right? It is defense contractors, but who is going to pay the price? If not Americans with our lives, it will be us who pay the price at the gas pump, at the grocery store. And it begs the question, right? When we're in a moment where it becomes fraught to even just say anything, what are we doing as a society, right? And it's so lovely to be here in this room with y'all, to be able to have these conversations, because nobody ain't coming to save us but us. We're the ones that we've been waiting for.
If I can jump in on that, and I really appreciate both of those points. You know, the other side of it is this: it's not like we don't have problems here. Right? I've been up and down my state, 90 different cities now, and every room I walk into, people are talking about, I can't afford to take my kid to a doctor. I can't afford to fill up my whole tank of gas. I don't know how I'm gonna pay my rent. I
That's
can't ever
right.
afford a home. I am stuck in debt after debt after debt, credit card debt on top of student loan debt, on top of housing debt. And I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do next. And the reality of it is every dollar that we spend dropping a bomb on somebody else, every dollar we spend destroying a hospital or destroying a school is a dollar we're not spending actually solving problems here at home. And the thing about it is this, like, you don't have to go very far and you don't have to say very much for people to understand that there's an opportunity cost for the dollars that we are wasting abroad. $22 billion to subsidize a genocide sent to a foreign military. You're talking about $1 billion a day in this war. I don't know
So
anybody who pays their taxes in April and says, you know what, I can't wait to buy another country a tank or a bomb. And so we've got to remind people that really, at the end of the day, like, we are the actual America First Party, right? But we actually want you to benefit, not our corporations to benefit at the end of the day.
Yeah. And so, Soipil, you mentioned a good point. Like, how do you connect with folks? And so, Abdul and Angie and Julie made all these great points, like talking about the economic costs. And this is sometimes, unfortunately, when people hear 300,000 Gazans died and you see you're not moving the needle, you're like, okay, let's try a different strategy, right? And so, of course, the economic cost is really working with a lot of folks. People don't want to know that they're paying taxes and it's not coming back to their communities, it's going to war. The other is, unfortunately, which is terrible, is the fact that 13 service members were killed in the last 4 weeks. So a lot of times I lead with that. If I say 1,000 Iranians died, it might just be another number. 1,000 Lebanese died, again, just another number. And given that we know that all these death and destruction of Gaza didn't move the needle, I always say 13 service members died. How many more service members are we willing to sacrifice at the altar of Netanyahu, a war criminal? And
Yeah.
so this is, and people, that's exactly what we have to do. And also, like the other panelists mentioned, talk about the economic costs. And just like what we're seeing in Michigan, what Abdul just said, here in New Hampshire, homelessness crisis is really at an all-time high. And now, of course, it's been also criminalized to be homeless. So you can't even be in a camp. They're just shoving people around from one side to the other. A lot of these people have jobs. They just can't even afford to rent an apartment.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to say the reason the whole troops as an effective strategy works is because for so long the Trump admin's defense was no boots on the ground, it's only air. And now that they're apparently, as per this recent news, going to be sending thousands more people and we might be doing ground operations, yeah, it sucks that you can't say, hey, look, 1,000 brown people died, don't you care? And the answer sometimes is no. But these are, service members. It's very prevalent in the Republican Party to have family members in there, and you can weaponize their like extreme dogmatic support of the military to say, hey, do you want your children dying for this senseless war where the administration can't even give a straight reason? That is a very effective strategy.
And also, let's look at what the numbers from the Iraq War. Again, the Iraq War, Iraq was much smaller country, but just look at the numbers, and you most probably all of you know about it. But over 500,000 Iraqis and Syrians died in that Iraq War. Remember, it was going to be quick. We were going to be welcomed as liberators. It was going to be cheap. None of that happened. It lasted, 8 years? It resulted in the deaths of over 500,000 Iraqis and Syrians. That's a conservative estimate. Some people say it's over 1 million. And if you just look at the numbers of service members, 4,492 US service members died in that war. And over 30,000 US service members came home with either a mental trauma or physical trauma. And over the course of the last 25 years, over this whole war on terror, we have lost over 5,000 service members to suicide per year. So I always lead with, what are we doing to our own troops? You may not care about those brown people overseas, but do you at least care about our own troops what did they sign up for? National security. They didn't sign up for Benjamin Netanyahu's wars. They didn't sign up to enrich another weapons manufacturers. So that's what I lead with. And right now, because thank you, and I do see, I think Casey's here, I wanted to do a shout out to Track AIPAC. Amazing group, what you guys have done. People understand AIPAC now. I was at a nursing home and 60-year-old or 70-year-olds, I don't know how old they were like, and AIPAC, do you take money from AIPAC? I'm like, yes, we've done it. If nursing home folks are asking me about AIPAC money, then, Track AIPAC has done its job. So shout out to all of you. Thank you.
Oops. Am I the only person that doesn't hear Vosh?
I guess I can hear him.
Oh,
We
dang.
can hear him.
It's because I just entered. I was coming in to do the moderator thing, but I'll let you go off.
I'll raise my hand when he's done, Emma.
I can't hear him. Why can't I hear Vosh? Yeah, there's our own.
But
Let me
Vosh,
just jump in to say that.
so
Go
yeah,
ahead, and then I want to jump in.
so Vosh, the thing is, that is kind of where we are right now. But again, like I stated, it doesn't have to be that way. It says a lot that I have a husband, right? And he's saying to me that the Democrats and the Republicans are different wings on the same bird. That means we have failed, right? That means we have allowed corporate Democrats to lead our party. And that means that we have to change that, right? And so we cannot continue to elect people who are basically okay with getting scraps of scraps of scraps, and they're too afraid to speak up and push back because they're worried about their appropriations being cut. Meanwhile, or they're worrying about their bills passing or not passing, right? Meanwhile, they're not even allowing them to pass anything transformative. And I'm speaking from being in a super minority, right? Like, if we are in a super minority, like we are in the state of Florida, we need to be the party of like resistance. We need to let people know that we are here fighting to uplift their lives, right? And what's very interesting to me is that what frustrates me sometimes about our party is that when Obama was in office, right? Whether or not you love him or not, he was cool with me. But when he was in office, the Tea Party movement started happening. And even when they were in the minority and in some super minorities, they always like pushed back and fought hard. There was no compromise, right? And yes, I understand us as Democrats, we need to compromise, but like we cannot compromise our values because our values have compromised people's lives. We see it playing out in what's happening over in Gaza. We see it playing out right now, what Abdul stated, like people are dying here in America because they can't afford their medication. They are dying because they can't afford a roof over their home. There was a woman whose children died in a car. They froze to death. What the fuck? Right? I literally had a call with my friend the other day. She is fearful if she lose her job because she just came out of the hospital. She doesn't know what is going to happen. There is so many people that are living their lives like that. Not only that, but when you think about it, I am a Black woman, so I am going to speak from a Black lived experience. Over 600,000 Black men have lost their jobs in a matter of months. Over 500,000 Black women. We should be upset and pissed off. But we have, and I want to say, Brother Abdul, they're spending $2 billion a day. $2 billion a day to bomb people. But they want to tell us they ain't got money to feed our children breakfast at schools. They don't want to expand ACA. Get out of here with that. If you want different, everyone that's watching us on this stream, then you need to make sure that not only do you vote differently, but like we are outspent, right? We are outraised on this call. And so we need you to tell a friend and tell a friend and tell a friend. All of you all need to donate to these folks that are on this call, because these establishment dim, they want to keep the status quo as well. And so if we want different, we will do different.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it's about building a stronger opposition to the fascist forces. And that's like what this is about. This is not criticism or for criticism's sake. This is about building a stronger party that really represents working people and their actual struggles. So I want to thank this panel so much for all of your contributions. Of course, everybody on here support campaigns. You can go to, of course, progress.win/rally to support this general stream, but everybody check out all of the candidates and creators on this stream right now. I still don't know if I can hear Vosh, but gotta say goodbye to everybody at once, and then we will bring on our next panelist for our final panel. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, sorry, Vosh, I couldn't hear you. I apparently cut you off, but that's one way for women to rise over men. We just cut you guys off. So anyways,
Yeah.
bye guys.
Bye.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, right. So Vosh is talking, you're talking. I can't figure it out. This must be a Discord problem, or it's
listening to a
me.
stream. He's saying really nasty things, but making a nice face. I don't know how he's
Exactly.
getting away with it.
Okay. Or he's really, really doing a great job of faking me out. So next up, we are going to bring on our final panel. These are two different political, or this is a political commentator, Dylan Burns, who's running, who's an on-the-ground conflict reporter, known for live stream journalism, including coverage from Ukraine and international political events. And then we also have Josie Caballero, a community organizer involved in progressive grassroots campaigns, running for Montgomery County Council in Maryland. Quick panel here, folks, I guess. Or do we maybe don't have Dylan right now?
I think Dylan may be in the wrong chat.
Oh,
on the main
okay.
page, so he's being moved. There he is.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We have Dylan Burns here, political commentator and on-the-ground conflict reporter, known for live stream journalism. There you go, including coverage from Ukraine and international political events. I know that you guys are perhaps I'll leave you guys to a discussion here about Ukraine. This will be a 15-minute panel, and then Krystal and I will be back to wrap up the stream.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Emma. So good to see you.
So great to see you too. I muted myself.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yes,
Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. Great. So it's good to see you, Dylan. Yeah.
See you too. It's been a very long time, and I'm happy I'm on
has.
here, as I said beforehand, with a Marylander. So we're with some civilized parts of the country. We're talking to some real down home based Marylanders.
That's right. So Dylan, you have been out and about for the last 5 years, in and out. You want to start with some of the things you've been seeing out there, going to Ukraine?
Yeah, I've been reporting on the front line in Ukraine now for going on 5 years. I've reported on just about every front line, from the Kharkiv front line, from the Konstantinivka front line. I filmed the Pokrovsk battle for over a year as that went going on for a long time. Documented the human safari, and it had a really transformational impact on my view of war. It's part of the reason why I felt it was necessary for me to speak at this event and to openly oppose the illegal war against Iran that was declared with a WMD-style threat, as if we've learned nothing in the last 20 years, before we immediately blew up 168 children and lied about it. And if you're going to lie about the children that we blow up with weapons of our own while saying that they use the weapons they don't have access to, it's very hard to trust this administration with any type of military action, especially when they're doing it above the heads of Congress. But it's not just procedural concerns, there's also moral concerns about exactly what the goals of this operation are. How you say you're going to fight for the Iranian people, then call for them to go on the streets and then do nothing for months before you take a campaign, a military attack, in order to gain control of their resources, of the government, but namely, not to prioritize the needs of the local people. If the needs of the local people were prioritized, then they would have been more honest about the children that they blew up. But I mean, I think a lot of it just comes from how horrific modern warfare is now.
in Kherson, I've seen human beings hunted by the Russian army, grandmothers who have been blown up in the middle of the street while they're going on their morning walk, ambulance drivers who go through degloving head injuries of the head. And the ultimate goal of my work is to try to document these war crimes and give a voice to these people who are being attacked. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about the war in Iran, when we're talking about the attacks on Palestine, when we're talking about the war in Myanmar or the war in Ukraine, that we're prioritizing the people namely affected by the war, that we're prioritizing the self-determination of all of these peoples, which I think is a deeply American value, that the Ukrainians have a right to self-determination, that the Palestinians have a right to self-determination, the Syrians had a right to self-determination, all these people have a right to self-determination. And this moral center must guide the left forward as we go and talk to the rest of the country. This country right now really doesn't like what Israel's doing and supports Ukraine, almost as if the connecting dot between one movement and the other is the self-determination of these peoples, that we all believe, as Americans do in their hearts, that people have a right to rule themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for putting so many words because as many may or may not know, I'm a Navy veteran. I served in from 2004 to 2010 during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. And I remember when I was a young kid and when I was a sophomore in high school, I saw the towers get hit with 9/11. I was born and raised in rural Texas, and the rally the flag effect was very real. And when you say the WMD type rhetoric of like, oh, they have these weapons, they're gonna, it's the flashbacks are so real because that's what convinced me to go to war. When I was 17 years old, I signed up ready to go and got into boot camp at 18 years old. And then 2 years later, go right onto an aircraft carrier in the Gulf, fighting for Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. And now I see it all happening again. And it's happening even worse than ever before because even in that war, there was a somewhat of a semblance of an idea that maybe this was justified. But now sailors and military members across the United States, across the world, are all like, I don't believe in this war. So you have the George Washington, George Washington's headed out there. The Gerald Ford is out there currently. They've been out for 11 to 12 months out at sea. Their sewage is overflowing. They've had a laundry fire that burned 600 racks, and now they're sleeping on the floor and tabletops on a supercarrier with 5,500 people on board. They are in a can, hot in the Persian Gulf, and their number one mission is launching missiles or launching planes with missiles off their flight deck day in, day out. Personnel comfort is not what they're caring about right now, and morale is incredibly low. And so I think about all of those young kids that are out there fighting for this war, suffering, because that's what you do when you're out there. You suffer and just are a cog in the machine, grind it up into something that you won't recognize when you get home. And here we are doing it again to another generation of people, because I've had friends who've lost their lives because of this. So it makes me so angry when I see this happening. But you saw it firsthand on this stuff with what's going on in Ukraine. And
$878. Is that how much an American soldier's life is worth? That's what Magyar, the leader of the 414, says, how much it costs to take one drone and throw it at a soldier and take them out. Drone warfare, FPV warfare, grenade dropping warfare. This is the future of 21st century warfare. And the United States is not prepared. The American public is not ready to see American boys in camouflage getting hit by FPV drones with their faces shown to the general public. This is something where in Ukraine, there is enough of these drones that targeting civilians is an everyday practice. My good friend Eugene, a week ago, he was hit. He was evacuating an 83-year-old and a 64-year-old. Both of them were smashed to bits. He got a concussion. Thankfully, he survived. This is his 6th or 7th aid mission where he has been bombed like this. And I've been with him on unsuccessful aid missions. It's horrific. If you can produce these at such a low rate, at $878, that you can expend them on civilian targets, it will not be difficult for terrorist organizations or for states where we overstretch ourselves with imperial arrogance and wars of choice, military adventurism. That's going to lead to American soldiers facing that consequence. And so when we go to war, It should not be a decision made solely by an imperial president that has been empowered after administration, Democrat and Republican. It should be something that is decided by Congress, that the country gets a discussion about, before the man who said he wanted to bomb women and children on the campaign trail gets to decide on his own what's an imminent threat.
Yep. And that's why I'm happy to be able to sit here with you and talk about the actual horrors of what is happening right now and why it's important to get members of Congress in office that are going to fight and oppose these wars with every ounce of their strength. That's why progressive victory candidates that are running for Congress, that are taking this pledge to make sure that they fight back, is so critical. That's why these donations matter so much. I mean, as somebody who's running for office myself currently in Montgomery County, like, the amount of money, like $10,000 is enough to like fuel an entire door campaign of literature. Like, it is so critical, and that could be the margin of victory. So when you are here thinking, where does my donation go? It goes to funding campaigns of actual true champions, because we cannot do this anymore. Like you said, Dylan, what is it worth? What is it worth to save a human life? We already know what it's worth to kill them. It's time for us to actually put money down to save them. And that's
We
what
don't need any more drum circles. We don't need any more flower crowns. What we need is action. We need to elect people who'd be willing to go after the power of the purse and say, you started this war, it's illegal, we're not going to fund it. We need people who are brave enough, progressive, centrist, any part of the party, to say that when the president of the United States tries to abandon our allies to a war of aggression after we told them to give up their atomic weapons or we would starve them during the Cold War, that we stand with them. And progressives that don't do that don't deserve a dime of your money, whether it be standing against this war in Iran or standing with those who were victimized by imperial wars of aggression and colonialism. And so I'm so happy to have a lot of people here today that stand with that. A lot, at least.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things I wanted to show is something that I thought was which is relevant to what the United States used to be when it came to military soft power. This is a photo from when I was on deployment in 2008, where we were giving USAID boxes to the people in the Philippines surviving and recovering from a monsoon. This doesn't exist anymore. We have a Department of War that doesn't think that this is important. And if you want to see an actual United States that people bring smiles to their faces when they see us, we got to get good people in office that actually fight for what the values of what we stand for are, where our dollars actually save lives instead of kill them. I think about this a lot. It's been keeping me up at night thinking about these folks out there. It's terrible.
We're both DC area people. You know, we know a lot of federal employees. I'm from Prince George's County. Over 20% of the people in our county are federal employees. I've heard so many stories of people who have worked tirelessly for years, have decades of experience working to get aid to people, working to get assistance to people. And these were the first programs that were targeted. In Ukraine, I've seen U.S. aid handed out to civilians who are fleeing the worst parts of the front line. The absolute worst parts, where it's literally hell on earth. They go to these places, try to get some food, some water, some assistance. Those programs have been shut down. I don't see it there anymore. It's no longer there. We're no longer known for either giving them the help they need to defend themselves or the help they need for the children to survive. I think it'd be a lot better for the United States if we were known for sticking by the people we make commitments to and not going and blowing up children's schools.
Yeah. I have a friend who was a Marine in the front lines in Fallujah when the war started back in 2001, 2002. And he talked about when he went to Fallujah the first time, it was one of the worst fighting of the war of that generation. And he said when he went back the second time, he was handing out soccer balls. And he will tell you that the time that he remembers fondly are the times that he was giving soccer balls out to the kids instead of actually patrolling their streets with ammunition. And it really touched me to know that that's what we should be doing. And every military general and everybody who's seen this war, not every one of them, but the good ones, will say the more aid you give, the less bullets you have to use. And we are in an administration that doesn't believe it that way. They want to use the bullets. They want to use the munitions. Pete Hegseth said it himself. He negotiates with bombs. And so this is where we are. And we have to do everything we can to fight back, because this isn't going to stop magically. This is going to take hard effort from all of us.
we have a Department of War that openly advertises its war crimes. There is no circumstance where the head of the Department of War or the Department of Defense, if you know, I don't mean to dead name it, but there is no circumstance where he should be saying we take no quarter. That's illegal under U.S. law and international law, but that's the standard that we have now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Krystal.
Hello, how are you guys doing? I just wanted to
Yeah.
say, as someone who hasn't seen war up close, I think it was so important to get both of your perspectives. As
Please.
people who have seen the horror and the carnage up close, there's just no substitute for having that eyewitness testimony.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Krystal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
of
you,
course.
Krystal.
Of
And
course.
yeah. Did you have a specific question for either of us?
Just last thoughts as I was saying earlier, we just learned that it's very likely that there are going to be ground troops. They're, putting plans forward, submitting them to the president. Obviously, we had additional Marines reach the region. So, Josie, maybe you could speak to, what that is likely to look like. What will that look like for those service members? What will that look like for their families?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that they're out because we see the troops, we saw the movements, and we know that they've already kissed their family and loved ones goodbye, hoping to come back home. It's incredibly horrific, and you also have to think about the sailors and all the people that are involved in this operation that will have to be there to support. Because you think like if you say 10,000 troops, you have to have supplies and all of the things that are required. So it is a huge effort. Billions of dollars a day are going to be spent to resource these. And one of the things that I worry about deeply is what the enemy is going to do once we're in their territory. What we've seen so far with what's happening on bases in the United States is kind of just a taste of what's to come. And I hope that reliving and going back to the times that the wars started back in 2002, 2003, 2004, and when I got in 2004, knowing how many troops and lives we lost, to go back through that again makes me incredibly afraid, because as a young kid back then, you think about the fact that we had a whole generation for 20 years go and do this and put their lives on the line, coming back with scars they don't see. And now we're exposing a new generation to the same horrors that we had to experience, because we know no matter what, they're always going to come back wounded, either mentally or physically, or not make it back up. So my heart breaks. My heart breaks, knowing that this is going to be happening. So that's my emotional reaction to it.
Well, thank you for that. And Josie, if you could tell people where they can support your campaign, and Dylan, let people know where they can find you and follow your work that you've been doing.
Yeah, so josieformaryland.com. So that's Josie with the word for Maryland.com. It's a very important campaign. We've been endorsed by Progressive Victory, and we are doing but it's still going to take every dollar that we can to make it across the finish line. We're running to represent 1.1 million people right outside of DC. I always like to say, let's make a trans Latina veteran Trump's next door neighbor. Because we're going to be there, like right across the border. I can see DC outside my window. And
How
it's
Sarah
one of
Palin
those.
of you.
I know, right? That's why I say it. Like I literally think of that every time I say it. But yeah, so we have a real chance and to win the seat and be the first openly trans woman elected in Maryland's history. And I will represent more representatives than any other trans person in the entire country as well, which is an honor to even have a shot at this seat.
Amazing stuff. Final closing remarks here from our other guest, Dylan.
Sure. I also just want to give a shout out again to Maryland. Love to see Marylanders getting the platform. I just think that the war is illegal. It's immoral. There's no defense for it. Any Democrat that's defending it should be removed from office. and any progressive that's not supporting aid to Ukraine shouldn't be given a dime. Besides that, I think if you want to see my work, you can see it at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. We've documented the human safari. We're going back to Ukraine a little bit to cover the front line in Konstantinivka. There's been a lot of aid workers targeted in that direction, and we feel it's important to highlight that. We're going to be releasing a documentary on ice fishing in Minneapolis as we cause some trouble for ice up in Minneapolis. So look for that at Dylan Burns TV.
Very
Can't wait to check that out. All right. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you both.
Yeah, of course.
And thank you to all of the panelists and politicians and just activists and good-hearted people that were on this stream today. It really was great to just see the litany of voices standing up against this criminal war.
Hartzell, your thoughts?
Before we start, I just want to say thank you to both of you. This has been so amazing. I really do think that this is one of the first times that something like this has been done, where like the online space really meets the electoral space. We're doing it streaming. I don't know. I feel like this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. So
You people made me learn Discord.
And we'll
It's
make you
really
learn it
evil
again.
software, isn't it?
I hate it. So I just want to say thank you. Also, we broke through for breaking 26, the breaking points code, right? So it's freed, which is wonderful. And also, I really just want to say left is best. So I've always
Yeah, I should probably
Look
plug
at
the
me
Majority
shilling right
Report.
now. Look at me just
No, your presence plugs the Majority Report out.
Sam actually actively tells me don't do promotion. I'm like, I don't understand what this is about, but sure, I
this
won't.
is the nice thing about this is one nice thing about working with a right winger is he's much more comfortable with promotion than I am. Tiger always handles the pitch. Like,
Hold
go
on,
ahead,
Emma,
you
what is
capitalist
this-
friend.
I can see that.
What is this Majority Report you keep talking about?
We are
I
a
do wanna
date.
say, I
Yeah.
want to say this too, as we just, we all got that breaking news, right? We're all processing as we head out of here.
Yeah.
And what I was, I had something I was kind of prepared to talk about, but I'm still trying to, actually it does kind of still fit for what I want to say, because this war, this illegal, this barbaric, this disgusting, insert all the awful adjectives, it is the antithesis, right? It is the opposite of what I think is the American promise. And I think on the left we get made of, we get made fun of, because I don't know. I think for some reason the idea of being a patriot is kind of a boogeyman, and I think actually there's
Patriots
something
for
beautiful.
progress.
Well, there you go. But I think that we need to reclaim what it means to be a patriot, right? Because when I think of the American promise, when I think about being a patriot, there's nothing that's more foundational, right, than the first thing you did. And the first thing we did was the Declaration of Independence, and this radical idea that we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? It's a roadmap. It's not evolution. It's a struggle, but it also is a direction, right? We have life. Here we are. We got a bunch of woke folks. What are we going to do, right? And it's not a religious thing. It's like, here we are. There's been an awakening, right? We got a bunch of folks. What are we going to do? How are we going to get any of this done? That's the liberty, right? It's the fact that it is not profit that controls the power. It's the people that control the power. And so then we have a mandate to pursue our happiness. And what is our happiness if not guaranteed healthcare? If it's not guaranteed social housing? If it's not a guaranteed job that pays at least a living wage? I'm saying 25 in my district, but I think we need to make that go up higher and higher. And we can't do any of that because of wars and a foreign policy that is rooted in the war machine, that is rooted in our pain and suffering. Hakeem Jeffries takes money from Palantir, the same group that installed JD Vance, the same group that is using AI that's taken our jobs away, and he's making profits off of that AI that's used to kill children in Gaza, and children in the West Bank for that matter as well, children in Lebanon, all of our folks from Venezuela to Cuba. The list tragically goes on and on and on. And so that's why we have to be anti-war, pro-peace. It cannot be pro-process argument. It cannot be pro-committee. It has to be anti-war, pro-peace, and we have to invest that money into our people. How can we expect the supposed opposition party? We know the Republicans aren't going to do anything, but how can we expect the opposition party to give a damn about our kids here in my district as we are blowing up kids in service to Israel's genocide, right? How can I expect to trust you with our public transit as we just demolished all the infrastructure in Lebanon, in Iran, in Palestine? How can I expect you to have my back when your back is actually in front of those who are paying you off? Like I said with my AIPAC story, they want to buy off a black face. And for too many folks, they think that that is being powerful, but you are just being an acceptable mouthpiece for power. And their version of that power is that of the oligarchs, that of the empire. So all that has to be said, like this moment that we are in, and even this breaking news that's happening second by second, let that be a grounding, because also that pursuit of happiness is making sure that our folks across the seas, no matter where they are, it's workers of the world unite. So we need to make sure that we take care of our working class folks all across the world. So again,
Yeah.
I just so appreciate this, and I'll send it to whoever's next, but this has been really wonderful, and I appreciate
But Hartzell, you forget, what if I'm a best friend of Jeffrey Epstein and I like the suffering and evil in the world today?
Yeah, we
And
got to get
profit
rid of
off
that
of it.
Epstein class.
Yeah,
and
what
we
if I
make
what if I
money off of
profit
it.
millions and billions of dollars off of the genocide and suffering of everybody in the world?
It's
And it's
great
not
that
just a
we
bunch of
represent
lefties who
both
know that.
sides, both
Right.
sides on this stream.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think
True American
that's
knows that too.
responsible broadcasting here,
We need
folks.
to aspire to the class solidarity of the Epstein class.
True,
Like, they
actually.
really
Genuinely, yeah.
got it
Oh my
locked
God.
down. We need to learn some things from that. But I mean,
Well, it's because
Oliver,
they're winning. Because there's no
Yes.
infighting when you win. There's only infighting when you're losing, which is why they're now all fighting with each other.
Well, that's true. Yeah. And I mean, and they're very clear on, like, they're not going to get confused and think that like trans people are actually the problem or immigrants are actually the problem. They understand that's, that's what they can throw out to the masses to confuse people and divide people, but they know the project that they're engaged in. And Oliver, one of the things I've been thinking about is like, it's not an accident that the same people that will take the AIPAC money take all the other money too, right? Because wars and oligarchy, that all goes together. And I do think the Epstein files like really revealed just the way these people it's so much more overt and brazen than I even thought, where they're messaging each other like, oh, there's a war over here. Won't that be profitable for us? What if we started some instability over there? Wouldn't that be good for us? It's sick. And it's hard, I think, as regular people to really wrap your head around the fact that most, like the Epstein class types, they look at war and they go, oh, this is an opportunity for me. I can make money off of this. I can grab more power off of this. And so that's why the pro-oligarch politicians are also the pro-AIPAC politicians by and large.
Yeah, and Krystal, what's been coming to mind for me recently with the new releases of these new tranches of the Epstein files is something called the Panama Papers. Do we all remember that, the Panama Papers, that there is a big multinational global conspiracy of billionaires and corporations dodging their taxes, housing their profits in offshore tax havens, and we are in an environment. We're in a media environment with this broken corporate media that is completely captured. If you watch mainstream media, they go to the advertisements, and it's big pharma, it's health insurance, it's all of the bad actors in our politics, and so we live currently in an environment where the Panama Papers can be brought to the fore. We live in an environment where the Epstein files can be brought to the fore. We live in an environment where Marco Rubio can come right out and say, yeah, we struck Iran because Israel was going to do it anyway, so we might as well go and get ours. And there are no consequences. There's no accountability. And so when it came to this Iran War Powers resolution, this is about my campaign with Jared Moskowitz, but it's about so much more than that. It's a bigger fight. It's a national effort, and it's in fact an international effort. When we think about the blockade on Cuba, when we think about one thing that's been going through my mind as well recently is children in Gaza are about to end their third school year since the Israeli genocide began.
Jesus.
How is the next generation supposed to receive an education? Just the most basic functionality. Representative Angie Nixon was talking about distilling it down to just the individual stories, because we can get lost in the sauce with the numbers and the denials and the death tolls, but there are human stories ultimately at the heart of it. and it's incredibly moving to be a part of a group like this and be part of a movement like this where we understand solidarity with with one another, and where we are willing to share the spotlight with each other. There's, especially in American politics, because we have this broken and corrupt campaign finance system, there's a scarcity mindset. There's a scarcity mindset that
100%.
replicates the function of capitalism. And so I have to try to stiff arm Hartzell to get mine, because that's what I need to do to get
Fuck that
through.
guy.
That's the old way of thinking. But I bring Hartzell up specifically because Hartzell invited me on to watch the State of the Union together and live stream together. And we did in miniature something that, when this war powers resolution came forward and Jared Moskowitz opposed it immediately, I said, let me call Hartzell up, and I've got this crazy idea, and let me see if he'd be down with this. And then I called up Benjamin with Progressive Victory, and I called up Krystal, and I called up Nina Turner, and I said, we have to do something bigger than any individual campaign, because if it's just about me, we're not going anywhere. It's the Bernie Sanders, not me, us. This is bigger. And this is why it's important also to have organizers in office. Hartzell comes from an organizing background. I come from an organizing background. Hartzell's been a tenant organizer. I've been a union organizer with the communication workers. Being able to speak with people who you might not agree with on every single issue. We're building coalitions, and that is what it is going to take. We're not going to agree with people on every single issue. I think, Krystal, that's one reason why Breaking Points is so resonant, because you've got Sauger, and you've got yourself, and you've got Ryan and Emily and everyone else who takes part in the conversation from differing perspectives, but with a shared analysis of, there are people in power, and then there are people who are disempowered and who are left out of the narrative. And those are the conversations we have. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't plug Majority Report as well, and the incredible work that Emma does. But this is why we did this, to bring this together, because especially as we're on the precipice of another catastrophic war. I feel like I'm too old to be reliving stuff like this, but my mom's pulling out my 2003, fifth grade Scholastic Kids, papers on the Iraq War, and we're just going back through the same thing again. And as Dylan and Josie was saying on the last panel, we're condemning a new generation of American service members to the same trauma, the same injury, their families to the same loss, the irreplaceable loss that we should have learned from by now. Barbara Lee had the courage to be the only vote against the 2001 AUMF, and she was right. She was right, and yet we still have members of Congress in both political parties, too many Democrats, too afraid to be anti-war. And this is what is uniting the American people, left and right. We do not want to see genocide. We do not want to see apartheid. We do not want to see our taxpayer dollars going to fund these insane and inhumane initiatives that violate international law. It's the United States committing terrorism in other parts of the world when we're bombing the school in Minab in Iran. This is how the world views us. And at the same time, we don't have Medicare for all. We don't have college for all. We don't have affordable housing or public transportation. And so we need to build a broad-based movement that shows that our message, the progressive message, this is not just for deep blue parts of the country. It's for places like Missouri. It's for places like South Florida, because the working class, we live and exist all across this country. And if we can unite, as we did tonight, then we're going to win in November. We're going to win our primaries, and we're going to flip the House of Representatives. God willing, we're going to flip the Senate, and we're going to put a check on Donald Trump the way that too many Democrats have given him a blank check now. We're going to put that check on him, and we're going to put a stop to this Iran war. And we're going to finally build the kind of America that we deserve, the American dream that we were raised on, but that has been sold off for the profiteering of the military-industrial complex. It stops now. We have to change, and this is what tonight was about. We have to change as a country. We need to change our tactics as a movement, and we need to be united. So I'm just so grateful to be in this space with all of you.
A better world is possible, baby. A better world
Better
is
world is
possible.
awesome.
Not just
Hartzell and
uniting,
Oliver,
it's
I
making sure that we do that.
have a Hartzell and Oliver, I have a question. You guys both are pretty good at this, like speaking about issues thing. Are you? You should run for office.
Well, when
I haven't done it before, but
Yeah.
Get
I'll
off
give it a
this. You need to
shot.
do something even more prestigious. Make a
Go to Hartzell for
podcast.
Congress.
Yes. We need more podcasters out there. There aren't
We do,
enough.
yeah. There's a
Can I,
dearth of podcasters
I
in the
mean,
world.
Gavin Newsom's a podcaster, and in his off days,
I
he
love
decides to be
I love
government.
when Gavin Newsom goes on his podcast and throws trans people like me under the bus just for fun. It's
Just for
so
fun.
good. It's
For
so
shits
good.
and gigs.
Very brave of him.
Very brave. Any kind of final thoughts here, Krystal, as we wrap up? This has been a phenomenal panel. I'm so happy that we've been able to get people to get together. I mean, so many people. Like, what's the actual count of how many folks who have been on the stream? It's pretty nuts. But progress dot win. Progress dot win / rally. Yeah.
Before we wrap up though, I do actually want to take a sec to shout out all the incredible people who put this on behind the scenes. Oh my God. Just to name a couple, just the entire media department, JR producer, Hydra, who was reaching out to tons and tons and tons of candidates and coordinating all of this together. Benjamin, you did a lot of that work as well. Pickalime, who is our organizing director, absolutely nailed it, knocked it out of the park. And then I showed up right at the end just to like help people into the call.
Hanya too.
Well, also,
Hartzell,
Hanya
Zach,
as well. Oh my God,
Oliver, like everybody really came together here, and you know, it's really something that I think I think Oliver probably said the most important thing out of this whole panel, and it's that scarcity mindset that you talked about, because that scarcity mindset is not only what they use to rebuild the game, to force us into playing their game on our own side, but it's also so pernicious because it has taken hold. It's taken hold in the way we interact with our creators. It's taken hold with the way creators interact with each other. It's taken hold in the way politicians act with orgs, how politicians act with each other, how candidates treat each other. It's so pernicious because that scarcity, that fear has just become so like ingrained and so built in. And it's not real. It doesn't need to exist. So many people that I talk to or that I work with in this space genuinely believe that like PV and DSA represent two different political projects that are distinct from each other and can't mutually exist and don't, and necessarily by virtue of having different conclusions are like they negate each other, and one has to win and one has to lose, and it's not a fucking zero-sum game. Like, it's all collaborative. It all builds each other. Not to throw out a Reaganism, but I see it in chat. Rising tide, the boats, they go up. It happens.
Well, and I would also
wanna
just
can
say,
Hanya speak real quick? I know, especially all the breaking news. Hanya, I'm just wondering if you could ground us. Like right now, as we are, preparing to send ground troops to Iran, you are Iranian. Can you just kind of ground us in what this really means? We're on a call that says anti-war. Well, what are we doing it for? So Hanya, tell us why.
Yeah, I think you said something that was that hit home, Oliver, when you said, you have to revisit back your trauma from the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And just imagine having lived this experience in Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, when we, again, as I mentioned on one of our previous panels, like the bombs would drop and we would have to seek shelter downstairs. And the one thing is that, my heart goes out to my country, my homeland of just 90 million people who have been trapped under sanctions, under 47 years of, the government, completely overlooking their human rights. And now this sort of, buffoonery where now we start a war absolutely for no reason, right? And so it is people like yourselves who make me feel good about what we're willing and what we're able to do together, right? The news is extremely hard. I mean, it is hard for many Iranians to we can't even communicate with our family members, right? Because there is no access to the internet, because, they have to use a landline to contact. So my auntie calls every single night. And this is a woman who actually protested because of the inflation and the dollar and the Tuman completely crashing a few months ago, and was shot. by the Iranian forces, right?
Wow.
Now she's trapped in this space where she can only call maybe for 1 minute or two just to let us know that she's alive, right?
Wow.
So these moments are extremely challenging, and human pain, is very real when you live through a war. And as divided as the community can be, I think we are. When I talk about the community, I'm talking about the diaspora, right? I think we all love our country, and we breathe the air still. That's, to me, that's the most vivid thing, is just remembering Iran as it used to be when I was a little girl. So, for me, I just want to thank every single one of you. When Oliver reached out to us, and when the World War Powers Resolution was mentioned, we had a very intimate conversation, and something in me just felt so supported and protected as an Iranian American. The anti-war, the left movement cares so much for my people, cares so much for Palestinians, cares so much for people in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Yemen, in Lebanon. And we have to remember Lebanon. Thousands of people have died, so many injured, right? It just makes me feel so reassured that we are going to be okay. And so I want to thank every single one of you here from the bottom of my heart. My dad, when we moved to the US, he said to me, he said, he painted this vivid picture of America that was beautiful. And I say to him, sometimes, he passed away a few years ago, and I always say, when I have these moments when I feel like he's around me, I say, I'm still looking for that America that you promised me, Dad. And I will work until my last breath to make sure everybody sees that America that was so beautiful to you as an Iranian immigrant. And so I thank you, every single one of you. I want to thank you, Krystal, for being the backbone of this, to you, Benjamin, Emma, incredible sharing the space with you, Hartzell, for being just so bold and so wonderful as a candidate, and Oliver and Zach. Oliver, for being so strong to run in that district and being bold about your support for the anti-war movement, and Zach, for all the work that you do, and Jay and every staff member with PV and the volunteers. I know it's a hard thing to do, but we brought this together, and it's because of you that I know we're going to be okay.
Well, I think that's a perfect place
Beautiful
to
note.
end, Tanya.
Yeah.
Beautifully said. And I think really puts in perspective, these little like petty grievances between this person and that person, this group and that. Like, we got bigger fish to fry right now, people, honestly. And not just for this country, but truly for the world. Because while we're, currently waging war on Iran and the Iranian people and bombing schools, et cetera, in Iran, we're starving and threatening Cuba. We illegally kidnapped the Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, to brazenly steal their oil and their gold. I mean, the country, this fascist regime, is a menace to the entire globe. So I'm just going to put one more plug in for progress.win/rally. If you guys can give to the many incredible candidates that we heard from this evening, and as many amazing candidates as you guys booked and we already heard from, there were scores more who wanted to be in the program, who are also great progressives, who submitted 1-minute videos so that people could get to know them a little bit and who they are and where they're running and what they're all about. So we're going to run those videos now. So make sure and check those out as well. But thank you to the whole team. Thank you to everybody out there who was watching. We're so grateful for the support, and to the onward, I guess. Well, hopefully, I think a lot more collaborations will come out of this, which I think will be extraordinary as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Forever.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krystal.
Later, everybody.
Zach says join DSA.
Join DSA,
yes. Join DSA.
WFP
Join
and
PV.
Justice Dems, PV.
PV.
My name's Adam Murphy, Democratic candidate for Virginia's 9th District, running in Southwest Virginia. Our primary is August 4th, and I'm endorsed by groups like Progressive Victory, and I'm working on groups like the DSA and the Working Families Party. I'm an Eagle Scout. I'm working with a lot of our local unions, teachers associations, community action groups, community service boards, you name it, I'm learning. My opponent in the general would be Congressman Morgan Griffith, who's been an elected official for over 30 years and has been there since 2010. If there was one policy I had to choose to put forward as the one that I'd like to get enacted, there's a lot that needs to get changed, but I would like to have the people of the United States to have single-payer, universal health care. And the only one on the table is Medicare for all. If you'd like to learn more, if you'd like to learn about our platform, what we're running on the 21st Century Deal and the 21st Century Bill of Rights, check us out on our website at murphy4va.com. Hope to see you there. Hope to count on your support. Thank you so much.
A decade ago, these were in my spine. And this is what my back looked like. In 2016, I suffered a severe back injury that nearly left me paralyzed. I had to have my spinal cord rebundled and had 4 rods and 8 screws put in. And then 4 years to the day, I had one of those rods break. It was my experience with the for-profit healthcare industry that inspired me to run for office and fight for universal healthcare. We always seem to have more money for war, but not enough money to actually help people here get the healthcare they need. My name is Heath Howard. I'm a Gen Z state representative running for Congress in New Hampshire's 1st congressional district, one of the few open primaries anywhere in the country. As a state representative, I unseated a 12-year Republican incumbent who is also chair of New Hampshire Right to Life. I've also operated completely in a Republican trifecta where I've had 28 of my bills pass our chamber just last year alone, and I had 9 signed by the governor. I know how to get things done regardless of who I'm working with. My record speaks for itself. That's why I'm proud to have the endorsements of the IBW 104, of Progressive Victory, of the Southern New Hampshire DSA, of Citizens Against AIPAC Corruption, of Citizens Impeachment, and of over 40 state legislators and other local elected officials. Learn more about our campaign at heathhowardnh.com or follow us on any social media platform at heathhowardnh. I look forward to seeing you all at the polls on September 8th.
Hi friends, Heidi Hall here, running for Congress in California's District 3 with a primary date of June 2nd. I'm a lifelong public servant with an expertise in the environment and climate change, and I'm currently in my 3rd term as a Nevada County Supervisor right here in the beautiful heart of this district. I'm running to fight against Trump's authoritarian regime, to hold all of the administration accountable for their illegal and unconstitutional actions, to abolish ICE, and to pass Medicare for all. My opponent is an entrenched congressman from a neighboring district who parachuted in when it looked easy. He doesn't even live in this district. He doesn't show up for his constituents. He voted to censure Al Green when he stood up against Trump, and his time is done. We need change. We need a fighter in Congress. When I'm there, I'm going to make sure we sign back up to the Paris Accords, that we repair our global relationships to attack climate change. I'm going to lean into the Green New Deal and our green economy. We want to put a moratorium on AI data centers, shut down coal-fired plants, and abolish oil and gas subsidies. I've been endorsed by a number of thought leaders and elected officials and clubs up and down the state, and have taken the Progressive Victory Pledge. I'd be honored to have your support. You can find out more at HeidiHall.com.
Hey, I'm Audrey Denny. I'm running for Congress in California's 1st congressional district in both a special election and the midterm primary, which are both going to be held on June 2nd. In both elections, I am the progressive candidate running against an establishment Democrat and an establishment Republican, who are both termed out of the California State Legislature. I am an educator and a nonprofit leader, and this campaign is really about centering the voices of working people. Our political and our economic system, as you all know, have been captured by corporations and the wealthiest among us, and work for those voices instead of working people. That's why I don't take any corporate PAC money. That's why I need grassroots supporters like you to help us knock doors and make phone calls and donate. And you can learn more at audreyforcongress.com.
Hello, Progressive Victory. My name is Bethany Andrews Beck. I use any, all pronouns, and I'm running for Congress in the Massachusetts 6th Congressional District. It's an open primary full of corporate Dems and DC insiders, but it wasn't always an open primary. I was the only one who stepped forward to challenge Seth Moulton after he tried to throw trans kids under the bus and refused to vote to impeach Trump. I'm a software engineer, organizer, and activist, and I know the only way we get out of this is together. I also know the longer we wait before we regulate AI, the worse things are going to get for working people. That's why I've put forward a robot tax that will level the playing field between us and the machines. So check out my website at bethfordemocracy.com. Check out my socials at Beth4MA with the number 4. Come knock on doors with us, make some phone calls, because together we are going to reboot America.
Hello, my name is Hunter Gordon. I'm a home care aide from Washington's 1st Congressional District, east and north of Seattle. And I'm running for Congress in the August primary here. My opponent is Susan DelBene. She's the 9th richest member of Congress, and she chairs the DCCC, deciding which Democrats get to run and which get drowned out. She takes AIPAC money and Palantir money. She has never had to face a real challenge until now. I'm endorsed by Progressive Victory because someone who actually works for a living and understands the concerns of workers should be in that seat. The policy I care most about is Medicare for all. Caregiving is my life. I watch what this healthcare system does to families every single day. My own brother survives because of Medicaid. I want to get this done so the insurance system stops killing people. If this sounds like something worth fighting for, find us at electhunter.com. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Fagan, and I'm running for Congress for Washington's 5th Congressional District. And we are going to flip a district that hasn't been blue in over 32 years. We're running against Michael Baumgartner, and our primary is August 4th. I've been endorsed by Progressive Victory, and our one policy, if we could get it passed, would be Medicare for all. But you can go to kevinfaganforcongress.com to learn about that policy and our other policy priorities like abolishing ICE and banning congressional stock trading. I'll see you out there.
I'm Luis Villarreal. I'm a candidate for Utah's 1st Congressional District. I'm a Democratic Socialist, and I'm the only candidate from the West Side. I'm focused on 3 things. I want to create real, good-paying union jobs. I want to make housing affordable. And I want universal health care for every American. This new congressional district leans 17 points blue. It's basically just the city block here in Salt Lake County. I'm running in the Democratic primary on June 23rd against a whole bunch of East Side politicians who don't really understand what the West Side needs. I'm here to represent all Utahns. But growing up on the West Side has given me a strong foundation for what are the needs of the people here in Utah and who we are. We're the Beehive State. So, if you're ready to support somebody looking for better jobs, better homes, and better healthcare, I'm Luis Villarreal, and you can find out more about me at luisforutah.com.
This is Matt Dodson. I am proudly running as a Democratic Socialist for United States Senate in New Mexico. I'm running against a longtime corporate Democrat, Ben Ray Lujan. My main issues are universal health care, money out of politics, tax the rich and free college. I am taking no corporate or AIPAC money, and I am too pissed off to be bought off. I've been endorsed by Progressive Victory, and I've been a longtime member of DSA and Working Families Party. You can learn more about me at mattdodson4nm.com. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Melissa Bird, and I am running for Congress in Oregon's 4th Congressional District Democratic primary. I am really excited about this campaign because I am fighting for a better life for all of us. I have over 25 years of policy advocacy and community organizing experience. I firmly believe in all of the values that Progressive Victory holds true, including universal health care, universal child care, making sure that we are fighting for our reproductive rights from a reproductive justice framework. And I truly believe that by electing true progressives like me into Congress, we will be able to fight for all of us throughout Congressional District 4.
Hi, I'm Jackson Franklin, and I'm a grassroots progressive running for Congress here in Indiana's 5th Congressional District, fighting to unseat the AIPAC plant and Trump puppet, Representative Victoria Spartz. I've been running this campaign for almost a year and a half now, and I've always been on the front lines and the fights against redistricting, against ICE, against genocide, and many others. I'm a combat medic in the Indiana Army National Guard that is deployed overseas, and a registered paramedic that has worked on the ambulance here at home. And I'm running to unapologetically fight for the working class, not the donor class. This campaign is the direct continuation of the political revolution set off by Bernie Sanders. This campaign will never accept any corporate PAC or AIPAC money because I know that wealthy special interest has no place in our democracy. Right now, we need your support. And with it, we won't only win these coming elections, but we will create a system that represents all of us and not just the top 1%. Please go to jacksonfranklinforcongress.com to donate to this grassroots campaign, sign up to volunteer, and learn more about this movement. Thank you very much, and solidarity forever.
My name is Robert Arnold, and as a member of both Progressive Victory and the Working Families Party,
I am running to be the Democratic nominee for governor here in South Dakota. My primary will be held on June 2nd. I am running against an establishment do-nothing Democrat, Dan Allers, who is currently heading the stagnating state party as executive director. Because independents and non-party affiliated voters can actually vote in our party primary, the winner of the primary will be largely dictated on who actually has a better vision for South Dakota and who can actually criticize the faults of our own party. Something that will be hard for a staunch supporter of Chuck Schumer. Whether or not we get into office, we will be championing the working class by proposing citizen-led ballot initiatives and constitutional amendments. We will use those to eliminate right-to-work laws and streamline permitting processes, as well as eliminate exclusionary zoning that prevents affordable housing from being built. South Dakota was founded on progressive values. With history to guide us, we will put working families first and scrub our reputation clean from Kristi Noem. For further information, go to www.arnoldforgov.com.
Hi, my name is Tessa Lynn Hodge. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm running in California's 23rd Congressional District. The date of my primary is June 2nd. I am endorsed by the California Democratic Party, California Young Democrats, Teamsters Local 1932, UFCW 1167, and I have taken the Progressive Victory Pledge. My opponent is the incumbent, Jay Olbernolte, who is a MAGA Republican and who is one of the richest members of Congress with a personal net worth of $97 million. One policy that I would fight for without hesitation, starting on day one, is Medicare for all. As a clinical social worker who has worked in our medical system, I know that the only way to solve the health crisis and the medical crisis in the United States is a Medicare for all system. You can learn more about me at tessa4ca.com. That's TESSAFORCA.com.
Hi, everyone. My name is Blake Brock. I'm with Progressive Victory out here in Arizona, and I'm running for the United States House of Representatives for Arizona's 5th Congressional District. We have a crowded field of Democrats running in the primary on July 21st for the opportunity to fill Andy Biggs' vacant seat. We know that policy that puts working people first can win districts like this. That's why when I go to Washington, I will be pushing for a nationwide repeal of right-to-work laws so that organized labor can effectively bargain on behalf of workers for better wages and safer workplaces. To learn about how I'm fighting for an America you can afford, find me at brockedforcongress.com.
Hi everyone, it's Katie Bunsil, and I am running for Congress here in New Jersey's 6th District. We've knocked on thousands of doors in the last few weeks, and New Jersey residents have told us loud and clear, working families are struggling to pay for healthcare. The profit-driven coverage model has failed. We need to create a clear, universal, single-payer system so that no one slips through the cracks. But the current representative, Frank Pallone, is too busy fighting for his big pharma and AIPAC donors to listen. We are so grateful for all the support we've gotten so far, including endorsements from Progressive Victory, Beyond the Ballot, Gen Z for Change, Citizens Against AIPAC Corruption, Courage for Democracy, and more. But to take on the oligarchs and their friends in Congress, we need you. So head to katiebunsil.com to sign up to volunteer, donate, and learn more about our campaign. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Matt Fulmer, the waiter, running to replace Nancy Mace down here in South Carolina, Congressional District 1. I'm running for a future where America takes care of its most vulnerable, where our democracy actually represents the spirit of our people, and where every single child can prove just how far they can go because we've given them the chance. If there's one policy that I could implement, it would be single-payer healthcare. A for-profit healthcare system cannot be a for-people healthcare system. Healthcare should be a right, not a privilege, not a purchase, and not a future bankruptcy. The primary for this race is June 9th, and if you want to get involved, come check out fulmerforcongress.com. And lastly, I got to thank all of y'all for being a part of this movement. I know it's been a long time coming to grow into the America that we want to be, but it's possible because of efforts like yours. So thank you for your contributions, for your compassion, and your conviction. Thank you, everyone. We're going to have an amazing 2026.
Hey everybody, my name is Ethan Wetscheluk, and I'm running to represent Maryland's 6th Congressional District in the United States House of Representatives. I'm facing off in a crowded primary field that includes Representative April McLean Delaney and former Representative David Trone, with our primary set for June 23rd. Look, there are a lot of issues that are facing our country right now, but to me, one of the most important ones that we have to address is the healthcare affordability crisis. Medicare for All is an important piece of legislation that will do a tremendous amount to lower the cost of healthcare for the average American. Currently, a family of four spends roughly a quarter of their take-home income on healthcare, and for something that's a fundamental right, we shouldn't be treating it as a privilege. To learn more about me, go to my website, ethanformd.com, or check me out on socials at ethanformd. I look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, I'm Max Diaz. I'm running for U.S. House, South Carolina District 1. Our primary is on June 9th this year. I'm a member of the Young Democrats of South Carolina, the Charleston branch of the Democratic Socialists of America, and of course, Progressive Victory. I'm running in a large primary with a total of 5 candidates, and if I could pass any one policy, it would be a maximum effort mobilization to halt the climate crisis, because climate change is an existential threat to not just humanity, but all life on Earth. Now, if you'd like to learn more about me, my policies, and this campaign, you can visit maxdiazforcongress.com. All the best, you guys.
I'm Mai Vang, daughter of Hmong refugee, community organizer and city council member running in California Congressional District 7. I'm so proud to be endorsed by so many progressive organizations like Justice Democrats, Working Families Party, and so many more. I'm running for Congress because for the past 20 years, we've been represented by the same person, and so many of our working families are being left behind. I support Medicare for All because so many of our working families are being squeezed by corporate insurance companies. I want to make sure that we have a future for our youth and our families. Join our grassroots movement today at myforus.com. Our time! My time! Our time! My time!
I'm Maylot Kuros. I'm a lawyer, an immigrant raised in Denver, and I'm running for Congress because establishment Democrats have failed us. Diana DeGette has been in office for decades, backed by the same billionaires and corporations who keep our prices high, burn our planet, and profit from genocide. It's time for a change. It's time for Medicare for All. It's time to abolish ICE and to actually fight back against Donald Trump. I'm Maylot Kuros, and I approve this message.
Hi, my name is Austin Dykes. I'm a father, a veteran, and lifelong Democrat running for Maryland's 3rd Congressional District. For too long, Republicans and their centrist Democratic allies have failed to address the needs of the American people. That's why I'm running on a policy and a platform of progressive change, where we have universal health care, we're going to abolish ICE, we're going to end these foreign wars, we're going to end foreign influence in our government, we're going to feed hungry children, and we're going to house people who need it. We are the richest country on earth, and I believe we can do all those things. In fact, I know we can. That's why I'm asking for your vote this June 23rd in the Maryland Democratic primary so we can have real progressive change in Maryland. My opponent, Sarah Elfreth, will not demand an end to the war in Iran. She will not say abolish ICE. She doesn't stand for progressive values. She stands for corporate interests. She's an AIPAC lobbyist in the form of a congresswoman. So I'm asking for your vote this June 23rd for real progressive change in Maryland so we can make a difference for all Americans.
Hello, my name is Mita DeWitt, and I'm running for governor of Alaska in 2026. I am an Indigenous person, Tlingit from Southeast Alaska. I have policies and platforms that I'd like to share with you. You can find them at metaforalaska.com/priorities. What you will find there is work where our team researched best practices and evidence-based decision-making that also coincides with our Constitution. Alaska's Constitution is one of the best constitutions in the United States. It guarantees freedom and rights to privacy. It also has a strong commitment to education, health and well-being, and a healthy environment, not only for us, but for our future. This election year is so important. It is the one that you can vote for the future and transformation that we all deserve.
Hi, my name is Erica Watkins. I'm a member of Progressive Victory, and I am one of the Democratic candidates for Oklahoma's 1st Congressional District. That is the greater Tulsa metro area. One of the things that I want to see passed if elected to Congress, the very first priority I would have is ending Citizens United and getting big money out of politics. Because if we take big money out of politics, we can actually address the issues that matter. Healthcare, housing, affordability, working class interests, and we can actually have elected representatives that work for the people and not for the billionaire class. There is a Democratic primary that is June 16th, 2026. My opponent's name is John Krystal, I would love to have your vote and your support so that we can put the power of the people above profit.
Hi, I'm William Compton, and I'm running for Congress in Kentucky's 2nd District. I'm a public school teacher, and every day I see the real challenges families in our communities are facing, from rising costs to underfunded schools to a healthcare system that just isn't working for everyone. That's why I decided to run. In this race, I'm running against Congressman Brett Guthrie, the man who is directly responsible for the Medicaid cuts in the budget bill that passed last year. I believe we deserve leadership that actually listens and fights for us. If elected, my top priorities will be making life more affordable by lowering healthcare costs, investing in public education, and standing up to corporate price gouging that's driving up prices at the grocery store and gas pumps. This campaign is about putting people first and making sure every voice in our district is heard. You can learn more, get involved, or donate at williamcompton.com. Again, my name is William Dakota Compton, and I'd be honored to earn your vote and your support. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jakia Johnson, and I'm running for Congress in Maryland's 4th District against corporate Democrat Glenn Ivey. Our primary is June 23rd, and if I'm elected, my very first priority would be getting big money and corporate influence out of our government. Because right now, so many of the decisions that are being made for donors, not people. And if we really want to make change that affects the lives of everyday people, that's where we have to start. If you want to learn more about me and my campaign, you can go to jakiajohnson.com. It's JakeyaJohnson.com.
All of those states are intertwined, and when we are in solidarity, we make together. We are indomitable.
Good evening, my beautiful progressives. My name is Matt Buchanan. I'm running for Gaston County Commissioner. I'm running for Gaston County Commissioner because we are one of the most important counties in North Carolina. We are one of the very few that actually shifted left last election. I'm also running for Gaston County Commissioner because I believe in a county that serves people first. I'm running against a lifelong Republican whose families have tremendous ties to our economy. I'm fighting an uphill battle, and I'm calling on you to be able to help me because we are fighting the good fight. And I want to look out for the people because we have been forgotten. Thank you. I hope you can support me at www.mattforgc.org. Have a blessed night.